Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
And do they know
Let them do. Let,
okay, they
let,
will.
them- let our, let
Okay, great.
Karen and the resolutions committee.
Perfect.
Because otherwise we're just.
Okay.
But make sure, let them know. Any idea on order today?
I know that I'm after you, and but I know that there's a couple of pieces that you didn't want to be on the stage or you want to be.
45, I want to deal with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Other than that, I'm fine.
Yeah. And then you've been at this a long time, and knows that. So I mean, on the hard ones, like I say, who knows when to be the ass to cut off people, but I get, but that, like, I don't do consultation. I know
Good, you?
that's
Yeah.
your space. So.
I'm working to get it in, boys.
Yeah.
No, but, yeah, I think that worked out, because I know in the morning yesterday, I did cut out a few. We didn't play them. We had this little few slides. But you too, it helped us.
Yeah.
How well? 3 or 4?
So they all know.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm gonna take.
Hey, Chief. I'm good. You?
Okay, let's get a number going here.
Chief Marlene, Alberta, first Alberta Regional Chief woman. That's a good thing. Yeah? Oh, I didn't know. 3 women chiefs on the executive.
Downstairs, Elder's lounge.
Oh, yeah. Joe, did Joe smoke the coffee?
Looks to be about,
That's okay. Go to Bell. Jeff, 20 coffee?
Who's our resolution? What's her name?
Tanya coming up and Amanda's chairing.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good. I got some sleep. I'm still stuck in lobster.
I had 4 lobsters since I've been here, and I'm done. Not last night. Not
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the delegation who made it here. Chimiguach, this is the last day of our annual General Assembly here in Fredericton, New Brunswick. Good morning to the elders. Good morning to the Youth Council. Good morning to the Women's Council. Again, good morning to the delegates who have made it here this morning. We are going to play a video, so audio, video people have it queued up. I would like, and then immediately after the video, we're going to get into resolutions. There are, I believe, around 50 resolutions that need to be processed. So I'll ask our resolutions team to join us on stage, but audio, video, good morning. Please play the video that is scheduled to be played.
been watching here and listening, the one that come and open our minds and our hearts and our vision was a little one that was walking here. He came here for a little visit to say to us, I'm here, I'm alive, take care of me. And that's what we're going to do. I've always spoke for the little ones for all these number of years. That was what I was directed to do on my first vision quest 40 years ago in Bear Butte, South Dakota. Speak for the little ones and learn from my fellow elders. I've been following that, and I will follow it as long as I'm alive in this world.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was very nicely done, and yeah, just appreciate that. And I also wanted to acknowledge that we know there's been a number of other losses across the country, and we just want to give our acknowledgments and condolences for those as well. As noted, we will turn to some of the health resolutions to get the discussions going here. We'll move through a few. We'll adjust the time a little bit before we turn to the staff presentation on residential schools, day scholars, and 60s scoop. And as we did note earlier, Gowlings, which is the law firm representing on the day scholars, was unable to be in attendance, and so we'll do the information presentation and then look to pick up the conversation around our resolutions again. We also do have the education slated, but we've got some work from yesterday to come back to as well, so we're going to try to get to those a number of issues at the guidance of the Resolutions Committee. And just in terms of our agenda, we are going to keep working through the agenda. We are in a way caught up on the subject matters of our agenda, but we do have a number of continuing resolutions to deal with, 30 in number in terms of the on times. We've got in the neighborhood of a couple dozen late resolutions, and we do have 2 emergency resolutions to connect us back to our child welfare discussion yesterday that we'll get to as promptly as possible. With that, are we ready? We will also make a judgment call when we get to lunch. We're going to re-show the in memoriam video as designated on the agenda, but we'll also make a judgment of how much of a recess to take at that point, just given the need to process all of these resolutions, and that has been our custom. We just want to do that in a healthy way. And it looks like Wina is ready with the health. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Bon matin. Donc, comme mon co-président vous l'a expliqué, so I will speak in French for this health draft resolution omnibus. So I invite you to get your translation device if needed. Maybe a good idea. Donc, je vais présenter un ensemble de projets de résolution qui concernent la santé et qui concernent les projets de résolution numéro 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 29, 46. Donc, 7 projets de résolution. Nous avons... Je vais lire les titres des projets de résolution. Donc, le premier est... Numéro 16, nommer des défendeurs des enfants et des jeunes des Premières Nations dans chaque région. 17, soutien financier adéquat pour les outils de santé numérique requis pour la transformation du système de santé. 18, élaboration d'un continuum de soins sur 7 générations pour les Premières Nations et par les Premières Nations en matière de santé et de développement économique et social. 19. Programme national de formation pour les épidémiologistes autochtones. 20. Appui à un plus grand investissement dans la récupération de l'accouchement. Nous allons maintenant à 29. Le titre est assez long. Rendre la politique d'administration financière des 3 conseils, l'énoncé de politique des 3 conseils. 2. Chapitre 9 et l'ébauche de politique sur la gestion des données de recherche des 3 agences conformes aux principes de propriété, de contrôle, d'accès et de possession, PCAP, ainsi qu'à la Déclaration des Nations unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones. Et nous allons au dernier projet, 46, intitulé « Rejeter le régime national d'assurance médicaments et tout autre régime qui contreviendrait à la disposition sur les médicaments pour les Premières Nations ». Donc, pour cet ensemble de résolutions concernant la santé, nous avons un nouveau proposeur pour l'ensemble, for the draft resolution omnibus related to health. There is a new mover. Donc, le proposeur est chef Helen Johnson. Je l'ai vu dans la salle. Oui, je la vois. Et le coproposeur, ou la coproposeur est Chief Walter Spence. Chief, are you in the room? I can see him. Thank you. Donc, nous allons maintenant procéder à une période de discussion. Juste un peu avant, on a un petit peu de lecture à faire. Nous allons aller directement à la portion de « Il est résolu que », donc à la portion de la décision de chacun des projets de résolution, et nous allons les lire ensemble. Je crois comprendre que ces portions seront présentées à l'écran et le français sera à ma gauche, l'anglais à ma droite. Donc, premier, il est résolu que. Nous allons au projet de résolution numéro 16. Qui va comme suit. Pour ces motifs, les chefs en assemblée, 1. enjoignent à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, APN, de rechercher et d'élaborer des options viables pour la création d'un poste de défenseur des enfants et des jeunes des Premières Nations en tant que précédent ou pour considération dans chaque région. 2. Demande au gouvernement fédéral de fournir des fonds pour appuyer le travail des défenseurs des droits des enfants des Premières Nations dans chaque région sur demande. Projet de résolution numéro 17. Pour ces motifs, numéro 1, demande à Services aux Autochtones Canada, SAC, d'autoriser une enveloppe de financement pour appuyer l'adoption et l'utilisation soutenue d'outils de santé numérique par les organismes de santé des Premières Nations. 2, demande à SAC de veiller à ce que ce financement soit une augmentation continue des accords de contribution ou des mécanismes de financement existants au niveau communautaire. J'espère que je ne lis pas trop vite, peut-être pour la traduction, mais comme c'est écrit, on va poursuivre. Numéro 3, demande à SAC de veiller à ce que ce nouveau financement tienne compte des coûts raisonnables associés à l'adoption et à l'utilisation des outils de santé numérique. Par exemple, mise en œuvre, formation et gestion du changement, infrastructure des technologies de l'information, coût permanent des licences, intégration du flux du travail clinique, etc. Déterminé dans le cadre de santé numérique des Premières Nations. 4. Demande à SAC de veiller à ce que ce nouveau financement soit disponible au cours des 12 prochains mois grâce à une approche qui n'introduise pas de processus administratif et bureaucratique inutile ni de fardeau pour les administrateurs des organismes de santé des Premières Nations. 5, le dernier, demande à SAC de s'attaquer aux inégalités de financement entre les organismes de santé provinciaux, les organismes de santé des Premières Nations et les communautés qui continuent de faire face à des défis en matière de coordination des soins en raison de leur manque d'infrastructures de santé numérique et de créer des solutions de financement qui sont significatives et durables. Projet numéro 18. Pour ces motifs, numéro 1, enjoignent à l'APN de demander à SAC et aux autres ministres fédéraux d'aider les Premières Nations et l'APN à cerner les besoins et les lacunes en matière de soutien et de services, de capacité et d'infrastructures qui ont une incidence sur le continuum de soins sur 7 générations et à élaborer des options pour faire progresser un continuum holistique des soins pour les Premières Nations par les Premières Nations. Numéro 2, enjoignent à l'APN de demander à SAC de coordonner le travail intersectionnel des ministres fédéraux sur les engagements actuels et antérieurs liés à un continuum de soins sur 7 générations, y compris les recommandations des Premières Nations relatives au projet de loi C-81, à la Convention des Nations unies relative aux droits des personnes handicapées et les objectifs de développement durable des Nations unies, ne laissez personne pour compte. 3, le dernier, enjoignent à l'APN d'exhorter le gouvernement fédéral à allouer une partie du financement de 8,5 millions de dollars prévus dans le budget de 2019 pour les engagements vis-à-vis des Premières Nations et des Inuits en matière de soins de longue durée, afin d'appuyer le travail des Premières Nations et de l'APN pour cerner les besoins et les lacunes dans les services et soutiens, les capacités et les infrastructures, ainsi que pour élaborer des options qui permettront de faire progresser un continuum de soins sur 7 générations. Numéro 19, projet de résolution numéro 19. Nous allons maintenant à la section pour ces motifs, il n'en a qu'un seul. Numéro 1, exhorte le gouvernement du Canada à appuyer et à ordonner aux organismes des 3 conseils d'aider les collectivités et les organisations autochtones à élaborer, mettre en œuvre et évaluer un réseau national de formation et de mentorat autochtone en vue de former et d'appuyer un groupe de plus de 100 spécialistes autochtones en information sur la santé, en épidémiologie appliquée et en recherche sur les services de santé, lesquels pourront mener la transformation nécessaire des systèmes d'information sociale et en santé autochtone au Canada. On continue. Projet de résolution numéro 20. Pour ces motifs, numéro 1. Exhorte le gouvernement fédéral, dans un esprit de réconciliation, à remplacer la politique d'évacuation obligatoire désuète afin de s'assurer que les femmes des Premières Nations aient la possibilité de choisir leur mode d'accouchement et qu'elles bénéficient d'un soutien au sein de leur communauté pour accoucher plus près de leur domicile. Numéro 2. Exhorte le gouvernement fédéral à établir immédiatement une enveloppe de financement consacrée à la formation des sages-femmes et des doulas autochtones dans les communautés, afin de s'assurer que les femmes des Premières Nations puissent récupérer la cérémonie de l'accouchement dans leur propre communauté, entourées par leur famille et leurs propres pratiques culturelles traditionnelles. Numéro 3. Exhorte le gouvernement fédéral à mettre en place un financement sûr, accru et renouvelé pour la pratique sage-femme autochtone, y compris les immobilisations et les infrastructures, au-delà du financement quinquennal qui doit prendre fin en 2021-2022. Le dernier, numéro 4, enjoigne à l'APN d'accorder la priorité à la profession de sage-femme et de travailler avec les organismes qui appuient les choix en matière d'accouchement, comme le Conseil autochtone national des sages-femmes, afin de sensibiliser les personnes aux effets positifs de la profession et de créer plus de possibilités pour les collectivités de ramener cette cérémonie traditionnelle à la vie. Nous allons maintenant au projet de résolution numéro 29, avant-dernier. Donc, projet de résolution numéro 29, pour ces motifs, il y en a deux. Premier, enjoignent au gouvernement du Canada d'ordonner aux 3 organismes de collaborer avec les régions des Premières Nations pour réviser le guide d'administration financière des 3 organismes, ainsi que le chapitre 9 de l'énoncé de politique des 3 conseils, afin d'éliminer les obstacles actuels à la recherche menée par les communautés autochtones, y compris les coûts indirects, qui permettraient de réduire les coûts d'administration des subventions de recherche. Numéro 2, enjoignent au gouvernement du Canada de travailler avec le Centre de gouvernance de l'information des Premières Nations et ses membres en vue de réviser l'ébauche de la politique sur la gestion des données de recherche des 3 organismes afin de s'assurer qu'elle ne déroge pas aux principes de propriété, de contrôle, d'accès et de possession des Premières Nations, ainsi qu'à la Déclaration des Nations unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones, la Déclaration des Nations unies. On se dirige maintenant au dernier projet de résolution, le projet numéro 46, qui va comme suit. Pour ces motifs, il y en a 2. Le premier, rejette l'initiative nationale d'assurance médicaments du gouvernement fédéral en raison de ses répercussions sur notre santé et nos moyens de subsistance, ce qui constitue une violation de notre disposition sur les médicaments pour tous les territoires visés par les traités, ou par un traité plutôt. Numéro 2, affirme que les premiers peuples qui ont conclu un traité international avec la Couronne insistent pour que la couverture pharmaceutique pour les Premières Nations ne soit jamais confiée par contrat à un tiers, car cela violerait les dispositions sur les médicaments qui sont garanties par les traités. Donc, nous avons lu l'ensemble des portions, des décisions dans chacune des projets dans chacun des projets de résolution, et la résolution omnibus concernant la santé a donc été proposée, a été appuyée, a été lue et enregistrée au registre des résolutions. Nous allons maintenant passer aux discussions et j'aimerais, dans un premier temps, m'assurer que le proposeur et le coproposeur, s'ils ont des explications additionnelles à donner, vous êtes invités à venir au micro. Il n'y a personne au micro, donc le micro est ouvert, l'Assemblée est ouverte pour les discussions, s'il y en a. Je ne vois personne au micro, donc je présume qu'on est prêt à passer au vote. We will now call the question. Question. La question. Donc, je vois votre enthousiasme à voter. Je suis très contente de vous demander d'abord. Je vais premièrement résumer que la question à l'étude est l'adoption du projet de résolution omnibus concernant la santé qui contient les numéros de projet 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 29 et 46. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a des oppositions dans la salle? Merci de lever votre lanyard, votre cocarde haut. S'il y en a, je n'en vois aucune. Est-ce qu'il y a des abstentions dans la salle? Aucune abstention. Donc, je Avec votre permission, chef et mandataire, je déclare le projet de résolution omnibus sur la santé adopté par consensus. Merci, félicitations.
I'm not sure if I should comment on the fact that you just passed a resolution entirely in French and maybe 10 of you had a translation device on. Yeah, I saw. I was very proud of you. I think the next time we do that, she should say, all those in favor, raise your translation devices. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Those were all on-time resolutions and were available to you as I went through the process. I did want to describe our agenda, so welcome to everyone again. In terms of the work we're doing, we're going to work till 10 o'clock to deal with resolutions, and then we will then turn to the agenda items on residential schools, day scholars, and 60s Scoop. As noted earlier, Gowling's Jeremy Bouchard was not able to be present with us, so the staff will do the quick briefing, and then we will see where that conversation goes, but we'll try to keep that to about an hour or so, and then return back to the resolutions. We do have some additional resolutions from yesterday, a couple emergency resolutions to deal with, and then we'll continue to pick up the process as we go. We did show the In Memoriam Remembering video this morning as we got started. We will re-show that before the lunch. I think we're going to take a shorter lunch break. We've made arrangements for some sandwiches and some lunch snacks to be available outside the door at the time, and we'll make some adjustments on that, just as is our custom on the third day. After lunch, we do come to the AFN charter renewal. There was the request to move it up earlier into the discussions. So yesterday's agenda was very busy. We didn't finish the final panel till 6:10. That process, as Bonnie Leonard will explain to us, is a 2-year process and will come to the Assembly a number of times. And so there will be several opportunities for the chiefs and proxies to have a discussion on the floor about that. So that was our process there. We do have sports and culture in the afternoon, fisheries in the afternoon, and then, of course, the remainder of our 30 on-time resolutions, somewhere between 24 and 26 late resolutions, and there are 2 emergency resolutions coming that connect us back to our child welfare discussion tomorrow. So that's our process for today. We have on the agenda up until about 4:30. We will be able to give you a better estimate once we reconvene from our short lunch break this afternoon. I'll ask the delegation to please turn their attention to draft resolution 22, and just. Is that also a change?
Yeah, this was circulated at the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah, okay, and these are. Okay. All right, so just the revised version was circulated to you at the end of the day, and there have been a number of agreed upon changes by the mover and seconder. And first of all, Chief Stanley Greer, Piikani, and Chief Brendan Mitchell, Qalipu First Nations, are you available in the Assembly? Chief Greer, Chief Mitchell? Chief Mitchell? I don't see Chief Mitchell from Qalipu. Do I have someone who will stand in to? There he is. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Brendan. All right, mover and seconder being present, just go through the changes. So change to the title, engage extensively with First Nations on the report of the Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations. There are some changes to the whereases, so I'll just read through what those are. It'll change the numbering a bit, so I've got highlighted on my text here. Whereas there is a recognition of the diversity of First Nations and our relationships with the Crown as acknowledged in treaty and the Royal Proclamation of 1763. C, under Section 9124 of the Constitution of Canada, 1867, the federal government maintains sole jurisdiction for the relationship with First Nations and must uphold its fiduciary obligations. D, under Section 35 of the Constitution of Canada, the inherent and treaty rights of First Nations is recognized and affirmed by the Government of Canada. We renumber all of those. In the original E, there's an addition at the very end, so I'll just read that out. So it is the Joint Advisory Committee, make sure I get this right. I think it's a Joint Advisory Committee, the JAC on Fiscal Relations, JACFR, report set out a bold vision for a new fiscal relationship between First Nations Canada to provide First Nations with the fiscal capacity to implement fully and effectively their inherent and treaty rights, title, and jurisdiction for the benefit of all their citizens. And we're adding the phrase, while reserving the right of any First Nation to opt in or out of the process. And then in the therefore be it resolved, you see here in red the changes that are agreed to by the mover and seconder. So one, affirm, acknowledge, and support the diversity of each First Nation. Two, the spirit and intent of the relationship between First Nations and Canada requires a fiscal arrangement that honors all agreements. Three, call on the Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations, the Assembly of First Nations and Indigenous Services Canada, to engage extensively with First Nations across the country on the report and its recommendations. And four, call on the Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations to report back to the chiefs in Assembly with findings from those engagements at the annual General Assembly in July 2020. Is there a need for discussion? Or I look to the movers and the seconders, see if they wish to make comment on the resolution as I've read into the record. Good, we're good. Is there a need for comment for discussion of Resolution 22 that is before you as amended? Seeing none, then let us go to the question. Are there any objections to Resolution 22 as amended? Seeing none, are there any abstentions to Resolution 22? I see abstention 1, 2. 2 abstentions. With that, 3 abstentions. Thank you. With that, then, may we say, with the consensus of the remainder, Resolution 22 is agreed, is adopted by consensus. Agreed? 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 Thank you very much. And I just wanted to do that because my mentor, Joe Muskokoman, is here. Yeah, and just give us a minute. As you know, the process is resolutions. Resolutions lets us know what's ready and what's in order, and has that inner logic of how they all connect to what we've been doing. So here we go.
Thank you very much. So turning now to resolution number 39, title, rejection of the process of co-development policy and legislation as employed by the Government of Canada. Moved by Chief Kurt Burnstick. Chief Burnstick in the room? Chief Burnstick? No Chief Burnstick. Seconded by Chief Henry Lewis. Henry Lewis in the room? Okay, so the mover or seconder of resolution number 39 are not present. Are any of the delegation willing to move? Is somebody from the delegation willing to move resolution number 39? Chief Sayers, thank you. Second, is somebody willing to second? Chief Mackinac, thank you. We have a mover, we have a seconder, and I will read that therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1 reject the code development process employed by the Government of Canada that are bypassing the treaty-making processes and negotiations with rights and title holders. 2, direct a notice to the Assembly of First Nations and Canada that it is solely up to First Nations rights and title holders to define long-term solutions, co-development, and self-determination plans for their nations. 3, direct the AFN to stop all participation in the co-development of policy or legislation with Canada, including regional engagement sessions resulting in actions affecting treaty and inherent rights. Did a mover or seconder wish to speak to this resolution? Mover or seconder don't wish to speak? Microphone 2, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak to the resolution and make a recommendation to the mover and seconder, because there's a contradiction here in regards to the charter, okay? And what I'd like to do is to the mover and seconder, if we could move it back to the new charter committee to review, because it contradicts like 2 and 3. The third number 3 stops everything at the AFN in regards to what's happening in regards to the different discussions that we're having with the government. And I just like to refer it back to I recommend the mover and seconder to refer it back to the Chiefs Committee on the charter, the charter discussions and the renewal. Just a recommendation to the mover and seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I look to the mover and seconder. Chief Sayers, microphone number 1, please.
Good morning, everybody, and Miigwech Gima, thank you for that suggestion. I'm really comfortable with the confines of the proposed resolution. I'm concerned about the implications that we're going to feel as a result of steering away even more so from our Truro Wampum relationship with the settlers. We need to empower, strengthen our own law and not participate in the settler government's law development to the extent that I'm seeing that is acting contrary to my understanding of our inherent rights. And I think we need to do this now. I think as I look at some of the experience that have been reported to me in regards to how the co-development processes have evolved to this point, not in our best interest. We need to hold the pen. We develop our own law, and then the Anishinaabe, the Ongwehoe, the original peoples of these lands need to decide ourselves in regards to our jurisdictions and our laws and our rights. We make that determination, and we're the rights holders. So I can't incorporate that suggestion. I need this to move now, and I think we can reflect that in the work of the Charter Renewal Committee so that they're more aligned with this perspective. Miigwech.
Thank you, mover. I see the seconder coming to microphone number 2.
Good morning, Chair. I guess I'm supporting this because the other concern I have too is the way these bills are being drafted. The provinces are being included, and that shouldn't happen. It should be bilateral negotiations and processes should be based on treaty. That's why I support it, because I don't agree with having the provinces being involved in any of these bills that have been drafted or future bills.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 2.
Gisagwishnam, Cheryl Casimir, proxy for ACAM, speaking against the resolution. I would fully support the resolution going to the Chiefs Committee for the charter renewal, because I believe that it does go against the charter, particularly Article 13. More significantly, though, to pass this resolution, I believe, will impede any progress that any of us are making in terms of work related to bills that have currently been passed around languages and around child welfare. So we need to make sure that we continue on with any momentum and support those nations and regions that are making progress, and those regions have the ability to choose how they want to participate in those processes. And this resolution would stop that from happening, so therefore I'd have to speak against it.
All right, thank you. And I'll just note that there was a request for the tabling of this resolution to the mover and seconder, and those requests are denied. They want the resolution to come to a vote, so I will note that. Microphone number 1, please.
Hi, my name is David Munias. I'm Chief for Cross Lake Band of Indians, also known as Pemichimaki Wikimawin. I also want to state that we have a charter renewal that's happening right now that's be going towards that, and we should have a legal analysis on this stuff. And I know there's other First Nations that are moving forward, and I don't want to impede what they're doing as well. So in order for us to have fully informed decision making as well, we should have legal analysis. Here's that.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 2, please.
I'm Jessica Hale, Chief Oneida Nation of the Thames, and I'm speaking in favor of the resolution, but I'm asking for a friendly amendment. We are past the treaty-making process, and so what I'm asking for is in number 1, reject the co-development process employed by the Government of Canada that are bypassing the treaty relationship, the treaties and the relationship process. That's what my friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. I looked at a mover. Can you please reread the proposed amendment?
The proposed amendment, the number 1, it would remain the same. Reject the co-development processes employed by the Government of Canada that are bypassing the treaties and the relationship processes and negotiations with rights and title holders. Because we already have treaties, and we're not in the treaty-making process, so we have a relationship already through, again, mentioned by Dean Sayers, the two-row.
Thank you. Have you got the proposed change?
So removing making processes, adding a treaty and relationship processes.
So on number 1, after Government of Canada that are bypassing the treaty and relationship processes and negotiations with the rights and title holders. Is that the proposed change? I looked at a mover to see if that is good. Seconder, are you okay with that? The mover is okay. Thank you, seconder. That is an accepted amendment. Thank you. I look to microphone number 1, please.
Could be Ron Ignace, Skitchiston Swep Hulu. I'm Chief Ron Ignace from Skitchiston, as part of the Shuswap Nation. I'm here to speak out against this resolution. You know, we've fought and worked hard, and we have resolutions going back to 2000 calling on us to work to co-develop legislation for our languages. If all the discussions, this resolution goes through, it would kill all the 25 years of hard work to get to the language legislation that we've been able to get passed so far. And it would kill the moving forward in terms of the details, laying out the commission roles of the commissioner and other such internal work that we require. So I will not stand idly by and see that work killed by this resolution. We fought too hard for our languages. Our languages are languishing on the verge of extinction many places across this country. And this would provide the final nail in the coffin of our languages if we allow this to go through. And it is for this reason that I will stand up and vote against this resolution. All people that fought hard for languages think very hard about this resolution and what it will do. This assembly was the very ones that passed the numbers of resolutions calling us to co-develop legislation. We have to be at the table. Otherwise, there'll be unilateral decisions made against us. We cannot have unilateral decisions. How can you what is negotiations but working together, coming to an understanding? It's hard work, sitting at the table negotiating. But we've been able to make progress, historic progress. Normally, legislations are done behind closed doors without us having one word say in it. We've gotten this far, and let's not let the ball drop, especially in relation to child and family and our language legislation. So I call upon those Skulntulman Huhaita Pesplilkment Piana as Jut Taos, Daimas Hunanas as Henstamach Kultankt. Let us all stand up and say, we will not let this type of decision come through and harm the good work that we've done on language legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 2.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Vice Chief David Pratt, proxy for Chief Brady Owach, Sigakin, Dakota Nation in Saskatchewan. I too am here to speak against the resolution. Number one, we do already have resolutions on charter renewal. We have those resolutions that are taking place, and the work that's being done already right now, I think that would meet and address the concerns of the mover and the seconder behind this resolution. Number two, as the previous speakers have mentioned, child welfare is going to be impacted by this. And yesterday we had a debate here, a healthy debate amongst our leadership, and we passed a resolution in favor of child welfare. Now the next day we're coming back to the Assembly, and there's a move to stop the resolution that was passed yesterday to begin the technical tables and to start the work of implementation. We're going to vote against this because Saskatchewan, we want to get to work on bringing our children home, and that's so important to us. So I encourage the chiefs here today to reject the resolution and to continue the work that's being done. These tables are so important because when's the last time the government, as the previous speaker said, sat down with us and actually we've actually had decision-making and allocations for funding and increases and increases and bringing all those direct talks to the bureaucrats as well as to the ministers. And I think that work needs to continue, so I would encourage the leadership this morning to reject the resolution, and let's let the Charter Renewal Committee, Chiefs Committee, continue with their good work, but let's not stop the momentum that we have on child welfare as well as languages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Sorry, proxy. Microphone number 1, please.
Is anybody? Okay, day. Baju, some gizi to go makot to them Bajwab Exagin Shabat Donji. Chief Mel Hardy, Rocky Bay First Nation. I also would like to have this deferred to the Chiefs Committee on the Charter Renewal, as there are hardly any chiefs here today to get a real good vote in there, so we're kind of doing a half-assed job, so to speak. The other thing is, it's very complex. And we need to be able to defer that, to have the Chiefs Committee and with resources be able to examine that and look at all the possibilities. And so, again, I do understand you said it's not going to happen, but I would like that to be considered. Miigwech.
Thank you. Again, thank you for the request. It is up to the mover and the seconder of the resolution, and they both indicated that they want this resolution discussed and brought to the floor. There was 3 speakers at number 1 prior to Grand Chief coming to mic 2, so I will go to mic 1 2 more times before mic 2. So.
Yeah, good morning, Cookby Christian. I'm speaking against the resolution, and it's in this context. I come from the Secwepemc Nation, which is 4,000 miles away from this place. But in our oral history, it talks about the Royal Proclamation of 1763. But more importantly, it talked about the Treaty of Niagara, where the leadership, over 2,000 leaders gathered in Niagara and talked about the concept of the two-row wampum belt and coexistence. We're in unceded lands. You guys are talking about your treaties your ancestors have made. We get that. We have not come to any settlement with Canada or British Columbia in relation to our lands and resources, and we are a free people in that way. And so this resolution really speaks to stopping what we want to do for our children. And we owe it to our children to do everything we can for them in this generation, because we had 150 years, like I said yesterday, of genocide. We understand that. And so I speak against this resolution because it'll stop the processes that we as a nation, we have a tripartite arrangement with Canada and British Columbia and with the Secwepemc Nation and the chiefs. That's our process. And you can't stop our process like we can't stop your processes. So I don't believe in this resolution, and I do believe that it will stop the processes, and we can't allow that. I vote against it.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 1, please.
I would just like to echo the comments of Chief Ron Ignace, and I've been sent here by Chief Leroy Denny, who sits on the Language Committee. There's been far too much really good work done on languages for us to go backwards. We speak against this resolution, and we will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gordon Peters, proxy for Caldwell. I come here in support of this resolution, but I want to clarify a couple of things, because this resolution is not intended to be able to stop anybody at the community level from going forward. That's not the intent. The languages and the child welfare legislation have already been passed. It's not going to impact them in any way at all. You know, this process is looking at how we relate to the federal government, and we don't believe that we should go through a process where somebody else goes through the process and negotiates for us, okay? Because this is how the process works. I have the graph that AFN uses, the executive uses, that they go through. And the only place where it says consultation for First Nations is after the legislation is already passed. I don't want to be consulted after the legislation is passed. I want to sit down with the governments and I want to negotiate. That's why our resolution from this region says that based on our treaty relationship, we want to sit down with the government of Canada and do our own negotiations over child welfare, over our own laws, over our own jurisdiction. That's a simple process for us, and that should be understood. But we do not want AFN or a Chiefs Committee or anybody else to negotiate our laws for us. That's why we can't support co-development. The resolution is pretty clear. There's no principles around co-development. There's no terms of reference around co-development. And at the end of the day, what our lawyer said to us on child welfare, the federal government just put down the pen and that was it. That was the end of the discussions. We don't control the process. We have zero control over the process. After we have the discussion, that goes back to the federal government, goes back to Cabinet, and Cabinet makes that decision for us. The child welfare law, they don't even trust us. If you don't adhere to the national principles, the federal government can determine whether that law applies or not. What kind of inherent right is that? We need our laws to be able to apply to us, and we need to be in full control, and we need to stop this process, and that's why we support this resolution.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 1, please, for the final comment.
Chief Cliff Arnos, Adams Light Band, Kristallnach, Secwepemc. I vote, I don't want to say too much other than voting against this because of all the hard work that has been done, and we don't want to go backwards. Cook Sam.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, okay, microphone number 2, please.
One more. I started all this argument, I guess, so I gotta do a little response here. I guess, everybody's got points, and I respect everybody's points. But you know what? We've been talking for 40 years about treaties. All we do is talk. And the role responsibility
I think a lot of yous, Mr. Peters, he's been around for years, along with myself. Saul Sanderson's been around for years. And the reality is, it is the responsibility of our communities to do what you want to do. And that's the point. You know, we argue with AFN, we argue with our tribal organizations, our local organizations, with government, what they shouldn't be doing. But what we should be doing is what everybody wants. All we do is talk about it. And it's the treaty right holders at home that make the rules, that make the laws and everything in our communities. And we want legislation, let's do our own legislation within our communities. It's just like the child welfare issue. In Saskatchewan, we're already doing our own legislation in regards to implementation on child welfare. And every other region are doing different things, and we have to respect the autonomy of each and every community and each and every region. And everybody's got this fear about the government. If you got fear from the government, do your homework at home and let your people bless it, and that's the law of the land within your community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final comment coming from microphone number 1, please.
Good morning. My name is Walter Spence. I'm the Chief of Fox Lake Cree Nation. Tim, I just want to call a point of order, as this resolution is in conflict with the charter, correct?
Okay, thank you. I will call on legal counsel to explain this piece, because I'm not smart enough to know. And I'm not going to stand here and pretend to be.
The rule allows you to consult with whoever you need to.
So I will call up legal counsel to handle this portion.
Good afternoon, chiefs and proxies. With respect to the question that's being posed, it is my opinion that the resolution itself is in conflict with the charter. And I'll go through my rationale for that. Under the charter itself, under Article 2 of the principles, it states that First Nations involved in AFN are involved in diplomatic and political relations. Sub 2, in order to achieve political solidarity, diplomatic and political relations between First Nations involved in Assembly First Nations shall be characterized by the principles of coexistence and diversity. Article 2.4 talks about delegated power and mandates that's provided to the Assembly of First Nations, to the Secretary, to the Executive Committee, and it all derives from the sovereignty of First Nations. Going to the role and function of the Assembly of First Nations in Article 3, and this is where it's important, the AFN is a national delegated form determining harmonizing effective, collective, and cooperative measures. It is a national delegated form of First Nations. To be a national delegated form for the purpose of advancing aspirations of First Nations, and to perform and adhere strictly as a sacred trust and duty to the nature and scope and extent of delegation granted from time to time by First Nations. And also to seek, utilize, and distribute resources for the greater benefit of First Nations. Those are the powers and functions of the Assembly of First Nations. We recognize it's a delegated form for First Nations. And where the conflict comes into play, this type of resolution would hamstring the Assembly of First Nations in carrying out delegated responsibilities as brought forward by First Nations and Assembly. So for instance, if the Assembly of First Nations was told to stop co-developing on any matter, there are a number of First Nations who have given the AFN to undertake that type of activity. Essentially, what it does is it creates a conflict within the organization where the AFN cannot carry out mandates provided by the chiefs in assembly. So it is the view, it'd be our legal view that this resolution is in conflict with the charter.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Stuart. Seeing that the resolution in legal opinion is in violation of the charter, thank you for the point of order, Chief Fox. I will, as the chair, rule this resolution out of order. I look to the mover and seconder for additional comments. Microphone 1, please.
Thank you. I'm not really supportive of the interpretation. I think I'd like to have my friend here, Deputy Grand Chief of the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians, speak as well.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think that we can all interpret in different aspects of the charter in any way we want, and we only follow the charter when it's politically convenient for us to do so. So this process we're talking about, it says it's a diplomatic, it's a political and diplomatic process. We try to change this process to a political and diplomatic process. What the process we're currently in right now is legal reconciliation. Legal. This process is about legal reconciliation. It has nothing to do with political. If it was political, we would be negotiating this vis-a-vis at our communities and our nations. So that's my version of this process. This is legal reconciliation. And legal reconciliation can only end us up in one place, and that's subject to Canadian sovereignty.
Thank you, Grand Chief. I look to the seconder. You okay? So again, the ruling from the chair based on legal advice, which I deem sound. Point of order was raised on Resolution 39. I rule it out of order, and it is therefore ruled out of order. Turn it over to Harold.
What's that?
No, she's not doing that.
Yeah. Thank you for managing that so well and for summarizing so eloquently. Just given the time, let us move to one more resolution, and then we will look to have the presentation on residential schools, day scholars, and the 60 Scoop before returning to resolutions. I'll ask you to turn your attention to Resolution 37, Support for a First Nations-led engagement process on nation building. Moved by Cookby Judy Wilson, the Sconlith Indian Band, who is here, and seconded by Chief Lance Heyman, Kabuek First Nation. Chief Heyman, are you here? I see him there. Thank you very much. Mover and seconder being present. This is one of the on-time resolutions that you've had. There has been some adjustments in the the whereases. And to give you an indication, I think this might set the record for the longest resolution that we've had in some time. So in whereas R, there is some additional language, and I'll just read through that language. And then there's a bit more language there coming. So in R, it now reads as the principles of the 1992 British Columbia Treaty Commission Agreement are working on sorry. Microphone 2, the mover has come to the microphone.
I'm going to save you a lot of work, Carol.
Thank you.
Okay. In our BC caucus this morning, we had a discussion, and we had talked about removing R to U. So that'll save you a lot of... You can put it up if you want. It just shows...
Yeah, we don't usually have the whereases. So R to U, where the adjustments had been made, so we're not going to kill those. So we're back to
the chiefs felt we could talk about that in our region.
Thank you very much.
So then it's therefore it be resolved that you were...
Yeah. And just as one last clarity, in the final, that whereas, would it then be, I'm just trying
You're
to
just
see.
starting therefore it be resolved 1, 2, 3.
Okay, thank you very much. Microphone 1, okay, thank you, same thing. Thank you very much for that clarification. So therefore be it resolved. Unchanged, let's put them on the screen. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly reaffirm our rejection of Canada's comprehensive land claims policy and the inherent right to self-government policy and all associated policies and processes, reaffirm the Assembly of First Nations Resolution 37, 2016, establishing a Crown First Nations process on lands, peoples, and governance, AFN Resolution 08, 2018, implementing Canada's recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights framework, and clarifying the role of the AFN Resolution 39, 2018, First Nations determination of the path to decolonization, and AFN Resolution 67, 2018, rejection of the recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights framework and associated processes, which collectively, A, reject federally imposed processes and approaches to the recognition of Indigenous rights, titles, and jurisdiction, B, recognize, elevate, and support Indigenous self-determination and decision-making processes, 3, reiterate our call for a First Nations-led process to develop new federal policies and/or legislation to address the recognition and implementation of our inherent rights, title, and jurisdiction. 4, reiterate our expectation that any policy or framework which may affect the title or rights of any First Nation, irrespective of whether that First Nation is currently engaged in negotiations with the Crown, requires the free, prior, and informed consent of all First Nations potentially impacted by such a policy framework. I do look to the mover and seconder if they wish to comment. Microphone 2, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the important part of therefore it be resolved is that it's a First Nations or Indigenous-led process.
Yeah.
Just to reaffirm that. And I think that I heard from the discussions, even though I was a bit late coming back into the room, is that's what we're all trying to get to, is our own Indigenous-led processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a need for further comment on Resolution 37? Just a note from the Resolutions Committee. Oh, there was my apology. I apparently failed to read number 6 and 7 of the therefore be it resolved, so my apology. Let's put those back up on the screen, and I get to 6 and 7. And 5, apparently. Thank you very much. I shall send out an order for coffee immediately. Number 5, direct the AFN through coordinated action to implement the common elements of these interrelated resolutions, 08-2018, implementing Canada's recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights framework and clarifying the role of the AFN, 39-2018, First Nations determinations of the path to decolonization, and 67-2018, rejection of the recognition and implementation of the Indigenous rights framework and associated processes through a national engagement process. 6, direct the AFN to advocate for adequate federal funding to support meaningful First Nations engagement at the local, regional, and national levels on nation building. 7, direct the AFN to provide an update on progress at the December 2019 Special Chiefs Assembly. My apologies to the delegation. I see the movers and seconders accept my apologies, and I apologize. Yeah. Although now we have a convention, it was important that I actually say the words "I apologize." So thank you. Is there any further need for discussion of draft resolution 37 as so inadequately read into the record? Question having been called, are there any objections to the resolution 37, support for a First Nations-led engagement process on nation building? Seeing none, are there any abstentions? Seeing none, then we declare that Resolution 37, support for a First Nations-led engagement process on nation building, is adopted by unanimous consent. Thank you very much. If we could ask the presenter on the residential schools, day scholars, and 60 Scoop to begin making their way forward. Is 40 fast? Tanya? Just as he's doing that, Well, let's do 40, and he'll be situated? Yeah, we'll do 40. Yep. If you're ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Is she ready?
Yep.
Sure.
It's in the original packet.
Yeah, I know. So just grab a seat.
Donc, on poursuit en français avec le projet de résolution numéro 40, intitulé « Déclaration des aînés sur les droits à la protection du statut de nation ». Ce projet de résolution numéro 40 a été proposé par Chief Wilson, et par le coproposeur, le chef Watchmaker. Chief Wilson and Chief Watchmaker, are you present in the assembly? Please. 40. Draft resolution 40. So, mic number 2, please.
Wilson, Nisconnet, Secwep Nation. I just wanted to clarify, I had withdrawn as the mover on that one.
Oh.
Yeah, because there was some stuff added to it, and it was something I had to withdraw from. And I did speak to the seconder, and so they were supposed to have somebody else. I'm not sure who it is.
Thank you. So we're looking for the new mover of draft resolution number 40, and we're still looking.
All right, Chief Sanderson? Is that Chief Sanderson?
Confirm name on the mic.
He put his name in there? Yeah. Chief, could you please come up to mic number 2 so we can hear clearly your name and put it into the record, please?
Ron Lehman, proxy for Beaver Lake Cree Nation.
Thank you. You're the new mover. Thank you. So we're looking for the seconder. Chief Watchmaker, is it Chief Mayor? Can you say your name, please? And maybe it's a good idea after to stay close to the mic. Maybe we have some questions or clarifications.
Chief Vernon Watchmaker, Kihiwin.
Thank you.
Yep.
Donc, nous allons donc procéder comme à l'habitude. Nous allons aller directement dans la section qui concerne la décision de la résolution, donc la section pour ses motifs. Les chefs en assemblée 1 appuient la déclaration des droits des aînés qui rejette le programme du gouvernement actuel rédigé par le gouvernement fédéral et contrôlé au moyen de modifications législatives et politiques et de processus connexes. 2. Encourage les Premières Nations à élaborer leur propre plan d'autodétermination afin de protéger nos droits inhérents, nos droits issus de traités et notre compétence souveraine. 3. Reconnaissent que les signataires de la Déclaration des droits des aînés rejettent les projets de loi C-86, loi numéro 2 portant exécution de certaines dispositions du budget de 2018, C-91, loi concernant les langues autochtones, C-92, loi concernant les enfants, les jeunes et les familles des Premières Nations, des Inuits et des Métis, le projet de loi d'exécution du budget de 2019, C-97, le projet de loi S-3, loi modifiant la loi sur les Indiens, ainsi que toute législation qui mine l'ensemble de nos droits inhérents, de nos compétences et de notre souveraineté. Donc, la portion du projet de résolution numéro 40 vient d'être lue. Donc, ce projet de résolution ayant été proposé, appuyé, lu et inscrit au registre, est-ce que le proposeur et le coproposeur ont des explications additionnelles à apporter? Sinon, nous allons passer directement à la période de questions-commentaires. Is there a need for discussions on draft resolution number 40? I don't see, I can see someone's coming at mic number 2. Microphone number 2, please.
Good morning, Cheryl Kasmer, proxy for I acknowledge that this is a resolution that is supporting the elders' statement of rights, and we don't have we totally support the elders in making those statements, and we support anybody who has concerns regarding impacts to their inherent rights, their treaty rights title. However, given the resolutions that we just passed yesterday, particularly related to the language and to the Act for Youth and Families, it is a bit concerning to see number 3. Although it says it's acknowledging that the signatories reject those bills, I think that even just to support acknowledging that statement in itself may impact the ability to carry on with the work that has already been laid out for some of us in our regions on child welfare and language. So I will have to oppose this resolution.
Thank you. Microphone number. Oh, okay, sorry. We have the mover on microphone number 2, please.
Samna kahkiok tatam skat now, miasun geek sipao. Just wanted to speak a little bit to the resolution here, and talking with the seconder, we're okay with removing 91 and 92 because they're already been passed. And but the important thing here is to listen to what our elders have been telling us, and I think it's very clear that they're telling us that these processes need to be driven by us. And where we are, we're treaty nations that entered into the international treaties. In my case, it's treaty number 6, and we don't want to compromise what our ancestors have already entered into. So in the spirit of cooperation, we'd be willing to remove C91 and C92 from this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the seconder agreed? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Microphone number 1, please.
Cook Biron Ignatius Keatiston Sewepum Nation. Yeah, it's, if that's removed, I'll be. I respect our elders, but one of the things that in Sewepum Nation, that our elders back home were very clear. Chief, you go there and you fight for our languages, and you get our languages recognized so that we can work towards rebuilding our languages. And this the language legislation that we have is not a prescriptive legislation, it's an enabling legislation. And with that legislation, we then are going to, for example, in Sewepum Kulu, we can then pass laws within our nation to make Sewepum Chin the official language within our nation. That's what we can begin doing, and I cannot vote against the hard work that all of us across this country have been fighting for, and I cannot support a resolution that contains the Languages Act in it in a negative way. So I just wanted to make my point on that again, if I have to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Donc, le projet de résolution numéro 40 a un amendement. Je vais le lire. I will read it in English. Therefore be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly, and I go directly to number 3 because the other one didn't change, acknowledge that the signatories of to the elders' statement of rights reject Bills C-86, Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2, and Budget Bill 2019 C-97 S-3, an act to amend the Indian Act and any legislation that undermines our inherent rights, complete jurisdiction and sovereignty made in the spirit and intent of treaty. Mic number 1, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chief Greg Desjardins, Frog Lake, Treaty 6. Just got a couple comments. First and foremost, give thanks to the Creator for another day. I thank the pipe carrier for the pipe ceremony. And as I sit here from Alberta, it's very unfortunate we only have 46 votes. And we try and speak treaty. And, you know, if the government can do it, why can't we? Why can't we have 2 tables here? Modern day treaties and international treaties. 1. Number 2, that we should have a copy of the AFN charter so we can review that stuff before we come here. You know, I listened to my elders when I was recently elected after 3 terms of council. You know, we're barely hanging on to treaty. You know, we come here and the provinces with most votes are accommodated. I think we should respect our jurisdiction, the treaty bands as well. You know, I'm the only band left in Alberta under Indian Act. You know, am I wrong? I'm not sure. You know, we're moving at a fast pace. You know, we're all at different levels. You know, even the C-92 that was passed, you know, it's not fair, and I heard it here today that we're consulted after the fact. And many times, our DFNAs weren't even consulted. You know, so I think that's the process we're trying to nail down here. That's all it is we put the cart before the horse, and then we throw our hands up after the fact. You know, it's very unfortunate. Well, I just wanted to say that and to get on record that, you know, and take that seriously. Because some nations talk about removing themselves from the AFN. Because it just showed us that your charter supersedes treaty. I just seen it here 10 minutes ago. Yes, Chair, I will sit down, but I just need to say that. I didn't come all this way just to enjoy the $200 lobster. I came here to speak from my heart, for my people who are so lost because we don't get the money from the government like the AFN, Treaties 1 to 11. Maybe it's time Alberta starts the Alberta Indian Association again. Because 46 votes, you know, our autonomy is not heard here. That's the way I feel, but thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And if I can make one clarification, don't know if it's going to answer your preoccupations, but it is a different elders committee here. It is not the AFN elders committee. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cheryl Casmer, proxy for I think, first of all, before I make a further comment to the resolution, I just want to say that I've been hearing a lot of comments being made about AFN like it's something separate from us. We are the AFN. Those of us here that are in leadership positions, we're the AFN. You are the executive that takes direction from us. And so if we're not happy with the way things are going, that's what's happening right now. Participate in that discussion with Bonnie Leonard on the charter renewal and the review that's currently underway. That's where it needs to go. That's where we give our direction. So going back to the resolution, unfortunately I have further concerns with it, particularly related to Budget Implementation Act 2018. If we recall, the federal government had made the commitment, and it was in the budget, to forgive all loans, all treaty loans. And so, again, I would not be able to support something that may negatively impact that process from seeing itself follow through, because we want to see those loans forgiven. We need those loans taken off of our books. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Donc, sorry, Chief, if you could just confirm your amendment, because you were suggesting to remove the number 3, or just the first part referring to 2018? Yep, okay. Is the mover and the seconder okay with that amendment? Perfect, thank you. So this amendment is accepted. Donc, nous allons lire la modification pour être tout le monde sur la même page et puis qu'on puisse ensuite passer la question au vote. Donc, le numéro 3. I'm going to read it in English as well. Acknowledged that the signatories to the Elders' Statement of Rights reject Bill C-80, sorry, this one is rejected, so is rejected from the, this rejects Budget Bill 2019 C-97 S-3, an act to amend the Indian Act, and any legislation that undermines our inherent rights, complete jurisdiction and sovereignty made in the spirit and intent of treaty.
Sorry, Madam Chair, but I'm just having a real difficulty with this resolution, even upon further review. S3 has to do with the reinstatement of our women. And so I'm concerned about that. If we reject that, that work that we've been working on for years to try to get that changed may be impacted. So I would need to see that removed as well.
Thank you. We'll, okay. So I can see that the mover is coming to the mic. Microphone, number 2. Microphone number 2, please.
Again, I have to agree with my chief, Desjardins, who spoke earlier. It seems like this is not our forum, the treaty people of this country. So, again, in the spirit of cooperation, we'll accept that amendment, and it'll read, acknowledge as signatories to the Elder Statement of Rights, and that's where it'll stop. We're trying to work with you, but seem like you want to have your way, and all we want is the statement of our elders to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Donc, simplement pour être clair, je vais lire en français la portion, le numéro 3. Reconnaissent que les signataires de la Déclaration des droits des aînés et le libellé s'arrête ici. Donc, il n'y a plus personne au micro. Nous allons donc mettre la question aux voix. Nous allons donc demander le vote. Et la question à l'étude en ce moment est l'adoption du projet de résolution numéro 40 tel qu'amendé. Donc, qui est en opposition? Qui est contre ce projet de résolution numéro 40 amendé? Je ne vois personne. Seeing none. Qui s'abstient? Est-ce qu'il y a des abstentions dans la salle? Je vois une abstention. Je n'en vois aucune autre. Donc, je déclare, avec votre permission, chef et mandataire, je déclare ce projet de résolution numéro 40 tel qu'amendé, adopté par la majorité. Merci.
Thank you very much for that. So we will turn to the agenda item that talks about the residential schools, Day Scholars Action, and the 60s Scoop. As noted, the representative from Gowlings was not able to be present, but the staff support on those processes will provide a bit of an update on that, and we'll see where the conversation needs to go after that. Microphone 2, just before we do that, Chief Norton.
Just like to make a clarification. The last speaker got up and said that S3 is about the return of our women. Well, it's much more than that. I think most of us should understand the gravity and the size of what S3 brings on the impositions. I agree, no problem with looking at the women and saying that there was wrongs that were done, but now it brings on several million other possible people to be registered in our communities. And that was talked about yesterday. And I just want people to keep that in mind. It's not only one thing, it's much broader than that.
Thank you very much for the addition to that discussion on Resolution 40. Please help me welcome Stuart Wetke to discuss the residential schools, Day Scholars, and 60 Scoop.
Once again, good morning, chiefs and proxies. I know you have a lot of work to do, so I'll be brief on that. The first issue I'll talk about is the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. As you're aware, the agreement itself was signed on September 19th, 2007. There are 5 elements under the settlement agreement, 2 of them dealing with compensation, being the common experience payment, and the second one, the independent assessment process. There's also measures to support healing. I should say there was a commemoration actions and the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I'll mainly be speaking about the independent assessment process. The agreement itself is winding down. Many elements of the settlement agreement have been finalized, and there are only a few matters under the settlement agreement that are outstanding. As you know, the independent assessment process provides compensation to individuals for various forms of abuse former students suffered while attending residential schools, also the unlawful or wrongful acts that occurred. We acknowledge that the independent assessment process has not been a perfect process, that there were a number of problems that developed over the years that required returning to the court to address certain issues. With respect to the independent assessment process, the agreement, the deadline for applicants to submit an application for compensation was on September 19th, 2012. Recently, the courts have added another residential school to the settlement agreement. That was Kivivak Hall in Rankin Inlet. People that attended those schools are eligible for the common experience payment, personal credits, and of course the IAP process. The government has been given a deadline of January 25th, 2020 to complete those claims. As it stands now, with the independent assessment process, as of May 31st, 2019, approximately 99% of the applications for compensation have been completed. Close to 89% of all applicants received some form of compensation under the process. The average payment made to former students was $111,000. And Canada has expended about $3.2 billion in compensation payments to former students. As a signatory to the settlement agreement, the Assembly First Nations has been participating in litigation with respect to the implementation of the settlement agreement. And that's normally done through requests for directions. Most recently, we intervened in a claim, JW versus Canada. And this is dealing with very low-level forms of sexual assault, such as touching, that type of thing. Essentially, the adjudicators in a number of cases have demanded or required IAP claimants to prove the intent of the perpetrator. It's a standard higher than that used in criminal law. We found that to be a wrong legal standard to apply in this case. We worked with claimant counsel in bringing this back to the court to argue it. It actually went all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada, and the Supreme Court of Canada recently issued a decision earlier this year basically stating that sexual intent of the perpetrator is not a requirement under the settlement agreement. The case itself was split three ways. Three judges basically stated that the adjudicators were applying the wrong legal test. Two of the judges basically stated that the independent assessment process is a closed process and that judges aren't able to make changes to adjudicators' decisions. And the last two judges that were dissenting basically stated that you can't make changes to the settlement agreement, and judges have limited power in reviewing cases. Now, we note that JW himself was able to get compensation, but that didn't solve problems with respect to all those other claimants that did not receive an award based on the adjudicator's wrong application of the test. So we've advocated for payments to those individuals. The National Chief has written Minister Bennett on this issue, asking them to issue payments to those individuals that should have received compensation. Another recent issue that we've been dealing with is procedural fairness. There have been a number of claimants that had their claims put in advance, mainly because there were a number of admissions that claimants could rely on in the assessment process. Claimants, I mean, these admissions would enable them to have an easier time in proving their cases to adjudicators. We note that in some cases Canada withheld documents, especially in the St. Anne's case, where thousands of police records detailing abuses that happened in residential school were withheld. Some individuals received their compensation or had their compensation hearings done prior to the release of those records. Chief Adjudicator had basically stated in certain cases that some of these people could go back and have a rehearing. Canada objected to that, saying that once a hearing has been completed, it's over and done with. We are expecting a decision from the BC Court of Appeal on this issue later today. Lastly, there's a IAP notice plan. Under the settlement agreement, applicants are able to basically provide an election on how they want their records to be treated once they finish the independent assessment process. There's been ongoing litigation with respect to this regarding the status of the records. Is it Canada's records? Does it belong to the TRC? Does it belong to the claimants? This issue also went up to the Supreme Court of Canada. Eventually, the Supreme Court of Canada agreed with AFN and the claimants that the records that were submitted under the independent assessment process belong to each of the IAP claimants. So the court ordered that all IAP claimant documents will be destroyed in September 2027. During that time, former students have the ability to request a copy of the records for their own personal use. They can have their records archived, or some of their records archived, in the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. If they choose to do nothing, the records will be destroyed on that date. Lastly, with respect to the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, there's ongoing discussions amongst the parties, all parties meeting, how to finalize the agreement and how to wrap it up. So there's been discussions on a possible audit that will have to be required by Treasury Board and Department of Finance regarding the expensing of all the money. But there's also a requirement to do a sort of a report on how the agreement was implemented, where problems arose. AFN will be involved in that, but we're also advising Canada that it's essential that the survivors themselves are part of that process and have a significant role in that final audit. So that deals with the settlement agreement. The next issue I'll deal with is the day scholars and the day schools. These are class actions that are handled by outside counsel, so AFN's not involved in these processes. We have been speaking to counsel for both these class actions and getting regular updates on them. So we're happy to provide you with a quick update on that. The first one is the McLean class action, and that's being handled by Gowlings. Essentially, it deals with students who attended day schools on reserve that were established, funded, and managed and controlled by Canada. The second class action is the Gottfredson class action, which is being handled by Grant Native Law out of BC. And those are dealing with students who attended a recognized Indian residential school, but only during the day. Now, with respect to the McLean class action, the action itself was filed in July of 2009. A number of years have passed, and it was essentially brought to the federal court last year. On March 2019, there was a proposed settlement for this class action. And there was a court hearing with respect to the certifying of this class action in May 13th and 15th, 2019. A decision on that, the settlement, has not been made at this point yet. And counsel for the claimants advises that it could happen any day. But essentially, the compensation would range from $10,000 for a student to a maximum of $200,000. There's also a $200 million legacy fund, and Canada will provide up to $1.4 billion for the for level one, level one compensation, and there's no limit to the payouts with respect to abuse that happened at that school, at those schools. So essentially, we're told that once a decision comes from the judge and if the judge approves the agreement, there will be a 90-day implementation period. Following that 90-day period, counsel for the claimants can begin assisting claimants with possible applications. With respect to the Gottfredson class action, this was initiated in 2010 by the Tecumloops and, forgive me if I pronounce this wrong, Tecumseh First Nations out of BC. They are also joined by the Ground Council of the Crees. And this is dealing with Indian residential schools, as I mentioned, people that attended those schools during the day. The class seeks compensation for those attending the residential schools, and they're alleging they have suffered the same type of loss of language, loss of culture, those that were affected and attended the residential schools themselves. The survivor class is being defined under the settlement as people who attended the schools from 1920 to 1997. And there's also a second class, a descendant class, rising from that. There's also a third class in this settlement, I should say this class action, and that's a band class. Basically, bands have joined this class action for their students. We're told at this time there's about 105 bands that are First Nations that are involved in this. And the Minister of Indigenous Affairs appointed a special ministerial representative in October of 2016 to look at this issue. And on October 10th, 2017, a memorandum of understanding was signed between Canada and the plaintiffs. We have been advised that discussions regarding settlement, or proposed settlement, has sort of broken down earlier this year, and that the plaintiffs were returning to court again to resume litigation on this. I've been contacted by Peter Grant yesterday. He said there are further developments, but he wasn't able to elaborate what those were. So some of this information may be a little bit dated with respect to where the issue is right now. So those are those two class actions. The last one I'll speak to is the 60 Scoop. Again, the Assembly First Nations is not involved in this litigation. We have been in contact with lawyers representing a class on these issues. But essentially, this is the 60 scoop refers to the widespread practice of removing children and putting them up for adoption. There were a number of 60 scoop class actions that were filed across Canada in various jurisdictions. The first one that was certified was in Ontario, Brown versus Canada. Canada has looked at settling these various claims across Canada, and they are looked at setting up a negotiating table for the 4 law firms that were representing claimants in this matter. On October 5th, 2017, the federal government announced an $800 million settlement for the 60 scoop, which covers claims for loss of culture identity, but it does not cover any allegations of abuse. So essentially, the negotiated settlement is worth up to $875 million. Survivors will receive $750 million of that, with $50 million going to council. There's a $50 million National Memorial Foundation, and lawyers themselves will be negotiating their legal fees. With respect to those individuals that are included in the proposed class, they have to be registered status Indians as defined in the Indian Act. They would have to be removed from their homes by Canada between January 1951 and December 31st, 1991. And there was an opt-out period which ended on October 31st, 2018. And those are our updates for those 3 various class actions. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Microphone 2.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Leah George Wilson, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, British Columbia. I recognize and understand that the AFN is not involved in the litigation pieces of these 3 items that you just brought forward. I would like to, I think there should be some things on the record. Gowlings is appointed as class counsel for the McLean class action. Does that mean, and people need to understand whether that means Gowlings is the only law firm that you can use to apply?
I know that out of on Quebec, for instance, there is another law firm that's representing a number of claimants. So I believe it is possible that there are other class actions out there that have different counsel, but Gowlings has been the one that's been driving the majority of the action.
Gowlings has driven this class action since, I think, in or around 2015. There were other lawyers who were involved prior. But in the agreement, as I understand it, and I'm not, I don't know the agreement very well, but I understand that you can only use Gowlings, and if you don't use Gowlings, the individual would have to pay out of pocket. And if it cost $3,000, which one of our day school survivors has $3,000 to pay another law firm if they so choose? And if there are 2,000 individuals who are going to apply, and there's a time limit for the application process, are we certain that Gowlings can process everyone? And is that something that we should be aware of this, and is this something that we should be concerned about, and is there anything we can do?
Yeah, as far as anything we can do, again, our knowledge is limited as well on this issue with respect to the decision but for the certification and the approval of the order itself. I know a number of law firms had made representations to the court in the certification hearing, and like I said, the decision hasn't been released by the court yet, and we'll see what the decision is. But there is the ability for various claimants to, again, to be expensive, but to file an appeal of that decision.
And just so we know, we've got 4 additional speakers up, so we'll just go 1, 2, 1, 2, and then we'll see if there's need for further discussion after that. Microphone 1.
Good morning, Chief Kurt Burnstick, Alexander First Nation. My apologies for being late. I do have a couple of questions on this and a comment to follow. But first one is, you just said there's a change and for this residential school claim for the Rankin Inlet. So now they're being allowed So to me, I'm not sure how this reflects on the people that have passed on before the deadline date of May 31st, 2005. So those people that didn't receive anything because they passed away prior to that, now you're saying that the Rankin Inlet people get to pull that in and now they're gonna get paid. So is that fair to the people that went through the process, did all the stuff they had to do, and then it's not by choice, but they passed away? And now they are not receiving anything, or their family's not receiving anything. So it's kind of like it's kind of an uneven balance now. So I'm concerned with that. And not knowing whether you're going to be changing the rules for everybody or just for the Rankin Inlet people. So that's one question. Second question is on the 60 scoop. I had the same concern around, not so much around legal, I guess, but it's like I was approached by another firm as well on the 60 scoop because I'm a survivor of that. So if the choice is ours, then why is it not being allowed? Because they're telling me as after Gowling's got all this that the legal firm that approached me said they can represent me. So that's something that needs to be clarified. Lastly, again, I apologize for being late, and I did have a resolution, and it got the point of order from the assembly, I guess, and just put it in the record that, you know, I'll use the infamous words of the former Chief Wallace Fox that, you know, treaty trumps Canadian law. And I think we need to figure out what's going to happen here, because nothing should be dictating what treaty is doing. And I think the charter renewal is important, but the 2-year window has got to change to 1 year. Because if you're going to be looking at things like this, you're going to be pushing back the treaty people of treaties 1 to 11 based on a charter that hurts us right now, then I think that needs to be brought up quickly. And just so you know, and everybody's there, that I will be making a statement to the media regarding this, because it is important that the treaty voice be heard. I must say that it's not to offend you guys, but it's our right that we have to protect. Thank you, but if you could answer those questions, please.
Sure. So on the Rankin Inlet issue, the AFN was not actually involved in that, since I believe it was more of an Inuit school. There have been a number of applications to add residential schools over the last number of years. A majority of them have been defeated in court. They weren't added. And there was a section under the settlement agreement itself that would enable First Nations to add schools. Where Canada did not agree, that went into litigation. And I do take your point that there were a number of people that didn't get compensation, and their families are not entitled to compensation because they passed on. And unfortunately, as we acknowledge, the settlement agreement was not a perfect agreement. There was various issues, and we still deal with some of those issues. With respect to the 60 scoop, again, since we're not directly involved in the litigation, our knowledge is limited, but we can definitely look at your question and get back to you on that.
Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Chief Leo Matatawan, Fort Albany First Nation, St. Anne's Indian Residence School survivor, and survivor of the electric chair as well, and so on. And Wajeh, to all the people in the assembly, chiefs, proxies, people, and people of this land, Wajeh. This is the first time out east, and it was a nice country. And there's some still unfinished business that is issues here, particularly the school credits. And most of our people are in a remote area, and the resolutions workers were mostly in the urban areas, and some people were not ready to deal with the common or the independent assessments process. So, and with the the report you just mentioned, we're all affected by every one of them. But there's one that you didn't mention or you didn't report on, is the training schools. We were affected with the training schools as well when we went through the court system. So these are unresolved griefs that we need when we speak as a holistic approach to healing, we need to address the training schools as well. So I just wanted to see if there could be a report on it. That's one thing. Migash.
Microphone number 1.
Greetings, everyone. National Chief, good to see you. Executive, distinguished chiefs and colleagues. Greetings from the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte. Just a few points here. The overcharging by the lawyers in these residential school files, I'd like to know how the AFN is monitoring that. Also, in reference to my community, Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, the schools are not all included nor referenced properly. There were 4 Indian day schools that were federal schools operating in my community. The Eastern, Central, and Western Mission School and Quinte Mohawk School. They were all just federal schools. The one is referenced as a Catholic school. There never has been a Catholic school in our community. The other thing is that we've had some meetings in the community that have been attended by 60 or 70 former students. They're asking, is Gowling getting paid to fill out these applications? Are they going to be asked to pay some money to the lawyer, to hire the lawyer, to retain the lawyer? Or what's this relationship going to be between the applicants and the lawyer that's assisting them filling out the applications? Is it going to cost them? If so, how much? Do you know, or is there a special arrangement to help the students?
On that particular question, I don't have that information, but we can get it for you.
And the reason why I raise it is because there's been lots of media reports about lawyers that were handling these files had overcharged their clients. So I think the students need to be protected from further financial abuse by any lawyers that may be handling these files.
Yeah.
And I guess who do we see to correct the way we're recited as being eligible? Because it doesn't include, there's one school that's not included, and they were all just federal Indian day schools. Mm-hmm. And the other thing was, in one case, through the abuse, the one child in the 50s ran away from the school and drowned because of the severity of the punishment that they used to get at the Quinte Mohawk School. Is the survivors of that relative eligible to apply because one of their students drowned because they had ran away from the school during one of those events?
Thank you, Chief. What we'll do, Chief, is we'll take the comments from the remaining 2 speakers, and then we'll ask Stuart to respond at that point, and then we'll ask for some closing comments as well.
Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Hello, Chief Karina Lewin from the Chislada Carrier Nation, British Columbia. I have a couple questions. One is around resourcing. As a leader in my community, I get asked several questions around these topics that you reported on. So I was just wondering, is there like a package that Q&As that we can access from you to answer questions in our communities? I have the same questions around the passing of our people before the so-called cutoff date, and is there still an open door to challenge that at this point? That's the second question. The other is in regards to the provincial and the federally run schools. How do they differ in the fact that there can be a class action suit with one but not the other? And just a comment, I don't think that, the Catholic schools that were privately owned versus the public schools that were run by Catholic diocese, and how do those two fit into abuse that our people suffered? Because there was abuse in both, but only, as I understand, and maybe I'm wrong, but I understand that only one can qualify for the class action suit for our day schools. So those are my questions.
Okay, so just in terms of process, we're going to go to Chief Bull here at microphone 1, and then I'll ask Stuart to respond to that, and then we'll take these final 2 speakers on this item, and I'll go back to Chief Hardy over here, and I think it's altogether fitting that the final word from the floor on this be from Proxy Cuisance. Chief Bull?
Microphone number 1.
Hello. Chief Bull from Lewis Bull Tribe. Muscogee, Treaty 6. I guess being in residential school for a number of years, I've always had an interest in that area. I worked with a lot of elders about 25 years ago. And, that history that's there, we can't allow, why should our files be destroyed? It's just like the Holocaust. People are saying it never happened. Is that what Canada is thinking in the future? By destroying the files, they're going to try and tell the Canadian public residential schools never happened. And the other thing, I sit on the CCOH, and we met with the executive here earlier this spring, and they were talking about the sunset of this program. We argued that it should not sunset. It needs to be continuous. We've opened up many wounds, and they don't heal overnight. It takes years to heal. And the other one I was thinking about, what we've been talking about the last couple of days with these resolutions, the follow-up. We spend so much time, sitting here doing these resolutions. What kind of follow-up is there from the executive? Last few years, we go through 50, 75 resolutions each year. How many are actually done? How many are actually reviewed after we make those resolutions? It's been a question of mine, because even for reporting, it would have been great to have, for example, health, come up there and present. Spend some time presenting what's been happening in health, education. We do have a few presentations. However, we spend a lot more time sitting here doing resolutions. I was talking to Hunter Kershane. He was reviewing the resolutions, and the last so many years, you have so many that are the same. Have they even been looked at? So, exit.
All right, I'll just answer those last 3 speakers, and we'll go back to microphone 1 after this. With respect to the training schools and the other schools that were added, again, there was a process under a settlement agreement for that. With respect to the day schools, the day scholars, and the other class actions, again, AFN's not involved in those. What we can do is speak to the lawyers and provide that information to you. With respect to the overcharging of lawyers, we recognize that was a problem in the independent assessment process. The Assembly of First Nations went to court to ensure that lawyers could not assign payments, enter into loan agreements with individuals. We've also advocated against the use of form fillers charging contingency fees.
in many cases, the conduct of predatory legal practitioners had really impacted the amounts claimants finally got of their settlement. So in the residential school settlement agreement, the AFN was actively involved in litigation to ensure that claimants got the full benefit they were entitled to under the settlement agreement. And we had various practices by legal professionals, form fillers, prohibited under the agreement. With respect to the new class actions, the day schools, day scholars, again, we're not involved in that. So as far as what fees are being charged, we have very limited information on that, but we can undertake to find some answers. With respect to also how to add schools onto the new class actions, we can bring that up with the various council involved in those, highlight that this is an issue that the Chiefs in Assembly would like addressed to ensure that there is a process to add schools to those class actions, to ensure that people get compensation they're rightfully entitled to. With respect to the day schools class actions and putting together a Q&A package or a resource package, informational package for the Chiefs and Assembly, the legal unit can undertake to do that work. We'll work with the council and get information on various class actions, and we'll make it publicly available. Last of all, with respect to the destruction of the files, this was a very difficult issue. In many cases, a number of the former students wouldn't even tell their families about what happened to them in residential school. And it came up in a number of discussions various parties had with claimants. And some of these people said, you know what, even after I'm dead, I do not want anybody to know what happened to me in the residential school. We acknowledge that that does create a problem with respect to a full, complete historical record. However, we are confident that there is enough information out there, even with respect to the school narratives that were developed for the settlement agreement, those will survive, and those highlight the type of abuse that happened in Indian residential schools. So we're confident there won't be a widespread whitewashing of the historical record, that people will not be able to deny in the future that the abuses that happened and the conduct that was carried out on behalf of the churches and the government of Canada will never be forgotten. So this was a really difficult issue, which is why it went to the Supreme Court of Canada. But people do have an option under the notice plan, and we do have a booth downstairs in the trade show regarding the choices people can make with respect to their records, if they want them destroyed, if they want them transferred to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, or if they even want a copy for themselves. Can go to microphone number 1.
Hello. Bonjour. Bonjour, Zaganishan Bekarakabi First Nation Chief Mel Hardy. I hear what you're saying, and it's great that you guys are able to interpret some of the laws or some of the processes which you're able to advocate for. But I know that for in the Northern Superior region, we had Didig Machano. It was a family from one of our areas. He had went to Winnipeg to go to court to be an intervener on one of the cases. And what happened though, I guess, and again, one of the issues was the vulture attorneys that were coming in, sucking up all the money. A lot of that coin went to them. You know what I mean? And when we talk about even the reconciliation for the abuse of that our people endured within those schools, and there was none. There was no consideration for that whatsoever. The beatings, the sexual abuse, and all. And even when we talk about when they went to the judge didn't even want to have no interveners. He just took it off the table. He also didn't even consider or want to consider the reconciliation of our people, the healing part of it. Not just the admittance from the people, but also the admittance of what they need to do to partake in the healing process. Not to take in mind that when they're raising kids, they're also in the state of mind as well. I mean, we talk about the psychological process. So I just want to point that out because, but I do hope that, I know you said that AFN is not part of this new process for the schools, right? For the day schools I'm talking, right?
Mm-hmm, yes.
And I hope that you are, because we need that advocation. If AFN can't do that, then then why are we even part of it? We want you to be able to be advocation for our people, right across the board, doesn't matter what province we come from. It's our First Nation sovereignty. Miigwech.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Ted Cusance. I just want to explain, not explain, but make a few statements in regards to the settlement agreement. There's a lot of our survivors that are in pain, that are hurting in our communities. And I come to the conclusion of this issue of reconciliation is the buzzword across the country. And I put a red flag out for the missing and murdered women issue. I'm going to talk about that later. But in regards to the settlement agreement, it's coming to an end. And there's been a lot of lessons learned across this country by survivors. There's many survivors that fell through the cracks. Many survivors died before they got their settlement agreement. The beneficiaries of this agreement and the accountability and the transparency of this agreement is not there. They sure have the records of what they paid out to survivors. As a survivor and a survivors group, we have been asking for accountability in regards to lawyers. What did they receive? I go back to the reconciliation process. From my perspective, reconciliation is about me, myself, and my children, my grandchildren first. I can't do reconciliation with people until I reconcile my difference of what happened to me. And many people know my story, and it's not a very nice one. But there's many of our survivors in our communities that need reconciliation. And that's where the reconciliation has to happen, is with families. The people that are living in poverty in our communities, that have no way to go. We've got many people living off this agreement. Many grants going out to people, organizations, individuals, universities. And I always ask this question: when are we going to get dollars for our survivors in our individual communities across this country? And I reach out today to the National Chief and to the Executive in regards to the lessons that we have learned. And you look at the 60th scoop that's coming up, the BC class action, the McLean class action. After it's all paid out, I assure you, it's like the settlement agreement. We were all thrown under the bus after we were paid out. Peter Grant was my lawyer out of BC. Peter Grant fought in the courts against the IAP issues about the records. And I respect Peter Grant. But some of the ways that he done things and said things, you know, it's very sad. So in moving forward, you got all these class actions and everything, and the feedback that I'm giving, there's people don't know which one is which. It would be appreciative National Chief and your executive, if we could get a coordination bulletin from you to our communities. And every class action group is explaining and sending information, but I'll tell you something, a lot of our survivors within our communities don't have emails or they don't use computers. But reconciliation has to happen. Even National Chief, the reconciliation group from the federal level, has even been organized. The NCTR are doing their share in regards to records, the missing children, which is a positive thing. In regards to the IEP records, there's a date of destruction of the records. And anybody wants to save their records, we got the NCTR to put those records aside. And the concern of people here of the destruction of records, it's a personal choice of each survivor. But it's something, my story is for my children and for the general public and for the world, because they have to know what happened. And they cannot destroy history, and they never will. Because my children and my grandchildren are going to carry my story. But I reach out to the national executive, the national chief, the federal government, to get some reconciliation dollars in our communities where it's needed. I'm asking and I'm begging you. Every meeting I go to, when you talk about lessons learned from this agreement, that's the question I put forward. Not throw us under the bus. A lot of our people are dying, and there's not very many of our survivors left. So I plead with everybody here, but let's get a coordinated effort in regards to all the class actions, some way, somehow, so nobody's left out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Grand Chief Peters, did you wish to speak on this particular topic?
Yes, I do,
Yeah,
please.
so the final comment to Grand Chief Peters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in regard to the overall process of the settlement agreement. Garnet Angicum was our representative in the process until his health failed, and he was a really strong advocate with respect to the overpayment with lawyers. He challenged people, he challenged communities to be able to deal with that when those same lawyers were working with our communities. So he was pretty active in the process, and one of the things that he recommended to us, and he said, if there's one way that something that can happen, he said, I'd like to have an evaluation of everything that's taken place within this so that there's a final record. He said, and it's not about money, he said, but he said, I want to be able to know that, he said, from the beginning to the end, that there is a record of everything that's taken place. He said, because if something like this happens again, he said, we're going to be able to know what not to do, because he said this has had a lot of problems in what we have done gone forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, final comment on that. Yes, there will be a final audit that'll be done on the settlement agreement, and AFN is recommending that former students be integral to that audit to ensure that all the problems are listed and provides guidance for future settlement agreements. Thank you.
Don't leave me hanging. Thank you very much for that, Stuart. I appreciate that, and I want to thank the delegation for that. Just a couple of transitional comments here. We've been apprised that the side conversations and the conversations taking place inside of the room are starting to get to that level where they fill up the room and make it difficult to hear presentations and the discussions from the floor, particularly for our resolutions committee, and so we want to be, just be conscientious about that. On the issue of the procedures that was mentioned earlier, those are available on the website. They are provided in the USB key when you arrive. Some effort will be done to make sure that there's greater links and that's more accessible as we go forward. On the resolutions, there is a report presented here, and sort of through the mysteries of the agenda, we try to figure out how to connect all that work, and so appreciate the guidance in terms of, again, making sure we're following up on that appropriately. From the chair's perspective, we do want to note that, the ruling was the ruling, but, our approach to these meetings is that all of the voices are welcome here, and we didn't want anybody to feel that we were trying to exclude them on that. I wanted to note that Chief Manitowoban had mentioned a part of his residential school experience in terms of the electric chair, and I want to thank him for his courage in sharing that here in the forum and to lend you our support as you continue in the healing journey, find the balance in those experiences and the great advocacy work that you're doing in leading your community. And I wanted to acknowledge Chief Miracle, who is here, has recently suffered a family loss and has family members who are, in fact, ill, as it were, but as a part of his dedication still managed to come and be quite eloquent on the floor of our assembly. And so I want to thank you for that. Just in terms of the transition, we're going to do a few more resolutions and then get the speaker on the education issues to the podium, starting at 11:45 outside that door here. So out the door and to the right, there should be a booth set up with some free sandwiches and snacks to help with I think we're going to take a shorter lunch break. I would just ask that elders, chiefs, and proxies be given a bit of a priority in that line, particularly as it gets closer to when we reconvene. So with that, I'll turn you over to Co-Chair Catchaway. Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution number 41 in your packages. Resolution number 41, title, Table and Review the Report Honoring Our Ancestors by Trailblazing a Path to the Future from a Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations in light of current federal legislative and structural changes. I understand that Chief Henry Lewis is not here. There is a proxy. Proxy for Onion Lake. Can you just yell out your name? Philip Chief is the proxy. Thank you. And Chief Acous, Chief Lynn Acous is here from Sakamay. Thank you. So Resolution 41, I will read the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly, 1, declare that the report of the Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations honoring our ancestors by trailblazing a path to the future originates from a structural change that was rejected unanimously by the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly in December 2018 through Resolution 6718, rejection of the implementation of Indigenous rights framework and associated processes, and cannot be repackaged for consideration. 2, direct that the Honoring Our Ancestors by Trailblazing a Path to the Future report be tabled and reviewed in light of changes to the federal structure, Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures, and the 2 fiscal policies, Indian Act, 10-year or less grants and self-government fiscal policy. 3, assert that the First Peoples that are holders of treaty and inherent rights respect the diversity in other fiscal arrangement discussions. However, Treaty First Nations do not give our consent for discussions or processes that impact or impede the treaty-based funding arrangements. So I will ask the mover and seconder if they have any comments. And as they make their way to the microphone, I must apologize because I spilled water on my shirt earlier, and if it becomes transparent, I am extremely sorry. Microphone number 1, please.
Good morning, friends and relatives. Again, I want to acknowledge the prayers that were said for all of us this morning by our elders and our pipe carriers. I just want to, I'll try to be brief. I have a lot to say about the motion, but I'll try to condense it. In the spirit of some of the actions that were taken to resist the government imposition of laws upon our people in terms of how we're accountable to each other, in particular Onion Lake and Ochapois, who defied the First Nations Financial Transparency Act by refusing to publish their audits publicly, and as well as Thunderchild First Nations and Pipakisis First Nation back home, who refused to sign their CFAs when we were forcefully required to sign these CFAs, which contain language about complying with certain legislation that we didn't agree with. So Thunderchild, Onion Lake, and many First Nations from Treaty 6, they have worked hard to develop treaty-based funding agreements. And so in the spirit of all of that work that has taken place and the struggle and the resistance to ensure that Canada begins to respect its treaty obligations to all of us, that is why this resolution is put forward in that spirit. The way our relationship, our financial relationship is structured with Canada, that's not the way the terms of their occupation of our land should be. That's not how our ancestors envisioned our treaty relationship, that we would live in poverty and have to stand at Canada's doorstep begging for the resources for clean water, for education, for a future for our children. That's not the relationship that we want to have with Canada. And until we begin to work together, unite, and say, we're no longer going to stand for the status quo. Until we start to stand up, this relationship is going to continue. Canada, they can certainly find a way to buy a pipeline, but they can't find a way to structure legislation for those that want legislation. For instance, the forgiveness of comprehensive land claims loans. Like you don't need an entire package of legislation for Canada to effect that to happen. So we're asking that Canada treat us differently, and we're asking that they stop treating us all the same, because we all have different needs and desires and ideas about how our relationship and our fiscal relationship with Canada should flow through whichever agreement we have, whether it's treaty or whether it's through our inherent rights that we stand up for ourselves. But that's what this resolution is about. It's about standing up and about not allowing these Canada's legislation to divide us any further. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 2.
Philip Chief, proxy for Onion Lake Cree Nation. Just one of the things that we wanted to address on the resolution, we have a friendly amendment that we'd like to add under J, and I'll give you a copy to the Resolution Committee. Under J, the report honoring our ancestors by trailblazing a path to the future is based on pan-Indian approach that does not respect and protect the treaty-based relationships determined by the treaty and inherent rights holders, and who did not give their free, prior, and informed consent in making of this report and its recommendations. K, Assembly of First Nations Resolution Number 50, 2017, and Resolution Number 36, 2018, calls for the support of treaty-based funding arrangements for those First Nations that entered into treaty with the Imperial Crown. Therefore, be it resolved, another friendly amendment that we've added to number 1, declare that the report of the Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations, honoring our ancestors by trailblazing a path to the future, was rejected unanimously at the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly in December of 2018 through Resolution 67, 2018. Rejection of the implementation of Indigenous rights framework and associated processes, and cannot be repackaged for reconsideration. Just to add to the Chief's comment in regards to the resolution and how Onion Lake Cree Nation have been moving forward with our initiatives. Back in 2015, obviously you've been aware of our federal court case that's actually ongoing for challenging the C-27 FNFTA. Obviously, there's a lot of areas that were not considered in terms of the processes that were vetted and how the actual act was passed without our consent, and literally providing the government the ability to do what they want with us. Some of the things obviously now that we see is the ongoing effort from our side in terms of the treaty challenge. And as we spoke earlier, treaties aren't things that we should be putting to the side and creating new arrangements, but treaties are very crucial in terms of our ability to function as nations. And that's the position with Onion Lake Cree Nation, and we'll maintain that position. And so one of the things that they've actually done is they've left us out now with on our treaty-based funding arrangements. So we're looking at that legally currently. And of the C-27 case, there'll be a hearing coming up in the next couple months. We're trying to wrap that up, and that's with the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. So our resolution committee need to hear again the changes. You have changes at J, K, and 1. So I'll ask you again, proxy, to let the resolution committee know if you are doing that right now. We'll go to microphone number 1. There you go.
I'm gonna win. Okay. Y2 YTEP, Tuachman and Squest, Chief Michael Bordy, Whispering Pines, Clinton Indian Band. Just a point of clarity. I understand we debated 22 and we passed that yesterday, and it seems to be in opposition to this resolution. So I'd just like the movers and the seconders to speak to that a little bit, and maybe some clarity from the AFN. Cook's Channel.
So a request from the chief, movers and seconders. There was a resolution 22 that was passed yesterday.
Yes.
This morning?
This morning.
Sorry.
It
So
seems to be the opposite of what and it seems to go against what we're talking about in this resolution with the treaties.
okay.
Or am I wrong?
All right. That's a question for the mover and seconder. I'll look to the mover and seconder to speak to that while the changes to this are being done by the resolution, so committee. So microphone number 2, please.
Can you repeat that clarification that's required?
So Chief said that there was this resolution is in conflict with resolution number 22 that was passed this morning. So the two resolutions are conflicted. Resolution number 22 was passed on fiscal relations. And just so you're aware, Chief, the resolution that was accepted, number 22, therefore be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly call on the Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations, the Assembly of First Nations, and Indigenous Services Canada to engage extensively with First Nations across the country on the report as its recommendations. 2, call on JACFR to report back to Chiefs in Assembly at the Annual General Assembly in July 2020 for direction. So Resolution 22 was passed, and now Resolution 41, your proposed resolution, says no to that. So I look to the mover and seconder for clarification comments that the Chief brought up. So microphone number 1.
Thank you. It's our responsibility as leadership to bring forward our position and our intent in coming here, and we have done so through that resolution. I was contacted by somebody from the Resolutions Committee advising me that there were 2 resolutions similar in intent, and I was asked to get in touch with Dan or Doug from the Resolutions Committee, and I presented myself yesterday at the resolutions table and asked for the gentleman I was to speak to regarding this resolution. Nobody was available. Nobody contacted me subsequently. It's not my responsibility to ensure that resolutions that may be in conflict don't hit the floor at the same time. I have no control over this resolution going to the floor. All I have control over is to ensure that the language contained within the resolution that I'm putting forward contains the language that adheres to the spirit and intent of our own resolution. I can't speak to this. I can't speak to what the AFN intends to do about having 2 conflicting resolutions, so you're going to have to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Proxy, you're okay? Thank you. I see a comment coming. Microphone 1, please identify yourself.
Garrison City, I'm a proxy for God's Lake First Nation. I just wanted to add an observation to our discussion here. I think that the resolution that was passed earlier previously stands, and I think that it's a disrespect to the movers and seconders of that resolution. And also it's a disrespect to the process. This is a legitimate process, and we must honor those resolutions that are passed. And going forward, I think we should examine the resolution committee should have maybe a better way of approaching these, as it creates confusion and that makes us look weak. So let's stand with the previous resolution.
Thank you for that. Thank you. So there were changes from the mover and seconder to this resolution. Has the resolution committee been able to incorporate the changes? You have it? Can I have a copy, please? And we'll go to microphone number 2.
Okay, Nexokwa. Nestuanakukiayu Tamaso. I'm Chief of Piikani Nation in Alberta. I just wanted to just to remind everybody, or the chair, that that in the whereas of Resolution 22H, it speaks to an opt-in or opt-out process, and it doesn't derogate or abrogate any treaty Aboriginal rights. It supports each First Nation sovereign determination to engage or not to engage. The work of the committee, the Joint Committee on Fiscal Relations, had done exhaustive work, and what they're asking for is simply to take more time to engage all of the First Nations across the country so that we're better informed to make a decision and to bring those findings back in 2020 at the next annual General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief. Microphone number 2 for additional comments.
Thank you so much. It's Chief Brendan Mitchell from Hallowoo First Nation in Newfoundland. I was a seconder of this resolution 22 that was passed this morning. And as mentioned by Chief Greer, what was stated in Resolution 22 doesn't take away from anybody's right to do something with respect to their views on treaties and so forth. And I look at this as maybe a multi-stage process. And the first stage was the work of the committee. And I want to say thank you to everyone who was involved in that. And I will mention their names in a moment. So a report was written with 24 recommendations. And the first of those recommendations actually reads clearly on treaties. It says the committee recommends that Canada engage honorably in discussions with the First Nations right holders to reconcile different interpretations of the spirit and intent of treaties and agree on Canada's treaty-related financial obligations. And there are other recommendations that support an opportunity to uphold treaties on behalf of bands across this country who may want to do that. But again, there's nothing in 22 that is very onerous. It just says we're going to move on to second phase, which is to engage in a process across this country to talk about First Nations communities about the recommendations that were made. And in that spirit, in my view, there would be an opportunity for people to add to change, to modify, to make sure their communities are fully represented and protected in this process. And as I said earlier, a lot of people have done a lot of work, and we had representation all across this country. This committee was sanctioned by the AFN and the Government of Canada, and a committee was selected. And they consisted of, from across this country, Chief Richard Sidney in the Yukon, Richard Nerisu, Northwest Territories, Chief David Jimmy, British Columbia, Chief Lee Crowchild in Alberta, Vice Chief Heather Bear in Saskatchewan, Chief Laurie Carr in Ontario, Chief Connie Lazar in Quebec, and John G. Paul represented the Atlantic provinces to the Atlantic Policy Congress, the provinces of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI, Newfoundland, and Labrador. In addition to that, there were technical experts that were involved in this process: Carol Calla, Don Drummond, Terry Goodtrack, Bonnie Healy, Kevin Page, and of course Dan Wilson from the AFN, who served as a facilitator. So I'd just like to say to all these people, thank you very much for the work you've done over many months. Your energy, your interest, and your input into this process. And these 24 recommendations were put in place as an opportunity to have what I will refer to as phase 2 of this process, to allow people across this country, from Vancouver Island all the way to Newfoundland, to talk about the 24 recommendations, again, making sure at the end of this process, which I believe will take about a year, to come back here in July of 2020, provide a summary of all the conversations that happened, and hopefully have a document that maybe we can go forward with in what I would refer to as phase 4, phase 3 and 4. So there's where this process is. So Resolution 41, where I do appreciate the response or input from people in Saskatchewan, I don't think there's anything in 22 that should make them nervous about the processes going on here. And in that spirit and regard, of course, for me personally, I won't be supporting Resolution 41 because of that. A lot of good work has been done. We have to respect and say thank you for the people from across this country who have been involved, our chiefs and others. And I think, again, Resolution 41, I don't think needs to be fearsome. And I don't think we need to take away or remove Resolution 22 from the table in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. The resolutions that come forward are brought forward by the delegates, the chiefs, the proxies, and all we do is take it through the process that exists. And Chief Akous talked about the process earlier. Resolutions are submitted. They're submitted on time. They're here. They're put into a package. They're presented to all of you, and as long as the resolutions don't violate the charter, they are voted on by the delegates. So, and absolutely, it is up to the chiefs to accept, amend, reject resolutions, and that's our process. That's your process, chiefs, and we're just facilitators in that process. So, draft Resolution 41, duly moved, duly second. There was some friendly amendments to the whereas part. And there was the only amendment substantially to the therefore be it resolved, Chiefs in Assembly, was the striking of or originates from a structural change that was the only piece that was changed from the therefore be it resolved. So for those of you who were following along, the whereas pieces, there was a couple of changes to J and K, but for the actual action portion of the resolution 41, the only change was in 1, and the new therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1 declare that the report of the Joint Advisory Committee on Fiscal Relations honoring our ancestors by trailblazing a path to the future was rejected unanimously at the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly in December 2018 through Resolution 67, 2018, rejection of the implementation of Indigenous rights framework and associated processes that cannot be repackaged. So that is the only change in the therefore be it resolved, that there was 6 words that were struck. So I go to comments from microphone number 2.
I'd like to have the Assembly recognize Carla Bird.
Thank you, and good morning to the Assembly and to the elders that raised the pipe this morning. Respectfully, we wanted to share that we have fully recognized in our discussions in the region and with our leadership before bringing this resolution forward all the hard work of the chiefs and their intent with what they would like to move forward and support nations to be able to do. The challenge for Onion Lake, Sakamay, and other nations that are doing initiatives like treaty-based funding arrangements and have fought and won C-27. Right now, in our current immediate negotiations, the federal government is trying to impose compliance to C-27, even after we have already fought and won that case. Further to that, they're laying in front of us only 2 options. So the challenge we have is you're saying opt in or opt out. The issue we have right now is not with the chiefs' great work that they did, because we recognize that great and wonderful work that they did. It's the federal agenda that's been implemented into this, and that's not transparent and clear that they're pushing right now. Because as we sit at those tables working on treaty-based funding arrangements, and we've got a document that we're ready to talk about and mutually move forward with, suddenly they're trying to pull our treaty-based funding arrangements and copying them into the 10-year grant, copy them into the contribution agreement that forces and requires our nations to try and comply with C-27, C-86, and C-97. So that for us is a huge challenge. So we're asking for support as treaty nations that need to move forward with our negotiations and discussions under the treaty-based funding arrangements. We are suggesting that perhaps we go back to the resolutions table, reframe the resolution so that we get support for our nations that are in those processes specifically, and so that we're not left out. Because this is outside of those current processes that are dictated to by the federal government. There are, unfortunately, no disrespect to the chiefs that did all that wonderful, great work. I recognize all of it in the report, and I know that it was such hard work to do the negotiations, but there are special words and tactics that are included in that report, and no definition section, no declaration at the beginning of the report that says we will not give up our treaty and inherent rights. We will not give up on our rights as nations in order to protect ourselves from a federal agenda that is not transparent in there. There are only a few words in there, but they're very important words. Benefit Canada. That's some of the language that they have presented to us in the regions as part of that report. It's one-sided. As we as nations participate in this economy, but their version of that is full taxation. So at this point, they're talking about trade-offs I'll allow you to have if you let go of your treaty and inherent rights. So if we can have that respectfully, go back to the resolutions table, allow us to protect ourselves for those that are not willing to move forward to implement C-27, because we already won that in the Supreme Court, and doing treaty-based funding arrangements, because right now we've been told and advised that come April 1st, 2020, there's only two options. There's CA and the 10-year grant. And they're not interested in closing the funding gap at 65 and 80% and 85% underfunded. They said own source revenue federally from those administrators and bureaucrats on the inside. Your solution will be to put in taxation. They're going to cap your funding for 10 years. They're not going to close the gap. That's the signal that's been sent here. There is no other funding arrangement that they're putting in front of nations right now that close at 65 to 85% funding gap. Only one that says it's status quo and allowing increases as they see fit. That's the challenge we see as treaty nations. So help us, support us, and protect us. We're not, if that's the mutual agreement we can get from our other nations to support us as treaty nations that are fighting C-27 and looking at treaty-based, which is needs-based funding. We want to make sure that that goes forward and doesn't die because of the federal agenda.
Thank you very much. So I assume that the mover and seconder are in support of the technician's idea to send the resolution or table it to the resolution committee. Okay, thank you for that. Moving on in the agenda. Oh, I'll go. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, Chief. I apologize. Microphone number 1, please, and then microphone number 2. Sorry.
Yep. Chief Crowchild, Situla. I'm one of the ones that worked on this. You know, in all respect to what the resolution that's now before us, they're assuming that we gave up the fight for treaty-based funding arrangements, which was never. We fought for that all along. And it was 8 months of throwing it back in every time. Throw it back in. Nope, we're not going to give this. And in Resolution 22, we did state that in the whereas part, because we're talking about Section 9124, Section 35. So it's recognizing the differences in what treaties are. Yes, I'm from a treaty area. We'll fight for our treaties and that, but we're recognizing other parts of the country that would fall under Section 35.
Thank you.
So this is an all-inclusive. It's not dismissing anything. And if it was, I would have stepped back from this committee. So, and I say this because now's the time we think about what the future looks like. First thing this morning, we had a memorandum of all those that have passed on, and they fought for these things, and they want us to move forward. So we need to move forward as a nation here and a collection of chiefs and that, fighting for what we believe is the best for our nations and that. We cannot lose sight of that, because what are your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren going to inherit? Continuing the fight that we did in the 1970s, or have we progressed much further beyond that? We need to move forward, my fellow chiefs. We need to move forward, and this is where we take control of what that direction looks like.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief. I would just like to remind everybody that the resolution was tabled and that it is going to a redraft. And so I'd just like to remind, microphone number 2, please.
Chief Laurie Carr, Hiawatha First Nation. Another person that sits on the committee. And first, I'm going to say miigwech for all the words that we heard this morning, but I also need to say I'm Anishinaabe Kwe. I am more specifically Mississauga Anishinaabe, and I am a treaty person. And so when I sit on this committee, and it sounds like maybe there's some misunderstanding in what was read or how it's taken, and I respect that. I respect that, and everybody will read it. And we're asking, and I know that the resolution's going back, but I still need to say what I need to say. And so when I do this work from my treaty, from my community, from me as a First Nations woman and a leader in my community, that I would not give up any right or any of my treaty, and that we do need to work from needs-based. And this document is a tool, and it's a tool to get us to that process. And so when we come out and we want to engage with all our First Nations and all our peoples, it's about what did we miss, where do we go, what's the next steps? How do we get there? If we're going to do this, then we need to do it right and not just develop something that nobody approves of. And so I needed to say that. And the next piece I need to say is that the resolutions need to come and fit together, and I don't know what that process is, I'll admit that. But we spent almost an hour this morning debating a resolution to find that it was taken off the table. So I don't know when they come in, how that's sorted out, but that really needs to be something that's looked at. So I'm not wasting my time here. So, miigwech.
Thank you very much, Chief. I turn it over to my right honorable co-chair, Mr. Tarbell.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for those comments. It's very instructive. It actually really encourages us to continue through our agenda and get to that piece where we are talking about the charter and the phased approach that they're looking at. So I appreciate that. Just given where we're at, we're 5 minutes to 12, so I just want to remind everybody that we do have on our agenda education, the charter, fisheries, arts and culture, sports, culture, and arts, and then, of course, the remaining resolutions. As noted, there is, so a couple things. I want to get Peter, the AFN photographer, get up here, and because he does want to get a picture from the front of the room. But the other thing that we have on our agenda is that we do want to show the in memoriam, the remembering video as designated on our agenda. And so we will do that as a part of our transition to lunch. As noted, there is some sandwiches and some snacks out to the far right that's available. We would ask that elders and chiefs and proxies be given some priority, but we will reconvene in assembly at 12:30. So a bit of a break. So we're being healthy in a sense. And so with that, Peter, I'll ask you to get set up, but I'll call for the in memoriam, the remembering video.
watching here and listening, the one that come and open our minds and our hearts and our vision was a little one that was walking here. He came here for a little visit to say to us, I'm here, I'm alive, take care of me. And that's what we're going to do. I've always spoke for the little ones for all these number of years. That was what I was directed to do on my first vision quest 40 years ago in Bear Butte, South Dakota. Speak for the little ones and learn from my fellow elders. I've been following that, and I will follow it as long as I'm alive in this world.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the recess break. We will see you back here at 12:30.
We don't need to worry about nothing, 'cause we got the fire, and we're burning one hell out of something. They gonna see us from outer space, light it up. Like we're the stars of the human race. When the lights started out, they don't know what they heard. Drop the knives, play it loud, give it love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky, 'cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, burn, burn. We're gonna let it burn, burn, burn. We're gonna let it burn, burn, burn. We're gonna let it burn, burn. We don't wanna leave, no. We just wanna be right now, right now. And what we see is everybody on the floor acting crazy, getting local till the lights out. Music's on, I'm waking up. We light the fire, then we burn it up, and it's over now. We got the loves, no sleeping now. No sleeping, no sleep. When the lights started out, they don't know what they heard. Drop the knives, play it loud, give it love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. We gonna let it. Merci, Ghislaine.
I'm going to sing you guys a song. Unceded territories. No, I have a real one. I don't care who he is. I didn't elect him. I voted for Percy McCovey. Guaranteed. Soccer fans. All right, boys. Hold on, you're home. Costing check. Oh, yes. Don't get them down. Get off your stuff. You can't do it. Don't know me, but I know. Upstairs again? They're just alongside here. Ron's done, beat time. Yeah. He says he's from Kuwait, but keep moving around. Everyone wants to go full-time. Get real doctors in cabin. The next thing's closed. So they didn't already have a vote on someone's name. You got the quarterback? But I got golf. It's like $400. Oh, it's $400. Never mind, that will be here. Okay. I got to get my ass covered, so that's why. Coach here will be here. Next, they one person will be here. And there's like at least half. Time they receiving it? Well, yeah. Where does he went? How bad was the lunch? Really? What's that? So you go down the stairs down there and then head towards. That way in here, but there's like a little cafe. You go inside. So down the stairs and back that way. Okay, back around. Okay. And then they just already prepared it and put it into us. Starting on deeper. A little cafe right there. No worries.
Wasted short, so she knows what I think about and what I think about. One love, two mouths, one love, one house, no shirt, no blouse, just as you find out. Nothing that I wouldn't want to tell you about, no. Il fait trop froid pour toi ici et maintenant. Alors laisse-moi tenir le monde, le tour de mon my left hand meet your face. And then I touch your face, put my finger on your tongue, cause you love to taste, yeah. Cette girl adore, tout le monde les autres pas plus fort. Inside this place so warm, outside it starts to pour. Coming down, one love, one house, no shirt, no blouse, just us, you find out. Nothing that I wanna tell you about, no, no, no. 'Cause it's too cold for you here. So now let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are about to begin the afternoon session for the third day of the Assembly of First Nations Annual General Assembly in Fredericton, New Brunswick. We will be starting at 12:30. So if conversations happening on the outside, chiefs, if you can inform your fellow chiefs that we will be beginning shortly, and if the people on the outside can come into the Assembly Hall, we are going to begin the afternoon portion of the agenda. We have a number of resolutions, late resolutions, emergency resolutions that we will be dealing with. I believe the number, grand total for all resolutions remaining is around 40. So we will be moving forward with those. We have a presentation from the AFN's charter renewal team and education, sports and culture, fisheries. Again, we have, like I said, upwards of 40 resolutions still to deal with. So if everybody can come into the room and take your seats and wrap up your conversations, we will begin momentarily.
Y'all rushing?
Donc, nous allons reprendre nos travaux là où on les avait laissés avant de quitter pour cette demi-heure de repas. On a une grosse après-midi devant nous pour terminer les discussions et prendre d'importantes décisions. Plusieurs résolutions sont toujours à être présentées, discutées et votées, le cas échéant. Donc, nous allons reprendre cet après-midi très bientôt.
So we will go with the resolution. Tanya? The resolution team? Okay, they need to go. Okay, so 42, who's doing?
Okay,
you
so then,
wanna-
you want me to do it for you? All right, just as we were going to go to the education presentation, but those remarks are premised on the fact that the education resolutions would come, and we're in the sequence, so we're just going to hold off on that a little bit. I'll ask the resolutions committee to come forward and just give us a little bit of guidance in terms of where we are in the numbers. I think we are finishing up what we're calling the rights bundle, and then we would be moving to the emergency resolutions. So we'll just let Tanya get situated. So Tanya, what's your advice?
Where should I go?
I don't see the mover in the room. Elaine, you're on the emergency one? You're going to move you're a mover on the emergency, one of the emergency ones? You're a mover on one of the emergency ones? Yeah, on 42, Judy Wilson's not in the room, so I don't want to start on that. 43, I don't see Regis here, and I don't know about Frank. Is Frank here in the room?
We just start an order and somebody will either come up or.
Okay. Okay. And if nobody does, then we'll just we'll come back to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are reconvening and as the delegation is making its way back into the room, we do want to pick up on the resolutions. We're finishing up on some of what we're calling the rights resolutions. This is a category. We are at Resolution 42, support the declaration by Indigenous nations and peoples on Indigenous territories, colonial doctrines, and underlying myth of Crown title. The mover is Judy Wilson from Sconlith, and the seconder was Ogama Lewis from Onion Lake. And we knew that Ogama Lewis wasn't here. I see that Judy's not in the room at the moment, and so our general procedure would be to see if someone would stand as mover and seconder. Otherwise, our approach will be just to wait until she arrives and then turn to it at that point. Okay. Yeah, we'll hold off until Judy arrives, because as she likes to say, she has an excellent speech prepared for to introduce that. Then let us turn to Resolution 43 in that same package, same grouping, treaty and inherent rights sharing discussions, moved by Chief Reginald Belrose, who's here in the Assembly, seconded by Chief Frank Roberts from Montreal Lake Cree. Chief Roberts, are you in the Assembly? I don't see Chief Roberts, are you in the Assembly?
Vice Chief Pratt, second.
Okay, Vice Chief Pratt, you're going to, as a proxy, thank you very much. Proxy David Pratt, we've got that. Thank you very much. And very straightforward, whereases in terms of the UN Declaration and the Article 7 of the First Nations, the AFN Charter, and it then gets to, therefore, be it resolved that the chiefs in Assembly direct that each committee of the Assembly of First Nations shall reaffirm inherent and treaty rights and shall apply the relevant articles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to their area of responsibility, and to direct that each committee of the Assembly of First Nations consider discussions of inherent and treaty rights at each meeting and shall consider including a scan of regional, national, and international activities. Chief Belrose, did you wish to speak to the resolution? Speaks for itself. Thank you very much. Yes. The rule is quorum is established and it was established until questioned. Are you asking the question, or do you want me to count? Okay, let's do a count. The quorum was established at 54 at this morning, based on a count by our distribution. So distribution, if I could get a count of chiefs and proxies in the room. Just give them a second to get there before you raise your hands. And don't forget, we have some chiefs and proxies at the very far end of the room as well, by choice. If not, we'll move to the presentation. And also a reminder, some of the chiefs may be carrying a proxy, so just to pay attention to that. Yes, you can put your hands down now. Thank you. Well, but I think Chief Hill has helped us twice now to really, like the empty space piece and then the quorum. Who's giving me the thumbs up here from the count?
They're coming on the side.
Yeah. I'm optimistically assuming it's a thumbs up. We await the arrival of 6 delegates. We shall have an information presentation. Graham Marshall, you were going to present some comments on sports culture. Perhaps we'll turn to those as information comments. And just as a note, Graham Marshall is sitting in on behalf of the Nova Scotia Regional Chief, who's away on vacation. Please, so not available. Please help me welcome Graham Marshall.
Walalio. Kwe,
Jalasi Sid Norama. Indalwasi Gray Marshall, Nasby Regional Office, Atlantic. Waldazi Nanige Bijidayo will Augusku Guchid will AFN General Assembly. Ilia Willostogaway will Augusku. Uchid Nova Scotia Regional Office. Good afternoon, National Chief, elders, guests. As I said in my own language, I like to acknowledge the traditional unceded territory of the Wolastoq people. I am presenting this update on sports and recreation on behalf of the AFN. The Students on Ice Foundation educates the world's youth of the importance of the polar regions, supports them in continued personal and professional growth, and inspires and catalysts initiatives that contribute to global sustainability. The Arctic 29 expedition will bring together more than 130 high school and university students from across the Arctic and around the world, along with inspired scientists, elders, artists, musicians, dignitaries, historians, thought leaders, and innovators. Immersed in nature and engaged in cross-disciplinary activity, students will be inspired, motivated, educated, and challenged. Of the 130 students, 66 are Indigenous, just over half. These include 39 Inuit, 22 First Nations, 2 Métis, and 3 Indigenous outside of Canada. Of the 22 First Nations, 10 students are here from Mi'kma'ki, Atlantic Canada. Over a 2-week period, led by a global team of Indigenous and non-Indigenous scientists, artists, experts, educators, and visionary leaders, youth will develop a deeper understanding and a more appreciation for the changing of the Arctic and its peoples. Following the expedition, this diverse group will work collectively and individually to create new ideas, partnerships, initiatives addressing the many challenges and opportunities facing the Arctic and the planet. This year's educational pillars are climate change, ocean literacy, and conservation, sustainable development goals, and healthy communities. The Pan American Games are a multi-sport event governed by the Pan American Sports Organization being held in Lima, Peru, with preliminary rounds and events starting July 24th. Through this unique pilot program, 7 of these are First Nations youth from across Canada, traveling to Peru to witness the games and experience the Peruvian indigenous culture and visit Machu Picchu. These 7 First Nations youth are all elite athletes between the ages of 16 to 20 years. They will also connect with local Indigenous youth and participate in various special events throughout the week. Juanique Horn Miller, Olympian and inductee of the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame, will lead the youth in this amazing journey. Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner Marie Wilson and Wilton Littlechild will be participating as Elder Ambassador for the youth delegation for the Pan Am Games. In addition, the group will be supported with a translator and a local guide. We all know these wherever we go throughout the world. This is a life-changing opportunity, and we hope to demonstrate to youth that they matter as Indigenous young people, that their sport, their dreams are important and feasible. Lastly, we want to realize that each of them belongs at the world at this level of competition. Together, we can help create a path forward for our youth that encourages the dream with your support to help them realize those dreams. Now, with the North American Indigenous Games is a multi-sport event involving Indigenous North American athletes staged intermittently since 1990. The Games are governed by the North American Indigenous Games Council, a 26-member council of representatives from 13 provinces and territories in Canada. in 13 regions in the United States. The Indigenous Games are held every 2 years and were previously held in Toronto of 2017. This marks the first time the Games will be played in traditional Mi'kmaq territory in Halifax from July 12 to 18, 2020. Yes. Walalio. Organizers say the 2020 North American Indigenous Games will be the biggest event to hit the East Coast, with more than 5,000 athletes from across Canada and the United States, set to compete in 17 different sports. These will include lacrosse, canoeing, kayaking, rifle shooting, and basketball. The NAGs will take place from July 8th to the 19th, 2020. And it's hoped chiefs and delegates attending the Assembly of First Nations Annual General Assembly the week before will participate in the opening ceremony of the NAGs. So be sure to reserve your hotels as well. Under the IOC policies that allow sports to be added to the Games program, to augment the permanent core Olympic events, these games will see karate, sport climbing, surfing, skateboarding make their Olympic debuts. These are an amazing group of people. And being personally from Mi'kmaq territory and being Mi'kmaq, it's a very proud moment to be here in the General Assembly and look forward to 2020 with all these amazing events going on. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. We hope Mi'kmaq and Wolastoq territory was good and hospitable to you all. Walalio, Msidnogama.
Just in the vein of sports and culture, one of our participants did ask that I make an announcement about something called the world's longest Indigenous hockey game. They're trying to set the Guinness World Record for a longest game. They're going to play for 12 and a half days continuous, and they are looking for Indigenous hockey players. And I assured them that we would be able to find the 40 here. July 1st to 12th, 2020 in Calgary at the Seven Chiefs Sportsplex. And there is a website for those of you who are ardent hockey enthusiasts at WLIHG.com, so World Longest Indigenous Hockey Game. And it's to benefit Alberta Children's Hospital, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, Kids Sports, and WIN Sports, which is, I think, World Indigenous Sports. The other thing I did want to notice is just my incorrection of stating that the regional chief for Nova Scotia was on vacation. He is, in fact, traveling as indicated with the delegation to Peru. Quorum having been established by account at 12:45, so we are well past quorum. So let us turn back to our resolutions. We did have resolution 43 on the table. And so we'll pick that back up. Both the mover, Chief Belrose, and proxy Vice Chief David Pratt, thank you very much, are here in the room. And let's grab my resolution. So again, the Treaty Inherent Rights, 43, sorry, that's the next one. 43 is the Treaty Inherent Rights Sharing discussion. Therefore, be it resolved, and let's put those back on the screen, direct that each committee of the Assembly of First Nations shall reaffirm inherent and treaty rights and shall apply the relevant articles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to their area of responsibility. Direct that each committee of the Assembly of First Nations consider discussions of inherent and treaty rights at each meeting and shall consider including a scan of regional, national, and international activities. The mover previously declined his opportunity to comment. Is there a need for discussion of Resolution 43? Seeing none, let us move to the question. Is there any opposition to Resolution 23? 43, sorry. Second note, more coffee to the chair again. 43, thank you. So on 43, no opposition? Any abstention? Then with your permission, Draft Resolution 43, Treaty Inherent Rights Sharing Discussion is approved by unanimous consensus. Thank you very much. Back to 44? I've got 44. I'll just do 44 while it's here. So let's turn to 44 then. Treaty and Inherent Rights Legal Unit, Chief Clarence Bellegarde and Chief Michael Starr. Are you available in the Assembly? Not seeing a hand. Is there a chief or proxy who will stand as a mover and seconder of Draft Resolution 44? Proxy Vice Chief Pratt and microphone 2. First, just because of the color of your shirt, I thought for a second Chief Lehman put his hat on.
Chief Ira MacArthur.
Thank you very much, Chief MacArthur. So moved, and we've got those names. Chief MacArthur, Vice Chief Pratt as a proxy. Treaty Inherent Rights Legal Unit. I think this is self-explanatory. Let us look at the therefore be it resolves. Direct the development of a national legal unit to assist First Nations across the country in coordinating legal actions to ensure the most efficient and effective legal strategies for the protection of the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations that shall report regularly to this Assembly on progress of legal actions. And 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations to develop a funding model based on own source revenue to support the aforementioned national legal unit. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Seeing no one raising a hand or approaching the mics, then with your permission, we will move to the question on this resolution. Is there any opposition to Draft Resolution 44? Seeing none, are there any abstentions to Draft Resolution 44? Seeing none, then with your permission, we declare that Resolution 44, Treaty and Inherent Rights Legal Unit, is adopted by unanimous consensus. Thank you very much.
There's 5.
Wellington? Wellington?
Okay.
Thank you very much. We now turn to draft resolution number 45, title 100 Wellington Street, moved by Chief Lance Haymond. Chief Haymond, thank you. Seconded, Chief Judy Wilson. Is a chief willing to stand in place of the seconder and second this draft resolution 45? See microphone number 1.
I'll second it. Proxy for Kitigan Zibi, Frankie Cody.
Frankie Cody, thank you very much. We got that. So we have a mover, we have a seconder. They're in the room. Turn to the therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1, further to the AFN Resolution 29-2017, 100 Wellington Street, support the Algonquin Nation to represent their own interest, rights, and title by establishing their own bilateral process with Canada to ensure they are equal partners in the process for the Indigenous people space and without prejudice to their Algonquin title and rights, hold a 25% interest in the 100 Wellington Street building. 2, further to AFN Resolution 29-2017, direct the AFN Executive Committee and the AFN National Chief to ensure that the Algonquin Nation is included as equals in the ongoing process of discussions with the other 2 national Indigenous organizations and the Government of Canada, and that the Algonquin Nation is included in the allocation of space, 25%, in the building at 100 Wellington Street. 3, further to AFN Resolution 29-2017, direct the AFN National Chief to apologize to...
Apparently there's an amended one that was distributed. I'm getting a copy for you to reread.
You're reading the wrong one. Here's the new one.
Microphone number 1.
Chief Lance Heyman, that's not the right resolution. We've been working and modifying that resolution. That's not the final version that's been agreed to be presented.
Table it until you get
It's
the
a-
final version.
Okay, so I am obviously confused. I apologize. It is, we're going to be tabling this until I can get the proper copy. I apologize. Has the proper copy been distributed? It has.
That's the amended one. They got the new one.
Okay, here's your new one.
They got a new one. You guys are confusing. You got too many copies.
Okay, I'm sorry. I am like Ron Burgundy, who just put something in front of me and I read it. Anchorman. So, I will start again. We have a mover, we have a seconder, we have draft resolution number 45. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, support the Algonquin Nation to represent their own interests, rights, and title by establishing a bilateral process with Canada to develop a dedicated Algonquin space in a newly created building between 119 Spark Street and 100 Wellington Street. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations to ensure the Algonquin Nation are equal partners, decision makers, and beneficiaries in the short-term project in 100 Wellington Street through the signing of a partnership agreement between the Algonquin Nation, the AFN, ITK, and the Métis National Council. The partnership agreement would last until such a time when construction is complete on the Algonquin specific site. All decisions in this partnership will be made by consensus. 3, direct the AFN to work with the Algonquin Nation, MNC, ITK to set up a principals committee and technical working group dedicated to the long-term planning and use of 100 Wellington Street and 119 Spark Street to be used by Indigenous leadership, chiefs, tribal councils, First Nations, etc., to conduct intergovernmental business. 4, direct the National Chief to immediately inform the Prime Minister, his relevant ministers, ITK, and MNC of this resolution. Microphone 1, please.
Yes, I'd just like to take the opportunity to speak a little bit to the resolution and the fact that this corrects and clarifies and provides guidance to us all, on this particular project. It's been a long road to get here, and I really appreciate that the Assembly of First Nation recognized the significant contributions that were made by Grand Chief Verna Polson in helping us achieve this objective. But as she stated yesterday, we should have never even have gotten to the point where we had to protest. I'm glad that, through continued dialogue, we were able to find a solution to move forward. And I'm looking forward to the work that needs to get done. The challenge now, of course, is to ensure that Canada lives up to that commitment that it gave to the Algonquin Nation and to the Assembly of First Nations. And I appreciate the fact that the National Chief yesterday acknowledged that, the work of Grand Chief Polson didn't only benefit the Algonquin. We were actually able to get the Government of Canada to commit in writing to be a part of the full parliamentary precinct project. And I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the work of Bob Watts and Amber and Natasha, who worked diligently with us over the last week to come up with wording that would be acceptable to all. And my final comment, and it was a message that Chief Kirby White Duck wanted me to provide the Assembly as he had to leave yesterday, is that his community fully supports this resolution, and we're looking forward to moving together as a cohesive Algonquin Nation to realize this project. And quite frankly, Appreciate the fact that this project galvanized us to the point where we've had to put aside our differences and find a way to work together for the benefit of our nation. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the resolution.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Chief Don Miracle, Mohawks the Bay Quinte. First of all, I want to say to congratulate Chief Verna Paulson on the work that she's done to make this possible. I, however, did put forth some requests for an amendment to the resolution that would respect the rights of others who also have an interest in that territory. On August the 4th, 1701, there was a treaty gathering of 1,000 people, and 39 chiefs signed the 1701 treaty, the Haudenosaunee and the Algonquin, to share that land, to share the resources of that territory, to put an end to warfare over the access to the fur trade. So other groups have used it as well, but there's no recognition of that in the resolution. So I would like to know if the mover and seconder would make reference that to respect the rights of the Haudenosaunee people stemming from the treaty that was signed on August the 4th, 1701, between 39 chiefs, Algonquins and Haudenosaunee and others, at the treaty conference on that day.
Look to the mover and seconder to
So
see
I would
if...
request another clause be put in there that that those rights also be respected.
So, a number 5, Chief Miracle?
Yes, please.
Number 5, and that, so I look to the mover and seconder to see if those amendments are accepted. We are currently reviewing the articles of the resolution. Microphone number 1, please.
Chief Lance Hayman, we've discussed and we can't accept the amendment or the suggestion.
Okay, is there a comment from, no further comment? So a friendly amendment was rejected. So we have a resolution. We have it read into the record. It is draft resolution number 45. Question has been called. All those opposed to this resolution? All those opposed? Thank you. I see 5. Chief Miracle, your opposition is noted. Any abstentions to this resolution, number 45? 3? 4? 4 abstentions? 5? Thank you. This resolution is carried.
I heard the French. Yes, it is. Donc, nous allons poursuivre pour ce projet de résolution en français. Alors, il s'agit d'un projet de résolution qui n'a pas entré dans le processus régulier de résolution, mais qui est arrivé dans les délais pour l'extension des late resolution, sorry. Donc, mais c'est un projet de résolution urgent. Alors, Emergency Draft Resolution number 22. Donc, le projet de résolution urgent numéro 22. Et puis, nous allons aller... Est-ce qu'on peut avoir le texte à l'écran? Français et anglais. Donc, anglais à ma droite et français à ma gauche. Alors, qui sont les chefs? Nous cherchons le chef moved by... Chief Christian is the mover in the assembly. I can see the mover here. Et le projet de résolution a été appuyé par Chef Pelletier. Est-ce que Chef Pelletier est dans la salle? I can see mic number 1, please.
Chief Elaine Johnson, Chief Duke Pelche has asked me to second it, and I've agreed. Just to comment why. Because there is another resolution from Ontario that we're asking for support, and so there was an agreement that we would support each other's resolution.
Thank you. Le nom? Can someone just clarify the name? It's Chief Elaine Johnson. Oh, Chief Johnson. Donc, nous allons aller, le proposeur et le coproposeur étant dans la salle, nous allons maintenant aller lire le projet de résolution dans la section de la décision. Alors, pour ces motifs, les chefs en assemblée. Et le titre, pardon, je n'ai pas lu le titre, ce serait une bonne idée. Donc, loi concernant les enfants, les jeunes et les familles des Premières Nations, des Inuits et des Métis. Soutien à une approche propre à la Colombie-Britannique pour la planification de la transition et de la mise en œuvre. Pour ces motifs, les chefs en assemblée, 1. Demandent au Canada et au gouverneur en conseil de faire immédiatement entrer en vigueur tous les articles de la loi concernant les enfants, les jeunes et les familles des Premières Nations, des Inuits et des Métis. 2. Demande au Canada d'appuyer et de financer une approche propre aux Premières Nations de la Colombie-Britannique pour la transition et la mise en œuvre de la loi, en travaillant par l'entremise du groupe de travail tripartite déjà établi de la façon suivante. A. En maintenant l'orientation d'autres tables d'édification des nations. B. En se conformant à l'affirmation du droit inhérent à l'autodétermination tel qu'énoncé dans la Déclaration des Nations unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones. Et on poursuit. Numéro 3. Enjoignent au Canada et à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations de veiller à ce que les tables établies de nation en nation et les tables régionales des Premières Nations aient la priorité sur une table nationale lors de l'élaboration de tout plan de mise en œuvre de la loi. 4. Enjoignent au Canada et à l'APN de veiller à ce que tout processus ou mécanisme national de mise en œuvre lié à la loi assure A. La transparence et l'obligation de rendre compte dans toutes les activités. B. Que les détenteurs de droits et du titre des Premières Nations déterminent librement la portée et et l'orientation des activités de mise en œuvre, de sorte qu'aucune autre agence régionale ou organisation nationale ne puisse décider de la voie à suivre pour la mise en œuvre en Colombie-Britannique sans le consentement des Premières Nations de la Colombie-Britannique. Donc, c'était le dernier le dernier paragraphe de cette section. Alors, est-ce que je me tourne maintenant vers le proposeur et le coproposeur pour déterminer s'ils ont des explications additionnelles? Microphone number 1, please.
Chief Elaine Johnson, Serpent River First Nation. My understanding is that we were asked to support VC's Resolution 22 with the understanding that there's going to be a 26 that we're asking to have that support for our resolution in Ontario. As you're aware, yesterday there were some concerns about the legislation. We know that the regulations, it is now royal assent, but we do need to work on the regulations, and there are issues in Ontario. As I mentioned yesterday, we have the 65 welfare agreement. So we are willing to support BC's resolution, and we're just asking for support for other resolutions, so that's why I'm seconding it.
Thank you. Microphone number 1 again, please.
Cookby Christian. In our language, there's two words that sort of explains this. And so and what that means is help each other. And the other part is Kanukanchut, which is help oneself. So in this process, what we're doing is we're helping each other because yes, there are differences, but we each have our responsibilities. So we help ourselves and we help each other. So we support and move this resolution, and when that resolution 26 come forward, we're going to support it. So it's really about how do we actually work together.
Thank you. Is there a need for further discussion on emergency draft resolution number 22? The question has been asked. Donc, nous allons demander le vote. Alors, est-ce que toutes les personnes qui sont contre le projet de résolution, levez votre cocarde, s'il vous plaît. Je ne vois personne. Est-ce qu'il y aurait des abstentions dans la salle? Aucune. Donc, avec votre permission, chef et mandataire, je déclare le projet de résolution urgent numéro 22 adopté par consensus. Merci.
Thank you very much. As identified by Chief Elaine Johnson, draft emergency resolution number 26 is now before you. The Ontario specific process to Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families, moved by Chief Elaine Johnson, Serpent River, seconded by Chief Wayne Christian, Splatson First Nation, both being present. Resolution straightforward. Reviews the resolution passed by the Chiefs of Ontario on this, and then moves to the therefore be it resolves. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly affirm that the honor of the Crown requires Canada to act with honor, integrity, good faith, and fairness in their dealings with First Nations peoples and nations, call upon Canada to hold and fund discussions and negotiations directly with Ontario First Nations, which will include discussions on funding for the development, implementation, and operationalization of First Nations laws and systems outside of an act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families, the act, consistent with the principle of substantive equality and actual needs. These negotiations shall be guided by Ontario First Nations political processes who take their direction from the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly. 3, affirm that no national or provincial organization shall decide on the implementation pathway in Ontario without the consent of First Nations of Ontario, including consent in the development of regulations under the Act. 4, direct Canada and the Assembly of First Nations to ensure that established nation-to-nation and First Nations regional tables are prioritized over any AFN national table processes in regards to negotiations and discussions to work outside and inside of the Act. 5, direct Canada and the AFN to ensure that any national table process shall affirm and assert in a manner that guarantees transparency and accountability with the rights holders as it relates to the Act. And 6, affirm that First Nations rights, title, and jurisdiction shall be respected, including First Nations who choose to or not to participate in the act. Is there a need for discussion? Microphone 1.
Chief Elaine Johnson, Serpent River First Nation. Just a minor amendment was brought to my attention on the therefore be it resolved number 2, and it's the final, it says these negotiations shall be guided by Ontario First Nations political processes, period. So take out who take their direction from the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly.
Thank you very much. So a simple deletion. Thank you very much for that, ending after the word political processes. Any need for further discussion of Emergency Resolution 26 as amended? Seeing no need and being, encouraged to call the question, let us call the question. Is there any opposition to Emergency Resolution 26? Seeing none, are there any abstentions? Seeing none, then with your permission, this resolution is adopted by unanimous consensus. Thank you.
42. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn the delegation's attention to resolution number 42. Support the declaration by Indigenous nations and peoples on Indigenous territories, colonial doctrines, and the underlying myth of Crown title. Moved by Chief Judy Wilson. She is here. Seconded by Henry Lewis. I believe his proxy is here, yes. Did a mover or seconder wish to speak on this resolution? Number 42.
White Kakaitep. Hello? Hello?
Microphone number 2, please.
White Kakaitep. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Microphone 2, please.
Okay. White Kakaitep, Chief Judy Wilson, the Skoneth, Secwepemc Nation. I just wanted to say we were part of a delegation that went to Geneva, and we worked with the treaty nations and some of the other nations across Canada, and we developed this document, and it was presented to the United Nations in regard to I think the third committee in 2016, I believe. So that's where the body of all of that comes from, and I think the language was all put in to the resolution. I just wanted to give a little bit of background because the document couldn't be attached to it, but it was a coalition of inherent town right and treaty nations that developed it.
Thank you very much. Mover, seconder, any comments? Seeing none, I will read the therefore be it resolved in draft resolution number 42. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1 affirm that the federal recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights framework is rejected because the rights recognition framework's legislative and policy components were developed without many First Nations involved or consistent pursuant to the Assembly of First Nations consent pursuant to the Assembly of First Nations Resolution 67, 2018, rejection of the recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights framework and associated processes. Is there a need for discussion on Resolution 42? Is there a need for discussion on Resolution 42? Question has been called. Any opposition? Anybody opposed to Resolution 42? Seeing none. Any abstentions from Resolution 42? Seeing none. Resolution is passed by unanimous consent. Thank you very much.
Donc, nous arrivons maintenant à la portion de notre agenda, de notre ordre du jour qui concerne l'éducation. Et nous allons accueillir le chef régional Archibald qui va nous présenter, faire quelques mots introductifs pour présenter cette section de notre plan de travail pour la journée. Et nous procéderons ensuite à l'adoption de différentes résolutions, projets de résolution qui concernent l'éducation. Il y aura les projets de résolution 23, 24 et 25 qui ont été amendés et dont les copies vous ont été distribuées. So let's now turn our attention to education, and I'll invite Regional Chief Archibald to join us. Thank you.
Merci, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Chiefs. I am just here to talk briefly about the 3 resolutions that are in the Education Omnibus package. I do, of course, want to thank the Willistook for having us here. It's been a wonderful visit, and I say Gachamiigwech for your hospitality. There are 3 resolutions, and I will just really speak to them very quickly. Chiefs, you know that we are at a significant time for First Nations education, and I am pleased to see that within the last few months, the first steps toward closing the gap in education outcomes for our children and students have been made. When you look at those resolutions, I'm just going to summarize that on Resolution 23, the Chiefs Committee on Education is asking you to support this resolution to ensure that all curriculum taught in schools about First Nations is written and told by First Nations. Resolution 24, education infrastructure. Again, we are asking Chiefs for you to support this resolution because the federal government policies around school infrastructure needs to be revamped with First Nations leading that process. Resolution 25, additional funding for K-12 education. Again, the Chiefs Committee is asking you to support this resolution for additional funding for our students in K-12 schools. So those are the 3 resolutions, and we thank you in advance for supporting our children and ensuring that we have an education system that prepares them for the world and to have good lives. Miigwech.
Nous allons présenter les projets de résolution 23, 24 et 25. Je vais également inviter l'équipe du comité de résolution à venir nous retrouver. I'll invite the committee resolution representative to come and join us to continue our resolution talk. So, draft resolution number 23, 24, and 25. Who is the mover and the seconder? Here's your mover and seconder. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Merci pour votre patience. Donc, the mover for this education bundle, donc le proposeur pour ce projet de résolution omnibus concernant l'éducation est le chef McNeil, Proxy McNeil. Are you in? I can see him. Thank you. And the seconder, is Chief Grier. I'm sorry if I mispronounced. Thank you. So, this bundle of resolution concerns education, and we will go directly to there it is resolved that And we will start with draft resolution number 23. Nous allons continuer en français pour les chefs francophones. Nous leur montrons du soutien et respect également. Donc, on poursuit projet numéro 23 qui s'intitule « Élaboration d'un plan décennal de mise en œuvre de l'enseignement des traités ». Yes, there is one. Yes, yes. He confirmed. Pour ces motifs, les chefs en Assemblée, 1, demandent au gouvernement du Canada d'élaborer et d'établir, en consultation et en collaboration avec les Premières Nations, un plan décennal de mise en œuvre de l'enseignement des traités qui garantira que chaque école, chaque année d'études et chaque classe auront accès aux ressources et à la formation requise pour l'enseignement des traités. 2, et vous voyez les changements sont identifiés en rouge sur les versions à l'écran. 2, demande au gouvernement du Canada de fournir aux Premières Nations la capacité financière pour l'élaboration et l'établissement d'un plan décennal de mise en œuvre de l'enseignement des traités. Le plan décennal de mise en œuvre de l'enseignement des traités sera dirigé et supervisé par les Premières Nations. 3, demande au Conseil des ministres de l'Éducation, en partenariat avec les Premières Nations, d'appuyer le caractère obligatoire de l'enseignement des traités dans chaque système scolaire provincial et territorial, tout en veillant à ce que la mise en œuvre soit pertinente sur les plans culturels, historiques et linguistiques, tels que prescrits par les Premières Nations et leurs aînés. Nous allons au projet de résolution numéro 24, intitulé « Examen des infrastructures scolaires des Premières Nations ». Allons directement dans la section « Il est résolu pour ces motifs, les chefs en Assemblée ». 1. Réaffirme les droits inhérents et issus de traités des Premières Nations à l'éducation. 2. Réaffirme que l'éducation des Premières Nations relève de la compétence de chaque Première Nation. 3. Affirme qu'un examen des infrastructures scolaires des Premières Nations n'a pas pour but d'empêcher les Premières Nations de faire progresser leur processus actuel relatif aux infrastructures ou d'y nuire. 4. Appuie les changements aux politiques et aux programmes relatifs aux infrastructures scolaires des Premières Nations qui a. Respecte les droits inhérents et issus de traités à l'éducation des Premières Nations, respecte et encourage le contrôle par les Premières Nations de l'éducation et respecte les obligations juridiques et découlant de traités de la Couronne envers les Premières Nations et s'y conforme. B. Reflète les besoins et les lacunes des Premières Nations à l'échelle locale et communautaire. C. Veille à ce que les besoins en financement des immobilisations en éducation soient fondés sur la croissance démographique prévue dans les communautés des Premières Nations. D. Veille à ce que 100% des coûts réels soient consacrés au fonctionnement et à l'entretien des infrastructures scolaires des Premières Nations. 5. Appuie le Comité des chefs sur l'éducation, le Conseil national indien de l'éducation et l'Assemblée des Premières Nations pour qu'ils entreprennent et dirigent un examen par les Premières Nations des politiques fédérales sur les infrastructures scolaires qui tiennent compte des besoins à l'échelle locale et communautaire et favorisent des approches et des modèles régionaux. Nous allons maintenant à au dernier projet de résolution, le numéro 25, qui est intitulé « Financement supplémentaire pour l'éducation primaire et secondaire des Premières Nations ». Et nous allons directement à la section pour ces motifs. Les chefs en Assemblée, 1. Réaffirme les droits inhérents et issus de traités des Premières Nations à l'éducation. 2. Réaffirme que l'éducation des Premières Nations relève de la compétence de chaque Première Nation. 3. Demande au gouvernement du Canada de respecter les engagements énoncés dans la résolution 65-2017 de l'APN, nouvelle approche de financement provisoire de l'éducation des Premières Nations, et réitérée dans le mémoire au cabinet. 4. Demande au gouvernement du Canada de travailler en partenariat avec les tables rondes techniques dirigées par les Premières Nations à l'échelle régionale, d'autres Premières Nations, et ou dans le cadre de processus définis par des traités afin de déterminer les coûts et les besoins réels de chaque Première Nation tels qu'ils ont été établis et évalués par les Premières Nations. 5. Demande au gouvernement du Canada d'investir davantage en 2020 dans l'éducation élémentaire et secondaire des Premières Nations afin de conclure des ententes locales, régionales ou des traités qui reflètent de façon précise et adéquate les divers besoins et circonstances des apprenants, des écoles, des collectivités et des organismes scolaires des Premières Nations. Donc, ça termine notre projet de résolution numéro 25. Alors, j'aimerais demander, je me retourne devant la salle et je regarde pour le proposeur, co-proposeur. So, our mover or seconder have comments or explanations they would like to make. I have a request to hear it in French. A bit of fun. No. Okay, so is there a need for discussion on this bundle of draft resolution? Microphone number 1, please.
Chief Crowchild, I want to go back to resolution number 23 and therefore be it resolved. It's asking for 10-year treaty education implementation. So that goes against our treaty-based arrangements. It has to be longer than 10 years. So I'd like to make that be noted, maybe to add that in, I suppose, because 10 years is not enough.
A minimum, maybe? We could maybe add a minimum?
It's just that it's going against treaty-based arrangements. You know, this is why we talked about it in our interim report on fiscal relations. We have to go beyond these 10-year agreements and that, based on treaty. So resolution number 24, again, number 5.
Chief, sorry, just to make clear, just for everyone here to make sure everyone understood the amendment. So number 1, we would add, I will read it, call upon the Government of Canada with the consultation and cooperation of First Nations to develop and establish at a minimum of 10-year treaty education implementation plan, and the rest stays. Are you okay with this amendment? Does it reflect what you just said?
Well, I guess that's the compromise there, isn't it?
It's a compromise. Okay. And the mover and the seconder, they are in agreement with it? Thank you. Okay, we can continue.
Okay, number 24.
So draft project number 24.
Yeah. Number 5. Okay, so Assembly of First Nations to engage and lead a First Nations review. No, I think what I would say that this review sort of comes under our collection of our authority, not just actually I actually forgot what I was going to say there. It's not for the Assembly of First Nations to lead the review. It comes under all the different nations' authority. So I don't know what that looks like. But I would say I don't agree with having AFN kind of engage, yeah, okay, and lead a First Nations review. I guess it just goes against treaty-based arrangements again. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how to reword that, but it was something that just popped up as we were reading through it. I got the French translator. That's why I knew what you were saying.
But are you suggesting an amendment, or it's just an opinion based on this specific?
I would say an amendment.
An amendment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it actually looks like right at the moment.
Okay, we'll
yeah.
Pardon? Okay, but I'm not sure if the resolution committee. Okay, so we'll come back with it. So we can. Do you have other?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm all yours.
Remember, I got this translator on. Okay, resolution number 25, number Number 3.
25, number 3. Number 25, number 3.
Yeah. Okay, it says the real cost and needs of each First Nation as researched and costed by the First Nation. We actually have, as sovereign nations, we have to determine what data we're going to collect for ourselves and what data we're going to allow anybody else to access. And I think it just kind of needs to say something similar to that.
Okay, so
it's all in the wording, the wordsmithing. And I just think it needs to have much stronger words or say those things, hey, this is our data. This is what we fight for. This is what the fiscal arrangement was talking to.
Okay. I'm looking in. Okay, I will ask if you can work with the resolution committee, and we'll come back after when we have something that that you're in acceptance with.
Okay, thank you. Yes, guys.
Thank you, Chief. Mic number 2, please.
Oh, I was sleeping. Nowhere in the resolutions, and I
Chief
know
Joe Norton, the Grand Chief Joe Norton, sorry.
Grand Chief Joe Norton, Mohawk Council Ganawagi. Nowhere in these resolutions that reflect treaty, and I'm wondering, pre-Confederation treaties, because that's where our people come from, and I know in the East here, there are many nations tribes who've won court cases, and a lot of things like that, all on pre-Confederation treaties. So I hope the interpretation of treaty includes that too, and if not, it should be reflected somewhere.
We can ask the clarification to the mover and the seconder, but
what?
It's not for me to answer that question.
I don't expect you to do that. I'm just asking. I'm asking it.
Tyron McNeil, Tribal Chief Stalo Tribal Council, proxy for Kukwapil First Nation. You'll see in all of our resolutions coming from the Chiefs Community Education, we're always really clear in the therefores where we reaffirm First Nations inherent and treaty rights to education. It's up to the treaty folks to determine what treaty means there. I'm not treaty, so I'm not going to determine it. And that's standard language that we've used in the CCOE for the last 10 years. So whatever treaty means to you, it means to you. On Resolution 24, on the 5th therefore, it speaks to the CCOE and IEC engaging and leading a review reflective of local and grassroots level needs. I don't see how we can get more into grassroots than that, and I'd suggest that we don't amend that. On Resolution 25, it speaks to, Part 4 speaks to research and costed by First Nations. So it's up to each First Nation to determine the amount of data, what are the data sets, what are the indicators, how you measure them, when do you measure them, and similarly for the cost drivers. It's up to each of us to determine, and I think there's a tremendous amount of flexibility in both those clauses that leave it up to the communities or treaties or nations or tribal councils to determine themselves. So, Madam Chair, I'd recommend that they stay as they are broad and inclusive at the same time.
And are you seconder or mover?
I'm the mover.
Sorry. You're the mover.
Yes.
The seconder is okay. Grand Chief Norton, would you like to make another amendment, or you're okay with the answer? Thank you. Thank you. Microphone number 1, please.
Manawalain. My name is Jaime Batiste. I'm the Treaty Education Lead for Nova Scotia. I have been given proxy by Chief Leroy Denny, who's on the Chief Council on Education. I wanted to give the floor a little bit of a context on Resolution 23 that we helped draft. One of the things that this resolution came from the AFN Education Conference that we had in Halifax. The first day we spent on that AFN Education Conference was entirely on treaty education. And we had every region from Canada talk to us about what they were doing for treaty education in Canada. And we had a great presentation from Grand Chief Willie Littlechild from Alberta. And Grand Chief Willie Littlechild talked through all of the things between the TRC and UNDRIP and said that Canada should be a leader in treaty education within 10 years. And what we've done is during the Chiefs Council on Education, we've talked with treaty commissioners from across Canada and getting their partnership with this resolution. I just wanted to say that this is I've talked to my learned colleague who had the issue with it from 10 years, and he understood about that this came from Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild's recommendation at that conference, agreed to by all the treaty commissioners in the regions, and saying that this is what we need to move forward. And so, I just want to, in my closing, thank the AFN education team, thank the National Chief for his leadership on treaty education, and thanks for the resolution, because this resolution is made to ensure that every class, every grade, every school in every province of Canada is taking treaty education and has teachers that not only have the resources, but the training to do it within 10 years. Walalio.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 1, please. At the order, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Lynn Akus, Zagame Nishnavik. I want to just say one thing about treaty education. We've had treaty education mandated by the province of Saskatchewan, so it's taught in provincial schools. So my girl, she went to provincial school from grade 3 to grade 11. And when she was I believe in grade 6, she had a quiz on the treaty unit. And there was a fill-in-the-blank question asking, what does a treaty relationship mean to you? Right? And so she answered, a treaty relationship means that I have a relationship with everything, animals, grass, trees, blah, 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 right? Everything in creation was what she was trying to say, and she got it wrong. The teacher marked her answer wrong. So we teach our kids that treaty relationship is not just about our treaties with the settlers, right? We teach our kids a different approach to treaty, that it's a different relationship, that it also encompasses all of creation. So I'm saying be careful what you wish for, because your children could come home crushed, because what you teach them at home may not be necessarily what is taught in the classroom. So I just want to say that. I want to refer to resolution number 24, number 5, support the Chiefs Committee on Education, National Indian Education Council, and Assembly of First Nations to engage and lead a First Nations review reflective of local and grassroots level needs on federal policies concerning education infrastructure that supports regional models and approaches. I just have some questions about the intent of clause number 5. I'm concerned that there'll be this national review that will supplant the work that we're already doing with partners in education. For instance, Zagame is working with the Crooked Lake Agency First Nations to resolve some of our issues around our schools and educational infrastructure. So I need to be reassured that our work on the ground won't be supplanted, and that funding, essential funding that gets to the community level to do these studies on educational infrastructure will not be withheld because there's a national body doing this work. So I just want someone to answer that question. Miigwech.
Thank you. So I turn now to a mover or seconder to give some reassurance or clarifications. We need to answer first the question of Chief at mic 1, and then after we'll go to mic number 2, and it's your turn, I swear. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you. Appreciating the question. If you look on the same resolution, number 3 speaks to affirm that a review concerning First Nations education infrastructure is not intended to detract or hinder First Nations from advancing the current infrastructure processes. So that speaks to it directly. And then the very end of therefore 5 speaks to education concerning education infrastructure that supports regional models and approaches. And we have a broad definition of regional models. It could be an entire province or a territory, a tribal council, or a community. So both of those speak in direct support of the question that was raised earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And microphone number 2, it is our final question. Microphone number 2, please.
Yes, Isidore Day, proxy for Attawapiskat First Nation. And I move the resolution 23-219. And I did that because the importance of treaty can't be understated. And we must recognize that this is really about the relationship with the Crown. And the diversity of treaties and non-treaty across the land give rise to the need to educate the settler society about the importance of treaty. In the Ontario region a couple of years ago, they offered us a treaty day in Ontario. The political confederacy dialogued, and they indicated we need at least a week to discuss this. And that was accepted by the Ontario government. I do want to note, however, that part of what the confusion is around our treaties is the diversity. But we're more than treaty as Indigenous people. We have inherent rights and sovereignty, and that should always be the foundation of this work. And it should always clarify the confusion around the relationship. So again, I support the resolution on that note.
Thank you very much. So I turn my eyes to the resolution committee because we were looking for some amendments. The wording of some amendments. I can understand. Yes, but so what I could suggest is to table this until such time the amendments are, the wording is before us. I have, yes, microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I explained each of the amendment requests. The seconder and I agreed to that first amendment in Resolution 23, but I responded in such a way to the other suggested recommendeds that we weren't accepting them.
Oh, you were not accepting?
That's right, and I gave justification as to why we weren't.
So you're not accepting, so we're going to vote, but I see someone at number 1, so the amendments were not accepted, so we're going to vote on the draft resolution with 1 amendment. It was at a minimum of 10 years. Perfect. Thank you. Mic number 1, please.
I want to request that the 3 motions be unbundled because I want to support 2 of them, but I can't support the 1.
So thank you. At this time, the way to proceed is to vote against the bundle.
That's unfair. That's very unfair.
Thank you. So I'm calling the question for the bundle on education, draft resolution number 23, 24, and 25. This bundle of resolution has been moved, seconded, read, and entered into the record. Is there anyone against or in opposition of this bundle of resolution? Sorry, we use another word, is this resolution omnibus on education. I can see 1, 2, 3 opposition, 4, 6, 5, 6. You can lower your lanyard. 6 opposition. Any abstentions or abstention? 1 abstention. 1 abstention. So, I started in French, I'm going to conclude in French also. Donc, je déclare le projet de résolution omnibus sur l'éducation, les numéros 23, 24 et 25 adoptés par la majorité. Merci pour votre patience.
I'd like to turn your attention to draft resolution number 26. As everybody have, it was distributed earlier. There were draft resolution 26, subject, cannabis, title, First Nations Cannabis Council. Moved by Chief Edward Bullrice. So, Bullrice. Chief, you're here? You are here. Seconded by Chief Kristen Sinclair. Did a mover or seconder wish to speak to the resolution? Microphone 1, please, for the mover.
Chief Edward Bowlers with Thessalon First Nation. I'm moving the resolution because I believe, my council believes, the cannabis represents a rare opportunity, an opportunity to generate jobs and long-term wealth for our people. We have jurisdictional right to participate in this industry. I'm calling upon the chiefs and assembly of the First Nations to support those leaders and communities who want to enter the cannabis industry. At the same time, the AFN must help coordinate this process at a national level. We have a sovereign right to use our revenues to build our economies and social support our peoples, our children, our elders. My seconder will have more to say on this matter. Thanks for your support. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 2.
Tansi, Oniganu Christian Sinclair, Opaskwiak Cree Nation. In support of this resolution, the reason being that this industry has already been evolving over the last 2 years and really 20 years in the medical field. Recognizing that a lot of our members are using this for medicinal purpose or Muskegee, we've seen that as a great benefit to our communities. And right now, there are a lot of First Nations coming to Opaskwiak asking for advice on how to do certain things, but there are also those we recognize that are doing it under their own sovereignty, which we fully respect. So there are a lot of moving parts, whether you do it under your sovereignty, whether you're following the legal process under provincial or federal jurisdiction, or in our case, already doing business internationally. So if we bring these elements together in a co-chair position with the Assembly of First Nations, we have to move at the speed of business. And no disrespect to the AFN, the fact being that there has been a working table there, but they can't answer a lot of the questions that we've had for Opaskwayak. So we've been figuring it out and going through that minefield ourselves, and fortunately very successfully for ourselves, and we're sharing that knowledge with other First Nations. But if we take this approach with the full support of the First Nations here, this is going to be a benefit for those that are still thinking about getting into it, because we know the stigma that came with it initially. The sky hasn't fallen. If anything, provincial territorial jurisdictions are trying to keep First Nations out of this industry, knowing it's lucrative, there's a tax base for them, but it's lost opportunity for us if we don't position and take advantage of that accordingly. And a lot of our individual entrepreneurs are challenging that and taking that on, and they're succeeding in what is known as a gray area. What this will allow us to do is work with the provinces and the federal government and do our own First Nation cannabis industry in tandem with theirs to meet or exceed their rules and regulations, and that is happening already. So I look to the support of the Chiefs in Assembly here for your support in moving this forward, with knowledge and knowing that we'll come back for a report in 6 months in partnership with the First Nations. And I know that with some of the chiefs, well, all the chiefs on the executive, they're busy with a number of portfolios. This will only make their job easier with industry expertise to provide it and support it for them. And I know that in a meeting with Regional Chief Kevin Hart, that we would like to have him on that to help move this file forward as we progress.
Thank you very much, Chief. I'll note that I didn't hear anything about samples, but I will defer. Microphone number 1, please.
Saminaka Kyo Tatam Scott now. Ron Lehman, proxy for Beaver Lake Cree Nation. I come from Treaty 6 territory, and within our treaty it says no alcohol in the whole Saskatchewan. That's what it says there. Our ancestors put that in there for a reason. And back in the 1960s, when alcohol was legalized, we weren't part of the picture. We didn't have the ability or we didn't take the opportunity to get up and speak. And but now we do. It's 2019. We have a lot of educated people, and we have a lot of people that know both sides of the spectrum. But for Beaver Lake Cree Nation, I want to be on record that we do not support this. It is a violation of our treaty, and we want people to know that we're not part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. CM Nasiaya, Chief Don Toms, Heartland First Nation. Just a point of order, Mr. Chair. I would request an explanation from legal counsel, the difference between council and committee and the allowances under the charter.
Looking at legal counsel, and he understood your question. Thank you for that. I will turn to microphone number 1 while that point of order is sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first of all want to say that the AFN had their chance to properly develop an approach to cannabis for First Nations with respect to the amendment to the Criminal Code of Canada. We missed that opportunity, and now the First Nations who want to take part in the cannabis industry are now struggling with the regulatory framework of our own and with legal uncertainty around any seed-to-sale operations that may be occurring. So what difference will this make, given the fact that there was already that opportunity to lobby the federal government to have some set-aside legislation for us with respect to the criminal code. And because there was a gap in legislation with respect to Zagame and Anishinaabe, we have already had a referendum on cannabis, and so our people have given us the authority to proceed with cannabis operations in on our reserve lands. So, and we're in the process of developing our own regulatory framework. And so I want to know what's going to make a difference for us. How have things changed now since before legalization, when there was the opportunity to properly lobby the federal government for the kind of certainty that we need? So I asked that question. Miigwech.
Thank you. The mover, seconder want to respond to the question? No? Microphone number 2, please.
Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. I just have a question, and this question leads to, the first resolution in the package went and spoke to the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis and the creation of that to provide advice and recommendations back into. And, as a chief from my community, that's usually what I'm doing, is looking at the AFN for advice, for technical advice and policy support on any type of issue that arises. And this is just one of the other issues that are arising. Now, I'm not sure if this is actually taking this process and moving it from a committee then over into a council. Is that council set up by independent bands, or is it by independent entrepreneurs, or what is the actual formation of that proposed First Nations Cannabis Council? Because if it's a mixture of political, non-political entrepreneurs, I really need some clarifications on what are the parameters in the process. But if it's a Chiefs Committee, I already know what that is, because that's basically what we operate under a lot of their of committees. So in order for me to actually support that, I really need to know the difference, because I come from coming from my community. I'm looking for you guys to actually provide me with technical and policy support. Now, is this is what the original one was, but moving now to a council? Is that a council of entrepreneurs and a mix of politicians, or what is it? I really need to know that, because I really need to, before I can support anything, I need to know what I'm being asked to support.
Thank you for that. I see the seconder is at the mic to answer that specific question, and then we have legal counsel to come and explain the difference between a committee and a council. And so microphone number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see you, microphone 1. You're next.
Yeah, just further to that question, that's exactly the reason why we need to form this, because the chief had, the AFN had a Chiefs Working Committee on this, and the fact of the matter is they just can't keep up to the speed of business of cannabis as it's unrolling. As we say, a day in the business of cannabis is like a month or 2 in the regular business. So we have a number of different cannabis institutions, if you will, that are all working in different tracks right now in tandem to address all these issues. But if we bring them all under one roof, recognizing that we'll have the political support of the AFN in this process, that will get us to the tables of the federal government to say, here's our solution and here's our program, recognizing that there's people following the sovereignty process, some that are in the mainstream, but we'll have them all under one roof, under one umbrella, working together with the full support of the AFN going forward. It doesn't take anything away from the chiefs within the AFN or the executive committee, but what it does is it enhances what they need to do in order to move it in a more progressive fashion, much quicker than the rate it's going now. Because the fact of the matter is, in the case of Opaskwayak, we were lobbying over 2 years ago these issues, including trying to get it on the formulary for FNIHB. That discussion hasn't even come to the table as of yet, and it should have been way back when. So these are the types of discussions that will bring it to the forefront sooner rather than later, and address and be able to answer those questions that everybody has in the different jurisdictions of Canada.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief. Again, just for the record, I will read in draft resolution number 26, moved, seconded, title First Nations Cannabis Council. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1 direct the Assembly of First Nations to replace the Cannabis Task Force with the First Nations Cannabis Council. co-chaired by the regional chief holding the cannabis portfolio and one other individual. The FNCC's mandate is to A, serve as a clearinghouse for information for First Nations interested in becoming educated and informed on cannabis and the cannabis industry, and B, provide recommendations for the AFN cannabis-related communications, funding opportunities, public health and safety, etc., delivered to First Nations and stored in an online repository, and C, seek funding for the FNCC to coordinate First Nations interested in the cannabis industry regionally and nationally, and D, provide viable options in regards to First Nations assertion of inherent jurisdiction over cannabis licensing and regulation throughout First Nations territories. 2, direct the AFN to report back to the First Nations Cannabis Council's progress to the Chiefs in Assembly at the December 2019 Special Chiefs Assembly. So there was a question, a point of order on the difference between a committee and a council, and if the AFN's charter allows for another council to be a part of the AFN body. So I will turn to legal counsel for clarification on that point of order brought forward by the chief.
Good afternoon, chiefs and proxies, once again. The AFN charter only permits for 3 councils. We have the Youth Council, the Council of Elders, and the First Nations Women's Council. Those councils are mandated under the charter. It is possible to create a new council, but that requires a charter amendment in our view. And the terms of reference would have to be brought forward pursuant to the charter amendment processes. So that's the one difference between a council. The AFN has typically used chiefs committees to address these types of issues. They are made up of regional representatives that are chiefs. The chiefs themselves provide direction. It's chaired by a regional chief. There are normal checks and balances with respect to work of chiefs committees. There's accountability measures that are built into the chiefs committee process that everyone is well aware of. With respect to this council that's being proposed, some of those accountability issues are not present at the outset, so they're pretty much unknown. Now, as was described, certain individuals may not be elected officials that be directing work in this area. So that's a big difference between the two. Council itself, under the AFN charter per se, is mandated by the charter. It is an organ of the AFN. Chiefs committees operate under that the AFN process. What's being proposed here, that, as Chief Lewis pointed out, there is a number of gray areas that we're not particularly aware of how that would operate.
Thank you very much. Hearing that, I'll go back to microphone number 2 for comments. You are the mover of this resolution.
Yeah, and that's a great response on the tail end of his presentation, because this whole new industry is opening up a lot of gray areas, and what we want to do is define that and refine that to ensure that we have a seat in this industry, because as we know, we missed out on the industrial age, we missed out on the technology age, but this one was made it specifically clear by 2 past members of parliament that Indigenous people would be part of this, and we're only getting imposed rules and regulations on us and being told when we can and can't participate in this economy. So by designing this and doing this and defining that gray area, I think this becomes a new opportunity for the Assembly of First Nations to clear that opportunity, and maybe we approach this in an ad hoc basis to then formalize it for December, possibly, if it's unknown within your constitution right now.
Thank you for that, Chief. And I will just point out that currently, as this resolution is drafted, it is out of order. It is out of order, and as it's currently drafted. Are you suggesting an amendment to this resolution to bring it back into order?
What I'll ask is for microphone number 1 to go, because we're working on this with a group of parties of interest, if we can, and maybe clarify a little bit more for you and for the forum.
Again, Chief, as it stands currently, the only 3 councils are permitted under the AFN charter: women's, elders, youth.
Yeah, yeah, with that Chiefs Committee that's there, then why don't we look at that and possibly create an ad hoc basis to do that, to then come up with the solution in December, but at least it'll get the wheels moving to achieve what we're doing here, knowing that I'm always out of order. But I'd ask number one to speak to your comment as well, if I can.
Thank you, Chief. I will allow microphone number one to be turned on.
Am I allowed now, Mr. Chair?
For a few minutes.
Isidore Day, Attawapiskat First Nation proxy. Thank you for entertaining this. And again, there's a little bit of turbulent history with regard to this resolution. And when this resolution first came forward, it was a First Nation Cannabis Council, and one of the chiefs that I'm working with had brought this resolution forward very deliberately for the purpose of not wanting this to be stuck at a committee level. Because this is a jurisdictional watershed issue, the complexities and the immediate issues that need to be addressed to ensure that we can be part of this industry, that we can build that jurisdictional framework. It obviously is a bigger challenge than what a AFN committee can handle, and I know that because in my previous life, Ghislain Picard and I, the regional chiefs, we established this task force and tried to do this at a committee level within the AFN. It didn't work. Why? Because the chiefs are busy. There's a lot of priorities. What this resolution is intended to do, and I'll just note there, perhaps this is not a council, perhaps it's an ad hoc body that works with the Chiefs Committee, headed by the regional chief with the portfolio, to address the complexity and immensity of establishing a jurisdictional plan going forward. The reality is this: we are missing the boat, and that's because we were left behind by the federal government at C-45. I can speak to the issue on the excise tax and why we were left out, but that's all spilled milk. We need to figure out what we're going to do going forward. The AFN was not equipped to deal with this issue at that time when the legislation was first presenting itself. What happened after that was a lot of dispensaries, a lot of grow ops and First Nation efforts and interests began to sprout up. And this led to the question of whether or not First Nations are part of the not so-called the gray market anymore, because C-45 was there to eliminate the gray market and delineate from what is legal and what is black market. Our First Nation people are not part of the black market. What do we need to do to fix that? We need to answer all these jurisdictional issues. There's a number of imperative issues that need to be addressed, like taxation, like safety, like education, like community decision-making. There's a lot of logistical issues that a Chiefs Committee just can't handle on its own. So perhaps what this resolution does is, let's make it not out of order. Perhaps you make the change to the title so it behaves in accordance with this charter that seems to be utilized when it's most appropriate. Let's change it. Let's fix it. The reality is here is if we don't do this, our people are going to get left out. Let me simplify this just a little bit here. In the 1950s, our grandfathers, our uncles, our fathers, many of them went out hunting off the reserve. They were thrown in jail for feeding their family. That's the same thing that's happening here. Those people that are doing this in a good way and want this thing to get resolved so that we can be legitimized as First Nation jurisdictions, they need the support of a body that is going to deal with the complexities of this. And the Chiefs Committee at the AFN, headed up by the regional chief with the portfolio, definitely there needs to be a link there.
Thank you.
I'm not finished, Mr. Chair. So think in a non-political sense and think about what we need to do to make jurisdiction work. We've got a number of bodies out there, the Thunderbird Foundation, we've got FNIGC, we've got a number of organizations that will sit on this council to ensure that we have all the regulatory pieces in place. We can build the framework, but when it comes to the systems like taxation and managing compliance and standardization of these operations, why are we looking to outside governments to do that? We need to build the proper process to make that work. That's what this resolution is about.
Thank you. Microphone number 2, please, the seconder of this resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got some expert advice from my veteran chiefs from Saskatchewan here. And I want to thank them for that. And this is a question also for the mover, but I think we might have a solution so that we're back in order, is to replace that word, the Cannabis Working Task Force, or what we propose here is to change it to the Chiefs Committee at AFN. So a friendly amendment for the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis, so that we recognize that the chiefs are still in control and not to see it being as privatized or put in hands outside of AFN. So if we do that, I think we'll achieve that solution. So if we initiate that with that friendly amendment, we'll start working on it now. Come December, we'll have a more solid vehicle to propose that still achieves the end result that we're seeking.
Okay, so you're amending your resolution number 1. Which part? Direct the Assembly of First Nations.
Yep, to change that friendly amendment for a Chiefs Committee on Cannabis. And from what I understand, that by having that, you'll still have the input of the other agencies that are working in 4 different fronts. And recognizing Chief Lee Crowchild as one of the first chiefs to hold a national Indigenous cannabis conference. AFN couldn't do it and hasn't done it. So we're figuring it out ourselves, we're moving along. And that's why I say that if we can do it like that, we're moving faster than the AFN can. That's the reality of the situation. But we can catch them up pretty quick through this friendly amendment, I think, without taking away anything from the AFN in that sense, and ultimately achieve that end result.
Okay, so instead of you're directing the Assembly of First Nations to work with, or you're directing the Assembly of First Nations Chiefs Committee on Cannabis.
Yeah, change that wording, Cannabis Working Task Force, to the Chiefs Committee at AFN.
So but the replace part, the first.
To replace the Cannabis Working Task Force, yeah, change it to the Chiefs Committee at AFN on Cannabis. I don't know if that's what you have.
That's what's currently created. Yes, is there a Chiefs Committee on Cannabis?
Okay. Yep, to stay within according to the chart, but what we wanted to do is still achieve that same result with these outside or committees of expertise that have it in order to achieve that. Because right now it's not working. It's simple as that.
Okay, so how I was advised to bring this resolution into order would be for 1 to read directly Assembly of First Nations to replace the Cannabis Working Task Force with the
Chiefs Committee.
With the AFN Chiefs Committee on Cannabis.
Yes.
And so the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis would become the AFN CCC.
I see.
You see? So that would become that would be the changes that would be made all the way through the resolution.
Yes, and to be able to bring those other agencies to the table to be part of that, and any other province or territory that wants to be part of that.
Yeah, the committee would then invite. Okay,
that's correct.
Have you got the changes? We have the changes. So this resolution has been changed substantially. So thank you for that, Chief.
So I'm back in order.
We're back in business. Microphone number 1, please.
Chief Don Miracle, Mohawks the Bay Quinte. Our council has engaged Sarah Mainville, a lawyer, to work with our council members and community member they've had extensive community consultations, and we are drafting our own regulation, which our members will vote on, and that will be the law of our community to regulate cannabis. So the regulation and licensing will be internal to our community. So I would propose that section 1D read, that the AFN recognize and support First Nations jurisdiction over cannabis licensing and regulation throughout First Nations territories.
So you're asking for a friendly amendment on one
D.
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 Okay.
And it will read, recognize and support First Nations jurisdiction over cannabis licensing and regulation throughout First Nations territories. And I think there's already a resolution from the AFN that was passed at an earlier meeting calling for the same thing, that it's up to the First Nations to regulate, not the AFN. But what you need to do is make sure that the government respects the First Nations authority to license and regulate. I can tell you that before Bill C-45 was passed, pardon me? What do you want there, Gerald? Okay. So before Bill C-45 was passed, we asked Bill Blair, who was in charge of the federal file for the Liberal government, to amend the criminal code so that First Nations licensing authority and jurisdiction to pass regulation would be recognized. That didn't happen. There didn't seem to be any call from the AFN to do that. And so we were kind of a voice crying in the wilderness. And we knew that our people were going to go ahead with or without support, and they have. There's a number of cannabis stores operating in our First Nations communities. They're networking. They're setting up shops in other jurisdictions because there's a general lack of economic opportunity. You know, the federal government's not invested a lot of money in recent years in economic development, so what else would you expect? The same thing happened with tobacco. You know, the province, the federal government said delegated the authority to the province to decide how it was going to be in our First Nations communities. And it shouldn't be that way. Our communities should be deciding the way things are going to be in our community, not Mr. Ford and his cabinet who know little about our community or perhaps even care less. So the regulation is First Nations, and other Mohawk communities have also made their own regulation and passed interim regulations that are going to be voted on. So the community is going to decide. We're not going to wait for somebody else to decide for us. And whatever our people say it'll be, that's the way it will be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So there is a friendly amendment proposed, mover, seconder, that D is changed and recognize and support First Nations inherent jurisdiction over cannabis license and regulation through First Nations territories. Are you okay with that? Thank you. I see 6 people standing at the mics. We do have a regional chief who is able to speak to us, but are all of you requesting amendments to this resolution? Yes? Yeah. Okay. Microphone 2.
Waikashal Halte Peace Nixil, Harvey McLeod, Chief, Upper Nicola, British Columbia. I'm really happy that we're having this discussion. It's been a long time coming, and there's a lot that's happened since the bill was passed. We've looked for ways on how we're going to get involved, and we're out the gate a little late. Chasing the bill here in Ottawa and also the relationship between the government and our provinces. At home, we had to do the work. We had to do the heavy lifting to understand exactly what was happening, to ensure that, one, we were informed about what was happening and we understand what's happening. Secondly, to be involved in the process. It's taken some time for us, or for myself, to really understand the industry, and knowing that there are a lot of issues in our homes. We've dealt with the social issues, the social impacts of cannabis, marijuana, grass, weed, whatever we want to call it. We faced that. And our community is looking at it now and saying, God, you just legalized weed, marijuana. What's going on? The world is going crazy. But at the same time, we have industry. A approaching us and wanting to work with us in partnership to develop the industry. So I had to roll up my sleeves and really understand what was going on. So we involved ourselves. We have a table in British Columbia that is working with the province to understand and influence the licensing and the process on how things are done there. And at the same time, looking for ways on how we can enhance and support our nation. One, jurisdiction. Who has jurisdiction over this? Does the province have it? No. Does the feds have it? No. We do. And secondly, taxing. Being involved in the industry at that level, at the financial level, and at the same time, looking for ways and holding space so that we have an opportunity to be involved in the industry when our communities are ready. Right now, the race is on and the market is being flooded. We're being approached each and every day by companies wanting to do business with us, and we really don't understand. And at the same time, we've been wanting to have discussions with the feds. What are you doing? You got to involve us. And it hasn't been there. So I really like the discussion. I like the last amendment about changing it from a council to back to committee. But at the same time, look at maybe recommending that we have an E and an F in the whereases. Operate under the directives outlined in the AFN Charter and standards of AFN Chiefs Committees, including in terms of reference for the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis. And F, ensure regional representation within its composition by requesting each regional chief to appoint one chief and one chief alternate to serve on the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis, supported by AFN technicians. So with that, White Limlin.
Thank you. I looking to the seconder.
It's under the therefores.
Yeah, under the therefore. So Chief Sinclair, there's two amendments that are being proposed. I'll ask Chief to read them again. It's under 1. There's a E and an F. So
it's under the therefore it be resolved. It'll come after D and it'll be E. Operate under the directives outlined in the AFN Charter and the standards of AFN Chiefs Committees, including a terms of reference for the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis. And F, ensure regional representation within its composition by requesting each regional chief to appoint one chief and one chief alternate to serve on the Chiefs Committee on Cannabis, supported by AFN technicians.
thank you. Those friendly amendments were accepted, and our resolution committee, I believe, has them. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn quickly to Regional Chief TG.
Thank you. As the portfolio holder, this has come under economic development, and since it has been legalized in October of last year, and this has fallen upon myself in January, we wanted to have a meeting early, and in March we tentatively have a meeting, but it had to be delayed, the national meeting. But nevertheless, at the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, we did have our meeting, and as Chief Harvey McLeod said, we do have a working group, a British Columbia working group that has been dealing with cannabis in British Columbia. Very fortunate. We're moving in that region, but for this, I believe if it's under the charter, if it is a Chiefs Committee, it could go ahead and it's in order. And I totally agree with Chief Harvey McLeod's amendments, and that's workable. It's that terms of reference where we bring in the experts and that oversight and the technical people that would advise those chiefs that are part of this working group. That's the really important part that I think the mover and the seconder are looking for. So that would really work, and that would really support what we're trying to do here. So with those amendments, I would suggest to move ahead. So I do have to leave. I have to catch a plane in about half an hour. So send me when you figure it out so I could move ahead with this.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. So there are a lot of, does everybody have an amendment that, is everybody going to be amending this, this resolution? I'll ask you to keep comments to a minimum. We have a very ambitious agenda. This resolution has been substantially amended. The mover has accepted all of the recommendation amendments. So I'll ask to keep comments very brief. Microphone number 1, please. Microphone 1.
Chief Greg Najwan, Chippewa of Nawash, unceded First Nation. I guess I'm the devil's advocate in the line here. We have an operation going on in our community right now on cannabis cultivation with absolutely no discussion with the community. This comment could go on because of the fact that this here resolution speaks to process. Cannabis cultivation or even the sale dispensaries in community have to have process. It is all about jurisdiction, but it is also all about community engagement. I spoke to one of the people involved in the cultivation of the cannabis in our community that has created a firestorm, a big firestorm. We are taking over jurisdiction of regulation of the cannabis industry in our community, but it has to follow a process. I noticed some of the words used about when you throughout this week when we talk about land, when we talk about our obligations to the land, when we talk about stewardship, when we talk about responsibility, this all comes through process. That is engagement with the community. We could write a book about this development in our community because of this. Followed everything that is not right. No community engagement. Destruction of wetlands. No regard for species at risk. No regard for migratory birds. No regard for wetlands. This also has to be taken into consideration. We can't call ourselves stewards of the land and get into a cultivation that's just turns a blind eye. But this is what has happened in our community. We had the development start with no consultation amongst the community. And besides, it's being done through a corporation that doesn't even recognize the process of doing business in the First Nation community. And I can speak to the evils of leasing land and water. We were the community that went to court in 1993 because of the Crown leasing our water rights in 1860. We had to go to court to reestablish our inherency and on our traditional land and waters. I'm just saying, buyer beware, but let's not be hypocrites about getting all yah-yah over dollars coming into the community. I heard a lot of people, chiefs, speak to greed, the need to put greed aside and focus on who we are as an indigenous people of the land. I had the phone and talked with every minister regarding the process that was going on in our community. And our community has taken the stand to do the jurisdiction, to do the regulations, to do the policies that will take into consideration all the stewardship issues, all the who's getting the money. Be careful you're not just walking down the path of making a corporation rich. And when they walk away, your community is going to be left with nothing but the ruins. Because, trust me, it does happen. So, what I can say, actually, as a child of the 60s, when you call it Mary Jane or weed, grass, it's not about the use of marijuana. It's about process, and it's about doing it right. It's about not creating firestorms. It's about the protection, the true protection as stewards of the land. It's about developing regulations, and it's about allowing the community to decide. So I could speak in favor of a resolution like this, providing the process is followed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. Microphone number 2.
Hi, Chief Ira MacArthur with the Pheasant Rump Dakota First Nation in southeastern Saskatchewan, Treaty 4 territory. I just want to commend the mover and seconder for allowing some friendly amendments to the motion and all the speakers that have come up before. Back on July 1st, Pheasant Rump community, we celebrated a happy Cannabis Day and opened up a dispensary on our First Nation. How this came about was that very early on, even previous to the federal legislation being proposed, our elders had approached the council in regards to developing bylaws within our community that would address the potential use and consumption of cannabis within our community. So it became a discussion that morphed into the establishment of a dispensary with the blessing of our elders. And of course, with those things, we utilized legal counsel and did a lot of research in regards to, how does this all factor into our treaty and inherent and Aboriginal rights and our jurisdiction over our lands. So this is something that we need to really be careful of, because we have different First Nations right across this country that exist or that operate or enjoy their jurisdiction under different aspects of Canadian and British law. So we need to be respectful of each other's circumstances in those regards. And we have to also look at being able to preserve our autonomy right across the country, because if there's First Nations that potentially don't want to get into cannabis retail or even growing or harvesting or anything like that, that I would encourage them to still develop regulations for their community around use and consumption and possession of cannabis, because this is an area that's not currently occupied by either the federal or provincial governments, and we have to take up that space. We have to occupy that jurisdiction, or else we're going to lose it. It's going to be negotiated away, or it's going to be lost through court or whatever. So we need to be able to establish ourselves and develop these laws as individual First Nations. And I really appreciate the way this motion has been amended, because now it's going to provide us with support from across the country to be able to ensure that we're all backing each other up in how we're proceeding forward with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Just a point of clarification, and it's our resolution committee that needs to be clarified, is that the amendments that were agreed to were that the First Nations Cannabis Council, that entire body is replaced with the AFN Chiefs Task Force or Chiefs Committee on Cannabis, the AFN CCC. And that change is throughout the therefore be it resolves of the piece. So that's throughout. I'm looking to the resolution committee to acknowledge that every single time the First Nations Cannabis Council is referenced, that has been changed. That change has been accepted by the mover and the seconder. So those changes are throughout the therefore be it resolved portion or throughout the resolution. So just to make that crystal clear with the resolutions committee. So again, chiefs, I appreciate the stories that are coming from your communities. I appreciate all of the different issues that we have, and it's crystal clear that this committee is absolutely needed because it's going to bring together all of the different experiences that you have had across your own lands. So I encourage if you're standing at the mic, I hope it's for a small amendment to this already amended, substantially amended resolution. So I look to microphone number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be quick. I've been standing in this line for about 40 minutes, and I have to go to the bathroom. First of all, I've got 2 quick points. The first one is what is the process for disbanding an existing group that was created by the chiefs by way of resolution? And I'm speaking specifically to the task group. Can it be just easily replaced by this resolution that is talking about establishing a chiefs committee? I would just want to know what that process is, and also to consider that there may be some expertise. It was made up of leadership and technical people. I just hope that we're not just throwing, that expertise away, and that they be considered to also continue to be a part of this Chiefs Committee. The other thing is that I totally recognize that there's concerns about jurisdiction on this matter. And unfortunately, though, if you're just starting to talk about whether you're going to enter into this industry or not, I think it's a little bit too late. We're already behind the 8 ball in terms of First Nations being a part of this market. The Act came into effect in June 2018. It's been a year now. And so anyway, having said that, I would like to ensure that a part of the mandate be specific to the issues around taxation and revenue sharing. So I don't know if it can be included in D, where it talks about licensing and regulation, but I want it specific because those are issues that we're raising in British Columbia. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and I think like all things like gaming and whatnot, that we should have access and have that opportunity to discuss revenue sharing opportunities in this market. Lastly, there was a resolution that Chief Harvey McLeod and myself passed back in December, and it was very specific to addressing jurisdictional issues on this file, and we have yet to have received any kind of an update or a report on what may have occurred. It says in there that we were going to get an update by the summer of 2019, which we're here, and I haven't seen anything. And lastly, there is a federal navigator that currently exists, and First Nations have free access to this individual who takes you step by step by step through an application process to try to secure a license. So I just want to share that resource because it's there and we should use it to our abilities. And lastly, September 3rd and 5th is an AFN Cannabis Forum, which I believe is going to be in Vancouver, if I'm correct. So it's also another opportunity to have more of a fulsome discussion on this issue. Thank you.
So then, thank you for that. So the proposed amendment, and I look to the mover, that D includes taxation and revenue sharing, and that's been approved. And I quickly consulted, Chief, walking away, I quickly consulted with legal counsel. Because this resolution speaks to a transition from the task force to the committee, that is how it will go. So, and rest assured, no chief will be thrown out with the bathwater. So, microphone number 1, please.
White White up, Mesquest, Cliff Arnoose, Cookbeat, Adams Lake, Shakwapamqa. Just want to talk a little bit about this, and I think some of the other chiefs are reading my notes here about taxation and stuff and revenue sharing, but I'm glad the consideration for amendments are taken. And making it, coming to the official Chiefs Committee and setting up the policies and regulations in different ways and how the process is going to work. So, and I agree with a lot of the other chiefs here that are talking for that once all the amendments are taken into consideration. Sam.
Thank you very much, Chief. Microphone number 2.
Afternoon. Thank you. Denise Stonefish, Chief Alapawi, Lakawit, Delaware Nation. I'm here to indicate to you that our community has been consulted and they have given us direction to proceed with both medicinal and recreational cannabis through a referendum that we held in June. So we know that there are a lot of other factors that we have to consider, which is land codes, zoning bylaws, business laws, rules and regulations, licensing fees, and all that other rules and regulations that have to go along with it. So I'm here to say that whether this resolution passes or not passes, I have received direction from my community and we are moving ahead. Anashik.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you first off to my fellow chief here for letting me get a pass in front of him. I have some family obligations that are coming up. Chief Darcy Gray from Listuguj, Gespegawagi, Mi'kma'ki. One of the amendments that I didn't hear so far, and I just want to be clear, is at the end of the first part it says cannabis portfolio holder and one other individual. That to me I think would need to be as a friendly amendment removed. I think that's very vague and I would just propose that as my friendly amendment. That's it.
So the mover is at microphone number 2 and he is requesting that the last, under part 1, that it reads, direct the Assembly of First Nations to replace the Cannabis Working Task Force with the AFN-CCC, co-chaired by the Regional Chief holding the cannabis portfolio, period. There is no, he will be the chair. There is no other mystery individual. You're okay with that? Thank you. Microphone number 1, please. Microphone 1.
Oh, sorry, Chief Shining Turtle from Whitefish River. I want to take a spiritual approach here. When this issue came up, our community held a shake tent. And those spirits gave us 2 pieces of advice. One, there is a medicinal use where required. But on the recreation side, that was a non-starter. They said lives will be lost. We really had to take that into account. So we passed a moratorium on this because it's the recreational side. It has nothing to do with the medicinal side. And I listened to all the noise here, and this is all a forcing function acting on us, and look how we're behaving. And the spirits are already beginning to do that work. So I asked for this friendly amendment, then there's no discussion about health in this group. There are going to be grave impacts. You think about tobacco, when that was unleashed, and look at the cancers and all the different things that come out about tobacco now. Where we're going to be 25 and 30 years, 40 years from now on cannabis. I think part of this, I would ask a friendly amendment that we include somebody from health to advise, and even spiritually. We can't lose our way in this, folks. And how do we talk to our young people? It's okay here, but it's not okay for you at 12 and 13 years old. What kind of message are we sending? So I just asked for the friendly amendment on health, and we checked spiritually on this, and we were given very clear guidance. Miigwech.
Thank you for that. Have you found a place to insert that? The mover has accepted the amendments, health and spiritual guidance. Thank you for that, Chief Shining Turtle. Microphone number 1, please.
Chief Don Miracle, reference to tax being included in item D, I don't support it. There's been no taxes collected under our treaty under my community. And I'd be hung out to dry if I supported taxation being brought in our community. So I recognize that, other First Nations have taxing bylaws and support collecting taxes. That's their prerogative to do that. But that all comes under jurisdiction and regulation and licensing in their community. So each community is going to be different on how they approach that. And just the broad term licensing and regulation would incorporate their ability to do that. But I think what we're looking for is a separate clause, is that there be no imposition of federal or provincial taxation in our jurisdiction. And that should be a separate item.
So there's already amended, we have a A, a B, a C, a D, an E, and an F. So are you suggesting that there be a new letter that comes up?
The taxation be under a separate, no imposition of federal or provincial tax in First Nations jurisdiction.
And that's under G.
Then if the First Nation, British Columbia want to charge taxes, then that's under their own community regulation. But there will be no uniformity across Canada because my community will not have a tax bylaw.
Okay, I'm going to microphone number 2.
I'll just add at the discretion of the respective First Nation jurisdiction, and that allows for
at the respective
whatever First Nation to do what they want. But in closing, Mr. Chair, now that I'm back in order, I'd just like to thank everybody for this conversation that should have happened 2 years ago, if not 2.5 years ago, when it was first brought forward by the federal government. But I just want to reiterate here, when the Opaskwayak Cree Nation first pursued this, our first motive was safety and well-being, knowing that there was cannabis laced with fentanyl and other forms of illegal substances. That was first. Secondary was education for our membership, our youth especially. And thirdly, that it be done on a high level of professionalism. So I'm proud to say today that we're the largest shareholder of the largest retailer in Canada. We are now going national, international with a second public company called Tricom Financial. So that puts us in every sector of not only licensed producers that people talk about. This is much bigger and broader. It's also finance. It's also accessory manufacturing, which we're into. And it's now going into the area of pharmaceuticals for medicine and topicals. We're only just scratching the surface of what this industry can do for everybody. And because we're located in northern Manitoba, away from major jurisdictions, it's allowed financial resources to flow into Opaskwayak Cree Nation, where we're not located strategically by a major urban center like most or other First Nations are. So it's been taking advantage of a business strategy that's worked very well for us, and it will work for others that look at it in that broader context. So with that, I thank you very much, and I look forward to getting this resolution passed. Like I said,
thank you very much for that, Chief. So we've had extensive discussion, amendments that were all accepted, and now I look to the delegation to vote on the resolution as amended. I'll ask for anybody who's against this resolution. Please raise your hand. Anybody against this resolution? Number 1, okay, I see you, thank you. 2, in opposition. Any abstentions from this resolution? Seeing none, this resolution is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much, Tim. Just in terms of our agenda moving through, we will now turn to the presentation on the AFN Charter, which we have amply demonstrated throughout our day that it is a well-needed presentation. And so I'll ask Bonnie Leonard to come forward and that we get that ready. Just in the order of proceedings, we will then return to the remainder of the economic development resolutions as a bundle. Resolution 41 is now returned with the updated language, and then we will continue to work through largely in bundles through the remainder of the on time. We will see where we are at that point and then do a time check on that. We also do have the one more presentation on fisheries. So please help me welcome former Chief Bonnie Leonard, who has the responsibilities for the AFN Charter renewal.
Thanks, Hugh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bonnie.
May I? I have been known to kick kick tables or flip tables and kick chairs, and I didn't actually do that.
Good job, Bonnie.
All right, gentlemen, just be careful with the broken glass. Apparently, the Charter Renewal Committee is here to kick ass. Well, there are many ways to get attention to the audience when you come to the stage. That is the most dramatic we have seen. It may not be the first time a table went flying at an AFN meeting, but it is the first time in many decades.
Time to table the presentation.
Yeah, perhaps as an explanation of the rules, that's not what tabling means.
Everything is, oh my God, wet.
I gotta say, though, I want to compliment the staff for clearing that up in like record time. That is amazing. Way to go, guys. And the guy who comes behind the parade and picks up the glass is right there. So thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could reconvene after our brief recess, Bonnie Leonard.
Thank you. I knew this was going to be a difficult presentation, but that I didn't account for. First of all, thank you, White, Bonnie Leonard Francoist. I'm from the Secwepemc Nation. I'm a lawyer and, as Harold said, a former chief of the Kamloops Indian Band. I'm the lead technical on this work, and I would like to acknowledge the people of the territory on which we're meeting and thank them for allowing me to be here today. Before I start the presentation, just want to let you know that the full charter is on the AFN website if you're interested in looking at the details in it. The presentation that I'm doing today is meant to be an introduction to the charter renewal work, and it's really just a broad overview and to highlight some of the areas that need change. Regional Chief Poitras, Marlene Poitras from Alberta, is unable to be here. She sends her regrets. She is the portfolio holder for this work. By way of a background, the original charter was ratified in 1985, and I think some of you in the room will recall that. It was last updated in 2003, where some consolidated amendments were approved. There were some resolutions throughout the years for amendments to be made to the charter, and a comprehensive review was done under an AFN Renewal Commission report that was completed in 2005. There were attached to that report 47 recommendations to make changes to the charter. However, for some reason, they were never formally adopted and they weren't implemented. There was most recently in 2017 a resolution that directed that a Chiefs Committee be established and focused on renewing the charter, focusing on nation rebuilding and how the AFN can support that work that many of our First Nations are undertaking at this time and how we can help move that forward. My presentation today, I'm going to do an overview of the existing charter provisions, just to remind you of what's in it. And again, like I say, it's on the website. You can go in and look at details yourself. We're going to talk about the charter amendment process. And then I'm just going to give some examples of some key items that the charter will need to consider for the renewal. And then we can maybe have some feedback and dialogue. The present AFN charter contains a preamble, which is the Declaration of the Chiefs from 1985. It outlines the purpose of the AFN First Nations in Assembly. You've heard the term Chiefs in Assembly. That's how we refer to ourselves in this venue. But under the charter, it actually says First Nations in Assembly. So that's the term I'm going to use to be consistent throughout this presentation. The charter also has ideals. Those are the terms that guide First Nations in Assembly. Principles, terms that outline the diplomatic and political relations within the First Nations in Assembly, including solidarity, responsibilities, jurisdiction, sovereignty as a source of power and mandates of First Nations, and consensus building, and as a last resort, as we've seen, voting. And under the Charter, it's 60% of the First Nations in Assembly to pass a resolution. It talks about the role and function of AFN, and I think I have to read this because I think it's important that we recall what it was that AFN was established to do. It's a national forum for collective and cooperative measures advancing aspirations of First Nations, national and international in scope. The Charter also includes terms for membership. All First Nations in Canada have a right to be a member of the First Nations in Assembly. It has organs, which I like to refer to as arms of the body, which include the First Nations in Assembly, the Confederacy of Nations, the Executive Committee, the Secretariat, the Elders Council, Youth and Women's Councils. Talks about the composition of First Nations in Assembly, defined as chiefs of First Nations who exercise their right to be members of the AFN. And it's one representative per First Nation, one vote. And then there's a provision for proxy, of course. Talks about the functions and powers of the First Nations in Assembly. You guys make decisions, you delegate authority, instruct the executive, and you are the sole legitimate source of what AFN is and what it may become in the future. Again, the decision-making piece is in there. There's a provision for annual meetings and procedure of the assemblies themselves. There's a provision that says you can adopt rules of procedures for those meetings. The Confederacy of Nations composition, it's one representative per region, plus additional representative for every 10,000 First Nation citizens in that region. And the powers, the functions and powers of the Confederacy are outlined in the Charter to act as a governing body of AFN between assemblies, review and enforce decisions and directions from First Nations in Assembly, interpret resolutions. It's an oversight body of the Secretariat and the Executive, take corrective and remedial disciplinary measures where willful breach of the national mandate has occurred, address emergency matters in between the assemblies, approve, allocate, and control fiscal resources of the AFN, and quarterly meetings and reporting to the chiefs in Assembly or the First Nations in Assembly. It has an accountability of the Confederacy of First Nations clause, and that is to the First Nations in Assembly, the chiefs. And it talks about how they're selected and appointed to that body. Then it has provisions for the charter. The current charter has provisions for the Executive Committee, which is the national chief and our regional chiefs, and they're elected for 3-year terms. It outlines the functions and powers of the Executive Committee. They're to act as a unit. They're monitor and control the Secretariat. They set policies for internal operations. They select the senior officials and approve contracts over $5,000. They're reporting to this body, the First Nations in Assembly and the Confederacy of Nations. And their role is also to secure fiscal resources and monitor and control expenditures, implement decisions, and they may establish portfolios and participate in the Confederacy of Nations meetings with voting privileges. And they're accountable, again, to this body, the First Nations in Assembly. Charter also outlines what the role and function of the national chief is and about the election term. The current charter also has an appendix attached to it, and that has more detailed provisions about the election process for national chief. The current charter has provisions for the Council of Elders, Council of Women, and the National Youth Council. Those are all included in the charter, and it outlines the composition, role, and function. The Secretariat, which is the National Indian Brotherhood, the composition is the Executive Committee, administration, technical, and support staff at the AFN. And then amendment provisions. To amend the charter, we need to provide 60 days notice to all First Nations, and that can be done, the amendment process, once you've provided the 60-day notice, it can be done at an annual meeting or a special meeting of the First Nations in Assembly. So that's the current charter provisions, really broad overview, and again, I encourage you to read the actual charter yourself so you can see what it contains and what it doesn't contain and what the, you might say, the gaps are. this piece, I've tried to categorize things that I thought might be easier to find consensus on, and I picked 3 categories. And category 1 are items that I think will be fairly straightforward for us to find consensus on, keeping in the charter or very little change. And those are these things I've listed are in the charter. It's a statement of values, which is the preamble, and I like to think of those as, you know, your motherhood terms, your motherhood provisions in any kind of declaration that you pass. And I think we would all agree with those. They were good back in 1985, and they remain relevant. The international mandate. One of the things that I found interesting in a review of the current charter is there's no provision for the national chief to take an oath of office. There's nothing in the charter that says that. But he has, and previous chiefs to him have, and same with the regional chief. There's no provision in the charter to require them to do that, and I think we could all agree that that's probably a good piece to include in a renewal. Chiefs committees, interestingly enough, this has come up a number of times. There is no provision in the charter for chiefs committees. That provision comes from the bylaws that are also a parallel piece to the charter. The bylaws are what govern the executive, and they have the authority to create committees. Portfolios, the current charter has a provision that says the executive can create portfolios, but there's really no parameter defined about what that portfolio should be, when new portfolios should be introduced, how many they should be, that sort of thing. So I think it would be fairly straightforward. It's a operational type of a provision that I think we can probably come to a consensus on what it should look like in a new charter. So those are just some examples of Category 1 items. Category 2 items, these are ones that are going to be a little bit harder, I think, to find consensus on, potentially, maybe not. Based on the debate here in the last 2 days, it might be difficult to find consensus on that. Category 1, I don't know. Category 2, membership. There's, interestingly enough, there's no definition of First Nation in the charter, and I find that a little bit frustrating. The assumption is that it means a band under the Indian Act, because that's how operationally we've been operating at the AFN. Currently, Indian Act bands and chiefs vote, but what about hereditary chiefs or clan leaders or other traditional leaders? If they're going to vote, what's that process that we're going to adopt to allow that to happen? We also need to consider those nations who've entered into modern treaty agreements or self-government agreements, and they're no longer operating under the Indian Act. How is their voice heard at this organization, or should it be? Those are things that we're going to have dialogue about. The authority of the national chief. What power should the national chief have? Presently, the national chief has no authority unless he or she is directed by the First Nations in Assembly or the executive. The role and function indicates that he or she is the spokesperson of the AFN and oversees budgets and provides reports. And I ask again, should the national chief have more authority? And if yes, should we define that? What should it look like? This is the hurricane, Category 3. These items are going to be a little bit more difficult, I think, to find consensus on, and we're going to have extensive dialogue and consensus building. Chief Wayne Christian mentioned earlier in our language the word Kanukintua, and I think this is Category 3s. We're going to need the Kanukintua. We're going to have to work together. Voting. I've been talking to a number of chiefs and assemblies already about this work, and this is a hot topic. Voting, what about proportional voting? Presently, we have one band, one chief, one vote. However, one band might have 110 members and they still have one vote. What about a band has 20,000 members and still have one vote? Is that fair? What are our options? We need to explore that. The Confederacy of Nations, it's one of the arms of the current charter, and its role was to ensure accountability of the AFN to the First Nations in Assembly and decision-making between assemblies. However, it's no longer being utilized formally. Should the charter be revitalized to include this body in get it back up and running, or should we take it right out and put those roles and responsibilities onto the executive committee? Because that seems to be what they're doing at this time. This is another kind of contentious issue, I think it could be. And I've been to assemblies a number of times, and I've heard this time and time again about AFN getting its funding from Canada and the relationship between Canada and the AFN, and it's too close, and we need to, provide some distance there because AFN is really a lobby body and an advocacy body, and we need to separate the funding part of it. So AFN has been directed a number of times to investigate, consider, and develop revenue sources other than government for transfers. How can this be accomplished? And the one concern I've been told about, what happens if AFN gets into the economic development game and starts competing with our communities? That could be problematic. It's something for your consideration. I don't have a solution for that. Government's taken our land and our resources, and they control the money at this point, so it's a difficult position for us to be in, but maybe there's some people in this room that have a better idea than what I'm able to come up with off the top of my head. The tools that I'm going to be using to engage in this work, I'm going to have some in-person meetings, and I've had several already. We're going to have some materials going up on the website that you'll be able to review as the work progresses. We're hoping to finalize a questionnaire and get that out to have some feedback in that manner. Doing presentations at assemblies such as this, and as always, we would welcome any written submissions from any communities or groups that want to put forward some recommendations on amendments. Timeline. I have heard, not just in this meeting, but prior to this in other meetings that I've had, the timeline's not good enough. We want to do this faster. So originally when I put this PowerPoint together, it was over a month ago, and we were thinking 2 years. We want to give people enough time to feel that they've been heard, and that we want to analyze the feedback we're getting and have this dialogue so that we can properly do this and put forward a really good draft of a charter amendment. However, I've heard from a number of people, not only today, but before this, that they want it done sooner. So I'm open to doing the work. However, I would like to just point out that you play a very important role in getting this done sooner. We need to find consensus. I can only provide you with options, and you are in charge of this. So if we can find consensus and move it forward, I'll leave that in your hands to shorten the timeline for this work. And I think that's about all I need to share with you for today. I just wanted to, I'm going to open what are the next steps? Open the floor to comments. I'm available, have been available, and I've talked to quite a few of you outside at the charter renewal table, strategically placed at the top of the escalator. Anytime you want me to come out to your assemblies in your region, I would welcome that invitation. And if you invite me out to your communities, or if you have gatherings or you want to talk about charter renewal, certainly invite us. And we're going to collect all the feedback, and I'll have an interim report for the December 2019 Assembly in Ottawa to share with you then, and just give you an update then of what I've heard and what the common themes are, that sort of thing. Okay, and that's it.
Do a time check with them. Have a seat here.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to do a quick time check with the delegation. So again, this will be one of the many times that this will come to the floor of the Assembly. We are at 3:15. Our agenda says we will adjourn in 45 minutes. In terms of the work, we still have a brief fisheries presentation that we had agreed out to on the agenda. The Resolutions Committee has organized the remaining resolutions into an economic development. There's 4 left there. 41 on treaty-based funding arrangements is back and ready for discussion. That cultural group, we call it, has 2 resolutions, and then there's about 4 resolutions which are support resolutions. That would get us to the end of our on-time resolutions, and then there's 25-ish late resolutions, which the committee has organized into 2 bundles of about a dozen each. So let us look to these two comments here, and unless there is an urgent pressing need, I will then look to move back to the resolutions to complete the agreed upon work, or the fisheries presentation and the resolutions to complete our agreed upon work. Microphone 2 and then microphone 1.
Chief Judy Wilson, the Sconeth, Secaucus Nation. I just had thank you, Bonnie, for your report, and it looks like a comprehensive consultation process be on the road most of the summer, fall. But I just wanted to ask, when Chief Maureen Chapman was regional chief for BC, she was on some sort of chiefs committee for this, charter or renewal or something, because she would always kind of give us heads up and give us reports, but I don't know whatever happened to that. Is there a resolution that was for that work that Chief Maureen Chapman was doing, and did she do a report? I think it was a committee or something. So I just, again, I guess point of order in how we're doing that work and how this came about, and just that we're not forgetting something that we already agreed a process to. So I just needed that clarification, how we're proceeding with all this, and I'm looking forward to the discussions in each of our regions.
Yeah, so it is a point of clarification. Microphone to my right. Second microphone to my right.
Just to check. Just to clarify, Chiefs, it's the executive just reaffirmed the original motion to create a Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. So there's going to be a formalization of a Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal again. So it's been reaffirmed, and so we've asked the regional chiefs to appoint chiefs to sit and oversee this work going forward.
Yeah. And Bonnie, you had mentioned the original renewal work that was done by Chief Muskogeman and Wendy Grant John before, correct? So yes, that is acknowledged and part of the process. Microphone 1.
Thank you. Call Salem, Squamish Nation. I'll keep my comments quick. My only comment is, and I really welcome this work and the opportunity to engage in this. I think our First Nation is doing this right now in terms of our governance policy, and I think doing this at the AFN would be useful. My only comment is on the membership question. There's the question around proportional type of membership. The other one that I would suggest be considered as well, either by the AFN or by the Assembly, is actually to think about amending the charter to allow for voting to be done by all elected officials from each First Nation, not just the chiefs, on the basis that it would create more democratic principles within the AFN, that all elected leaders are elected by their people and thus elected to represent their people, not just the chiefs. And that it could open it up for, I think, the demographics need to be investigated. How many chiefs in Canada, the First Nations, are men versus women? Because I think majority are men. What's the average age of the chiefs in First Nations among Canada? When you actually go down to the councillor level, we see more young people elected, we see more women elected. And I think creating more openness and more democratic principles will allow for more young people to participate, more women to participate in the advocacy work that the AFN does. And so I think that's something that I'm interested in seeing explored, and just wanted to offer that as another piece to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comment, Bonnie? We're good. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, and I think at this point it sort of is that creative exploration of options and ideas that would be then examined, options shaped and brought back. Final comment, if we could, to Chief Sayers at microphone 1.
Thank you, Bonnie. Chief Sayers, Batchewana. Great that we have this work starting. It's getting more formal. We're going to get there, and I think everybody across our lands deserves to see a really smoothly operating, well-mandated AFN, and I'm looking forward to having that and be a part of that work, and having where we can and however we can to have our grassroots people and everybody across this country lend us their insights as far as how they see our evolution with the newcomers to these lands. And on another note, while I'm at the mic, I really need us to incorporate into this work how we design our agendas. I think there needs to be a better way of doing that. Like I was really deflated to think that we gave up a half a day on the first day pretty well, and a half a day yesterday to the newcomers to our land. Our Indigenous business, in my mind, is more important. We need to really empower ourselves and focus on our Indigenous agenda. And I don't really want to be focused on Canada so much in these meetings. We have our own work, and at the end of the day, on the last day, we're losing people, and we have these crucially important topics, and we don't really have enough time. We're rushed. So something to give consideration to as we do this renewal. Miigwech.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Chiefs, and help join with me in thanking Bonnie for her excellent work to date.
Watch that table.
Yeah. as we carefully make our way off the stage. All right, let us, Fisheries, Ken Paul. Are you here? Let's do that brief Fisheries, and then we will return to the Economic Development resolutions. Please help me welcome the chair of the committee.
No, I'm the Fisheries Director with the AFN.
Okay, I just nominated him as the chair of the committee. He's the Fisheries Director at the Assembly of First Nations, Ken Paul.
My name is Ken Paul. I am the member of the Maliseet First Nation, Wolastoqey Nation here in New Brunswick, and I am the Director of Fisheries with the Assembly of First Nations. I wanted to just give a brief overview of some of the activities that we have been engaged in over the past year, just to inform the Assembly. Here we go. No, I'm good. Okay. So the fisheries sector was announced last April 30th in 1998. The fisheries sector at the AFN advocates for federal legislation, policies, and programs to support implementation of Aboriginal treaty rights aimed at establishing self-governing fisheries. We're guided by our National Fisheries Committee, and Regional Chief Roger Augustine is our portfolio holder, and he co-chairs the Fisheries Committee with Regional Chief Terry Teegee. The committee itself is a mixture of chiefs and technical people, and we have representation from the 10 AFN regions. This past winter, the National Chief met with the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, Jonathan Wilkinson. It was the first time the National Chief had a chance to meet with Minister Wilkinson, and we made a number of recommendations. We requested to be involved with new aquaculture legislation that's coming up over the next 3 years. Aquaculture is one of those industries that really doesn't have a home. Fisheries and Oceans assumes responsibility, but it's being managed federally and provincially by over 17 different departments and acts. We also asked for financial support for a National Aboriginal Fisheries Forum. The AFN hasn't had the opportunity to put on a National Fisheries Forum since 2001. We talked about some concerns we have with the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation. There was an advisory panel review done on the FFMC last winter. They concluded their report in the spring. And we asked for progress on the Fraser Salmon Management Council negotiations. The Minister was receptive to the request and agreed to meet with the National Fisheries Committee, which happened in February. So our National Fisheries Committee has a direct line to our AFN executive with Regional Chief Teegee and Regional Chief Augustine. And under the National Fisheries Committee, we have 4 working groups. We have a working group, the National Policy Analysis Group, which generally is a flexible type of catch-all where we can work interdepartmentally and work on different issues. We have an inland working group. We have a aquaculture working group and an oceans working group. The Minister came to our National Fisheries Committee meeting in Ottawa in late February. And we brought up topics like Supreme Court of Canada decisions, the Co-Development of the Fisheries Act, incorporation of Indigenous knowledge, which is actually part of Bill C-68, inland fishery support, and co-development for funding programs for species at risk in AROMS. AROMS is a science program that's sponsored by DFO. It's more prevalent on the coasts, but they are starting to move into some of the inland jurisdictions, such as Labrador, the Yukon, and up in Nunavut. We also were invited to meet with the Canadian Council of Fisheries and Aquaculture's ministers for the second time. This last meeting happened in St. John's, Newfoundland in December. I attended the meeting with Mi'alpukek Sagam Misel Joe, and we were asked to give a presentation on the importance of including Indigenous knowledge in all aspects of fisheries. We made a request to the CCFAM to be involved with their 6 task groups. So the 6 task groups deal with aquaculture, marketing, inland fisheries, Bill C-68 implementation, which is the Fisheries Act, invasive species and oceans. And these are all priority species with First Nations, priority portfolios. These task groups are provincially appointed, and they have inclusion from the territories as well. So we would like to be more involved with some of these provincial discussions. There was going to be a potential CCFAM meeting this summer, but they haven't announced that yet. Of course, the minister will be heading into election very soon. We didn't get a positive reply yet about our inclusion into the task groups, but we're going to continue to make the requests. This past winter, Bill C-55, the Oceans Act, was something that the AFN had made commentary on. Chief Dalton Silver from the Sumas Band and myself made a present to the Senate Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, the Standing Committee. We proposed protection of First Nations rights and recognition in the ocean sector. We wanted to ensure that there was consideration for Indigenous protected and conserved areas in the ocean sector, as some of our coastal communities are making assertions. And we wanted to make sure that First Nations were involved in the designation, the monitoring and surveillance of interim marine protected areas. Marine protected areas is a vehicle which the federal government is using under the Oceans Act to protect ocean space. So Bill C-55 reached royal assent on May 27th. Regional Chief Terry Teegee and myself made a presentation to the Senate Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans on the Fisheries Act. Our team at the AFN sector had prepared a very good submission, taking into consideration all the past submissions made by First Nations leading up to this stage of the Fisheries Act. We made recommendations to recognize the UN Declaration in guiding the reconciliation framework. We wanted to ensure there were protection for First Nations inherent and Section 35 constitutional rights. We talked about the protection of water flows as part of fisheries habitat, because there's a definition of fisheries habitat which currently doesn't include inflows of water. And we also talked about the inclusion and protection of Indigenous knowledge systems. Bill C-68, the amendments passed a third reading, is actually reached royal assent on the 21st of June, but there's no date yet as to when it's going to come into force. We're assuming it's going to come into force before the end of the summer. Bill C-69, the Impact Assessment Act. This was primarily led by our environment sector at the AFN, but we also supported them with the Navigable Waters Act portion of it. There was a number of regional sessions that we had participated on, and we really wanted there's to be more inclusion and consideration for First Nations that are identifying areas that should be considered on the schedule. Bill C-69, so obviously I prepared this before the royal assent. Bill C-69 actually reached royal assent on June 21st. And again, we're not sure yet when it's going to come into force. We have an aquaculture working group, as I had mentioned, which is a technical working group that serves the National Fisheries Committee. The National Aquaculture Working Group is going to be focusing over the next few years on the new Aquaculture Act and the bundling of regulations that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is attempting to do. We are working on an engagement plan. We know that despite the federal election, and we don't know what will happen after the federal election, of course, that this work is going to take 3 to 5 years. So we have good technical representation, and of course we're open to having more people involved. With our inland working group, we had a meeting in Winnipeg in November, and a follow-up meeting with the advisory panel for the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation. They met with us in a bilateral meeting in March. The majority of their clientele is Indigenous, so that's First Nations and Métis. And the corporation functions like it's a monopoly, and they really have a lot of control over what happens with the pricing, where things can be sold for inland fisheries. We would like to see more flexibility and be more responsive to First Nations. Many of the rural First Nations especially really still want to see a continuation of the FFMC, but they need to have some reforms. So they delivered a report to the minister in April. April released the report about 2 weeks ago. We're still doing some analysis on it, and we're going to have follow-up with our inland working group in the next month or two. Our Oceans Working Group is primarily made up of people on the Atlantic coast and the Pacific coast. The main crux of the Oceans Working Group right now is marine spatial planning. Marine spatial planning is an overall plan of ocean space to look at all the activities that take place, such as fishing activities, transportation, oil and gas exploration, tourism. And DFO has asked to engage us in these to sort of figure out what's going on with these activities and how First Nations would approach it. We've had 2 meetings with our Oceans Working Group to date, and we have a third one coming up next month. We are also had been approached by Parks Canada because they want to renew their policy on national marine conservation areas. So we are working with them as well. This might be a way to recognize Indigenous conserved and protected areas. So looking forward, we're starting to work on a strategic plan for the next 3 to 5 years. We have a number of resolutions that were passed yesterday, which I'm very thankful for the Chiefs in Assembly for having that trust in us. We get the mandates from our Chiefs committees and from our technical working groups provide the network for us, and we are able to understand priorities that are not in Ottawa. We want to support, promote, and protect First Nations advancement of the First Nations inherent fishing rights and title, including treaty rights to all aquatic and oceans resources. We want to look at marine habitats and try to figure out better ways to support First Nations that want to start managing their own fisheries. So, Wiliwan, and I wanted to say, as a member of the local Wolastoq Way, I'm really proud of what they've done here locally, and you really made an impact in my home territory. I feel personally touched that this thing has been such a positive thing. And as the Director of Fisheries, I hope you enjoyed your lobster last night. So.
You didn't get them personally, did you? All right, thank you very much. I see, I think it's the Chief of Chislata there for a comment, and then we will look to move back to the resolutions. Microphone 2.
Chief Mitchell, Pulp River First Nation in Manitoba. I want to speak to inland fisheries. And what I want to say is that, of course, we're reacting after the fact. And the reason I say that is I didn't even know there was a process happening. And I should know, because my community is a fishing community in inland fisheries, and I want to know who's representing our communities in Manitoba in inland fisheries, because I resent the fact that someone in Ottawa is making decisions on our behalf. And too many times that's been happening, and I'm putting you on notice today that if any discussion is happening in inland fisheries, I want to be involved in it. Because
So I just wanted to mention that for our National Fisheries Committee, the regional chiefs appoint the members, and for our working groups, these are also members that are connected with our National Fisheries Committee, so I'll work with Regional Chief Hart for your request.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Hello, could be Ron Ignace, I just wanted to say that we are being consulted by Department of Fisheries and Oceans, my community, and as well as through our Shuswap Nation Fisheries Commission, which is housed at our tribal council, because this year we had in the Thompson River system, I think only something in the neighborhood of 37 steelhead that have come back, and we're lobbying to have them recognized under the Species at Risk Act, and we're hoping that somehow that you could, your committee could assist us in ensuring that that gets that type of protection. So we look forward to your support in that, and we can get you the contact of who to talk to. Pat Matthews at the Shuswap Nation Fisheries Commission is the lead on that for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will come and talk to you as soon as we're done here, and I'll pass you my information.
Or you can talk to Cookby Wayne Christian, chair of our tribal council.
I'll talk to both of you.
Delegation.
And thank you very much, and he will now be free to do that now. So let us thank Ken for that presentation and for the discussion. All right, so we were in the midst of the economic development resolutions. We will finish those up. Then we will return to the resolution that came forward earlier, number 41. So we'll take that in that order. I'll ask the Resolutions Committee to rejoin us. Welcome back, Tanya. On the economic development resolutions, the remaining four are number 27, 28, 30, and 38. And so just by name, those are the continued advocacy on Canada's international trade agreements to achieve economic reconciliation. They are increasing First Nations procurement opportunities in benefits and inclusion of Canada summer jobs to First Nations labor market agreements. And 38 is First Nations labor market agreement holders and the First Nations and Inuit Child Care Initiative, or Finicky as it's often called. I understand that Chief Stanley Greer is prepared to move that as an omnibus, and that either Chiefs Levine or Chief Henderson are prepared to second it. Chief Henderson, thank you very much. I didn't see the other one, so we'll do that with Chief Henderson as the seconder of the omnibus. Pretty straightforward resolutions. I will quickly go through the therefore be it resolves, praying that there's not that many. On 27 then, continued advocacy on Canada's international trade agreements to achieve economic reconciliation. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct the National Chief to advocate that the implementation of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement through Bill C-100 include mandatory requirements of at least 5% of government procurement for First Nations. 2, urge Canada to continue to work with the Assembly of First Nations to improve upon the participation of First Nations in international trade negotiations. Canada must move beyond engagement and invite First Nations to the negotiation table for international trade and investment treaties. 3, call upon Canada to include a trade and Indigenous peoples chapter in future international trade agreements, such as the Canada-Mercosur negotiations, the Canada-Pacific Alliance negotiations, and the continuing discussions of an international trade agreement with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. 4, is it 4? Yes. Encourage the AFN and Canada to explore options for programs and policies to support experts from First Nations businesses, such as trade missions, increased investment in First Nations businesses, and simplifying access to loans and grants for First Nations businesses. Increased access to loans and grants to businesses owned by Indigenous women is specifically encouraged. And 5, continue to seek the guidance of the AFN Chiefs Committee on Economic Development and engage with First Nations leaders and technical officials on the types of programs and services needed for First Nations trade networks and international trade agreements. Looking to Resolution 28, increase First Nations procurement opportunities and benefits. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly support the recommendations outlined in the Evergreen discussion paper, Procurement in Canada, Possible Actions to Increase First Nations Opportunities and Benefits for Submissions to the Government of Canada to inform the modernization of the federal procurement strategy for Aboriginal business, PSAB. direct the Assembly of First Nations to seek resources to continue to coordinate First Nations input into the further development of options and recommendations to increase First Nations procurement opportunities and benefits. And 3, direct the AFN Chiefs Committee on Economic Development to continue to advocate for options to increase First Nations procurement opportunities and benefits in federal, provincial, territorial, and private sector procurement. Moving to Resolution 30, inclusion of Canada Summer Jobs to First Nations labor market agreements. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly reaffirm First Nations jurisdiction over the governance of skills training and employment services and programs for their citizens regardless of residency. 2, call on the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour Force to work with the Assembly of First Nations to plan for reinstatement of Canada Summer Jobs now under the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy for funding to flow under the First Nations Labour Market Agreement holders. And 3, direct the Assembly of First Nations Committee on Human Resources Development to continue to advocate for increased investments for First Nations youth and employment. And turning to Resolution 38, the First Nations Labour Market Agreement holders and the First Nations Inuit and Child Care Initiative. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, call on the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour to acknowledge in written form that the Chiefs of the First Nations of Canada retain jurisdiction for the governance of their citizens regardless of residency. 2, call on the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour Market to work with the Assembly of First Nations Technical Working Group on Human Resources Development and First Nations Labour Market Agreement holders within each region and territory to plan for a retention of the Finicky Programs Initiative through the 10-year agreement 2021, 2029, and any subsequent agreements. Is there a need for discussion of these resolutions as an omnibus? Chief Kareen coming to microphone 1, followed by Chief McNeil, Proxy McNeil. Microphone 2, please.
Hi, Chief Karina Lewin from the Chislata Carrier Nation in BC. Friendly amendment on the resolution number 27.
Yep.
Number 1, direct the National Chief to advocate that the implementation of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, CUSMA, and other international trade agreements include mandatory requirements of at least 5% of government procurements for First Nations.
Okay.
So the addition is and other international trade agreements.
Okay, and then just looking to the mover in the second, that's fine. And I think they are referenced, some of them are referenced either later in this one or in other ones, so excellent. So just 3 small words. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Harold. Tyrone McNeil, proxy for Quapaw First Nation. Just a comment I'd like recorded in the record, Harold, with regards to the labour market agreement holders and particularly Finicky. When Finicky first went into that process, it was a small program to support our folks get employed by looking after their children. Since then, it's turned into a really large early learning, early childcare, early childhood development type program. And it kind of begs the question, who's the most appropriate body to host such a specialty area in support of our children? It's not here. And secondly, when they went through the review of this program, they only included the participation if you're an agreement holder. If you're an agreement holder, you're in the club. For those of us that aren't agreement holders, we're out of the club and we never had a chance to comment. So I just like that recorded for the record. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you very much for that. Is there a need for further discussion on this omnibus package of economic development resolutions? Chief Mackinac and microphone 2, and then I see Grand Chief Peters moving to microphone 1, please, and then Grand Chief Peters moving to microphone 2.
Just for the record, Chair, because of the 10-year grants, we have to abstain from the vote because we don't sign 10-year grants. We look at 3 years and 3 years and less. So we'll have to abstain on this one.
Thank you very much for reminding us of that. Appreciate that. Microphone 2, Grand Chief Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted some clarity on the inclusion of Canada Summer Jobs, First Nations labour market. Reaffirm First Nations jurisdiction over governance, skills training, employment service programs for their citizens regardless of residency. Is this part of a process to try to bring all those programs back into our communities, the ones that are in the urban area as well?
Yeah, and perhaps we can look to see if again, is there anyone here who's helped draft the resolution that could speak to it? On the staff level, would we call Judy? And see if she'll take a microphone? If you could come to microphone, either here? Yep. You're halfway, either way. Yeah, easy on the tables as you make your way. And yeah, generally for staff, it's a lot more comfortable to speak from here. So. And so, Grand Chief, just to repeat your question again.
Yes, just under resolution, where is it?
30.
30, yeah, resolution 30, the first therefore be resolved. It says that they affirm their jurisdiction over their governance of skill, training, employment, service programs for the citizens regardless of residency. I'm one of the things I have is a mandate to deal with our people who live out within Turtle Island, but off our current res. And I want to make sure that this resolution is not saying that we're usurping all those funds that go to our people wherever they reside and coming back just into the communities to be able to manage that.
Yes, that's correct, Chief, that's exactly what the proposal is, to make sure that those funds are in the hands of First Nations to manage as they need to.
For all our citizens, wherever they reside.
Exactly.
That's a tough business. You know what? And I'll give you some examples of stuff that happened because of the folks that I work with. Education, post-secondary education. It's really difficult for people to be able to get access to secondary education because most of the funding is prioritized and it goes to mostly on reserve. Even though that funding is across the board for everyone, there are a lot of examples of that, and all I'm just asking for is from the mover to secondaries to make sure that there is a mechanism already in place to be able to do that. Otherwise, you're shutting out our people. 60% of our people in the Ontario region live off the community, which means that you're going to shut out 60% of our people.
All right, thank you very much. I see 3 more speakers, and then perhaps we'll look to move on. Microphone 1, microphone 2, microphone 1.
Thanks. Philip Chief, proxy for Onion Lake Cree Nation. Just making a note for the record that Onion Lake Cree Nation will abstain as well from this. And just in reference to 38 on the 10-year agreements, we don't sign 10-year agreements currently. We sign them under duress. Okay, thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Microphone 2, Chief.
Nancy Oniganu, Christian Sinclair, Opaskwayak Cree Nation. Just a friendly amendment or addition to the items where they go up to item number.
Which number resolution, please?
Number 28, sorry. But when we talk about the 5% for First Nations with procurement strategies across the federal government, what I'd like to propose here, and I did say this to Minister Regan, was that with the funds that are falling under Indigenous Services Canada, we need to be bold and more aggressive and assertive, and I would look for the support here to change that number and reverse it to 95% of the funds in Indigenous Services Canada for First Nations should be dedicated to procurement for First Nation business going forward. That's our money, that's the rent they pay us, so let's keep that in our Indigenous economy of the First Nations.
Okay. And let me just make sure we're... So what we're doing is adding it to...
Be number 8.
Yes, so in the whereas be it resolves E, 2, is that where you're looking in resolution 28?
Yeah, well, you have number 2 that says establishing a 5%.
That's exactly where we're looking, thank you.
But this one would be specific to Indigenous Services Canada department. Make that 95% for First Nation business.
Okay. So quickly, are we just simply changing the 5% number to 95%?
No, because
or you're adding a sentence.
You're adding a sentence.
Oh,
to that.
thank you.
Specific to Indigenous services.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Indigenous services. Yeah, so I think the phrase you're looking for is 95% of the funds within Indigenous services in procurement be dedicated to First Nations or Indigenous people.
That's correct.
Yes. So it's not 95% of procurement to them. Okay, so clarifying that, and we will add that in the whereas. Microphone 1.
Hello. Kukbiron Ignace Kitchen Swepum Hulu. I just wanted, I don't have anything specific on the resolutions, but I think that
Thank you very much for.
But there's something that I think that needs to be taken care of. We have 2 people in my community that want to become doctors, and they're having difficulty funding the full courses that they require to take in terms of books and supplies like that, or those type of materials they need to study from are beyond the budgeting that we have or beyond the family's resources to be able to pay for that, and it's stifling our people to move into those fields. And I think it's something that we ought to be thinking about and looking into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. So just to note, in terms of this omnibus package, we now have an amended omnibus package so that in number 27, we have added the phrase "in therefore be resolved 1, other international trade agreements." In number 28, we have added a new number in E, whereas, which will relate to the fact that 90% of procurement funds within the Indigenous Services Canada Department should be dedicated to First Nations. And then there were 2 First Nations who clarified their abstention relative to the signing of the 10%, 10-year funding agreements under duress. So those were the comments and adjustments. And of course, the caution as well about not taking away, being cautious about not taking away funding from our citizens who live off the reserve and in the urban communities. With that, seeing no other persons approaching the mic, let us call the question on omnibus resolution package on economic development. Is there any objections to this? Resolutions 27, 28, 30, and 38. Seeing none, any abstentions? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, with Chief Lehman. 7 abstentions. With that, then, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will take the remainder of you to be in consensus on the omnibus resolution.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Okay, chiefs and proxies, let's us now turn our attention to draft resolution number 41 that has been amended, was tabled, and now we're ready to present the amendment. So it was initially moved by Chief Lewis from Onion Lake, and proxy Philip Chief replaces as a mover. He replaces Chief Lewis, and it has initially be seconded by Chief Akous, and now it is seconded by the new chief is Ron Lehman. Are you present in the assembly? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so no change on the seconder and the mover. Mic number 2, please.
Hi, one slight change. So take out D. I know the copies are already gone out, and then we were actually meaning to keep that out. So we don't want to make a reference in terms of what's been going on. So take D out. So for chiefs that have your copy, just disregard D, and the rest is good. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So you, sorry, you're Chief Lewis.
Chief, Philip Chief, proxy for
Phil
Chief Lewis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, noted. Yep.
We're removing whereas.
Yes, we're removing the whereas D, the whole paragraph D in the whereas section.
41.
41. It has been tabled, and we're going back to draft resolution number 41. The title is Support for Treaty-Based Funding Arrangements and First Nations that are being impacted by existing fiscal relations discussion federally. If we could put, thank you, you read in my mind. So we will read the whole, therefore be it resolved, that has been changed. So we will read it again. 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations to support Treaty First Nations in their continued work on treaty-based funding arrangements with the Crown in Right of Canada, which are being impacted by discussion federally, where the Crown in Right of Canada asserts that the existing discussions and options put forward federally must be followed and are the only ones being offered, which are the 10-year grant and the new contribution agreement that requires First Nations to comply with Bill C-27 and act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations. So the debate period was over. This was the only amendment. Is the mover and the seconder in agreement with the modification, the amendment? I'm looking to the mover, Chief Philip Chief, proxy Philip Chief. Sorry. Are you, is it acceptable? And the seconder, Chief Akous. Yes. Thank you. So, with your permission, chiefs and proxies, we will now call the questions. Is there any opposition to draft resolution 41 as amended? Seeing none, is there any abstentions to draft resolution number 41 as amended? I see one abstention, sorry. One abstention. With your permission, chiefs and proxies, I announce that the resolution is passed by the majority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to turn the delegation's attention to a bundle of resolutions. There are 2 in this bundle. Resolutions 31 and Resolution 32. Resolutions 31 and 32 are being bundled. Resolutions 31 and 32 are being bundled. Everybody has 31 and 32 available for them. So I will read into the record 31. Is Chief Norman? Chief Norman? Chief Akous, you're willing to move the bundle? It's, okay, thank you. Second, do I have a seconder? I see Chief Francis is here. Thank you, Chief. We have a mover, we have a seconder, and here are the resolutions. Number 31, demarcation of Indigenous language signs on traditional and ancestral lands. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs and Assembly direct the Assembly of First Nations to support Indigenous nations in regional reclamation and revitalization initiatives that strengthen our connection to our traditional lands and treaty territories, as the Government of Canada has invested $89.9 million over 3 years to preserve, promote, and revitalize Indigenous language and culture. 2, call on the federal government Minister of Canadian Heritage and Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada to work with provinces, territories, Indigenous representative organizations, and Indigenous governments to create effective support for Indigenous languages in Canada through a variety of mechanisms, including the demarcation of signs in our traditional and treaty territories that mark our boundaries and strengthen our connection to our treaty and traditional lands and waterways. That is Resolution 31. I will now read into the record draft Resolution 32. The title, Treaty and Adhesion to Treaty Commemoration. Again, the mover is Chief Akous. The seconder is Chief Francis. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly recognize, respect, and support the Montreal Lake Cree Nation and Lac La Ronge Indian Band in the commemoration of the 130th anniversary of Treaty Number 6 adhesion on August 28, 2019 in Malanosa. How do you help me? Help me. Kinesiak. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations to call upon the federal government to advance reconciliation and renew the nation-to-nation relationship by making and participating in commemoration celebrations as treaty nations across Canada are reaching significant anniversary dates. Thank you, mover. Thank you, seconder. Any comments from the mover or seconder on these bundled resolutions? Seeing none, we'll go with the microphone number 2.
Just a friendly amendment on Resolution 32. Just add 2 words. Direct the AFN to call upon the federal government to advance reconciliation and renew the nation-to-nation relationship by marking and participating and funding in commemoration celebrations as treaty nations across Canada are reaching significant anniversary dates. So we're just recommending that we include funding also.
So
it would be marking, comma, participating, and funding in commemoration celebrations. Or you would take out in, I guess, funding commemoration celebrations.
Okay, I look to the mover and seconder to see if that amendment is accepted. Seconder says yes. Thank you, Chief Francis. Chief Akous, are you okay with the amendments? Microphone 2.
I'd like to add some wording that would encourage Canada to facilitate the attendance of the Governor General at our treaty commemorations. Miigwech.
Okay, so on the first part, you're okay with the amendments brought forward by Roxy Lehman? Yeah. And I think we have the language. Thank you, Chief. Microphone number 1, please.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to Resolution 31. Therefore be it resolved towards talking about establishing signs. I think we need to clarify here that the signage, that if they're going to be doing that, it should come out of Ministry of Forests, Ministry of Highways, and Fisheries and Oceans. That's where those departments should cover the cost. It's not clear where this money will come out of. It could come out of the language funding that needs to go to our children to revitalize our languages, as opposed to being spent on putting up signs that will not help the revitalization of language for our communities. I just, it's not clear where they want that resourcing would come from. And I think we ought to be specific about that.
Thank you for that, Chief. So somewhere in number 2, we'd get more specific around which departments would be funding these signage changes. So you named off a few different departments?
Yeah, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Highways, Ministry of Parks and Recreation, those where they have signs up that should translate it into our respective nations' languages across the country, ought to come from those departments, not from our language legislative funding for language revitalization.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief. So those departments, the funding should come from or will come from those departments that currently have signage up in our territories. Their signs need to be reflective of our languages. Is that clear? Yes, thank you. Any other, are the mover and seconder okay with the amendments? Okay, thank you. Seeing no more discussion, I will call question on resolution 31 and 32. Is there any opposed to the resolutions? Is there any abstentions to the resolutions? If seeing none, these 2 resolutions are carried by consensus. Thank you very much.
Do we have a mover for the omnibus? Last one? The supports? Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to turn your attention to, we have 4 support resolutions remaining of our on-time resolutions. So let us deal with those, and then we will check with you on time management issues. What I'm looking for is a mover for a how many bus resolution. Number 33, supporting First Nations guardians. Number 34, national expansion of the Indigenous Rookie League Baseball Program. Number 35, support for Sumas First Nations gaming initiatives. And number 36, support for Miswibik Employment and Training Center. I see Chief Tom, and then I see Chief of Pasquia. Thank you very much, sir. As mover and seconder of the how many bus, our final package for that. So just to move to the therefore be it resolves on 33, supporting First Nations guardians. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly fully support the concept of Indigenous Guardians and the need for a nationally funded Indigenous Guardian network in Canada. Direct the Assembly of First Nations to work with First Nations leadership to discuss the establishment of effective and appropriate mechanisms to support First Nations Guardians. Direct the AFN to call on Canada as well as the provinces and territories to support a National Guardians network through the creation of mechanisms that ensure First Nations have access and control over their lands. 4, direct the AFN to call on Canada as well as the provinces and territories to ensure the long-term viability of a National Guardian network across Canada through the allocation of dedicated and sustained funding. Let us move to number 34, the support for the national expansion of the Indigenous Rookie League Baseball Program. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly recognize the benefits and strengths of the Jays Care Indigenous Rookie League has had in building youth's resiliency and improving the well-being of member communities. 2, support the Declaration of Collaboration signed by Kenora Chiefs Advisory, Files Hill Capel Tribal Council, Grand Council Treaty 3, and Jays Care Foundation in expanding to a national Indigenous Rookie League Baseball Program. 3, direct the Assembly of First Nations to advocate to to all the government and non-governmental organizations to ensure the necessary resources and to support the planning and implementation of a National Indigenous Rookie League baseball program through funding provided to Kenora Chiefs Advisory, File Hills, Capel Tribal Council, and Grand Council Treaty 3 in partnership with the Jays Care Foundation. And 35, Sumas Gaming, therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly reaffirm support for First Nations assertion of their inherent jurisdiction in the regulation of gaming or gambling activities and acknowledge that reconciliation includes recognition of First Nations inherent jurisdiction in a wide number of areas, including gaming. 2, support Sumas First Nation in assertion of jurisdiction over gaming and their efforts towards economic independence and sustainability. 3, call on Canada to amend the Criminal Code of Canada to repeal any legislative prohibitions to First Nations exercising their jurisdiction over gaming or gambling activities. And 36, therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly support Miswah Beek employment and training in the continuing development and vision of the Miswah Beek Training Center, and support Miswah Beek employment and training to seek funding support from the Government of Canada to realize the creation of the Miswah Beek Training Center that will benefit First Nation citizens who live and work in the Greater Toronto Area. Is there a need for discussion of this omnibus package? Seeing none. Seeing none, the question having been called. Comment, Chief Silver, microphone 2.
Thank you, Harold, and I do agree with the bundle or the omnibus. I just want to say a little bit more to what's going on in BC, as we have come to an agreement as far as gaming revenues is concerned, but as far as participation in the industry itself, we've been stonewalled. Right now at Samath, our people, we've issued our own declaration on our territories. We did it in such a manner within our traditions. We held gathering in our longhouse. We called witnesses from various levels of government. And as per our traditions, this then becomes our law. The province of British Columbia have not been fair as far as issuing licenses to our people. We're looking to reestablish our jurisdictions over our lands. We're preparing a piece of land. We've met with the Attorney General and told him our intentions. I really need this resolution as some support, as I'm going to be meeting next week with one of the Assistant Deputy Ministers responsible for gaming in British Columbia. We're going to announce our intentions to carry on. Our dream is to have a hotel and convention center. We have 190 acres right on Highway 1, 10 minutes from the Abbotsford International Airport, closer to the U.S. border crossing. And we would like one day to be able, one year, to host an assembly like this. Hotel, convention center, gaming facility. And we'd like to support, because I think in our territories we have no agreement whatsoever with the new governments, being the province and Canada. And I think it's time that we stepped up and reclaim our jurisdictions on our lands, and I appreciate the support from the floor here. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Silver. Microphone 1.
Bonjour. Wapshke Mekareke Kwe, Indigenous Cause, Pijudu Tem, Nisachwan Donji, Treaty 3, Anishinaabe Nation. I'm going to speak to the resolution 34, because dang it, we're going to hear some good news today. Not just, everything all doom and gloom, but this is a real seeking support from all the chiefs across Turtle Island and the communities supporting the initiative of expanding what was started as a rookie league in partnership with the Jays Care Foundation, and has expanded into other tribal areas. And we're extremely proud of the work and the partnerships that we have created. And we have had extensive meetings and talks about expanding that league and that model to a national Indigenous Rookie League to share and to have all of our communities across Turtle Island participate if they choose to. And really, the goal is to support our kids, our families, and build healthier communities, because the work that we're doing and the principles around the league isn't about if you win or lose. It's about bringing our communities together and showing support to our kids, but it also inspires, you know, the competitiveness in our kids. You know, we have talent out there. We have kids that, you know, just need that opportunity to thrive and to really have those opportunities to get out there in the world. And the talent that we're really seeing in our communities and through play is amazing. We have future, you know, Jays players out there, and we want to support that. We want to share this because it's so valuable. We were with the Jays a few weeks ago or a month ago, and we had our national chief attend a game with us. So he was sitting there with our chiefs eating hot dogs and, you know, enjoying the game. So and it was beautiful. So we did come together, and we want to share our model, because it's not based on if you win or lose, but it's about bringing kids together. And one thing that we believe in terms of our partnerships is that sport is a way to keep our kids active. Sport is a way to get our kids, keep them in school and keep them get that spirit out in them. And we want to support and celebrate that and share that. Not saying we want everybody to take it over, but we want to just say we need to support in case we're out there advocating. And the Jays care, they're part of the bigger picture. And to have that kind of partnership is we want to share that across Turtle Island. So that's about all I need to say.
Maybe just one clarification, Jays Care, is that Toronto Blue Jays?
Yes!
Just want to make that clear.
I'm a diehard baseball fan. I don't play, but I'm definitely a cheerleader.
Yeah.
So this is something that we love, and you know, every community should be part of it, and we will do whatever it takes to support our kids and bring up healthy people.
All right, thank you very much. Let us turn to the question then. We're good? Or do you need to speak, or should we move to getting you some support? Microphone 1.
Uju, Pagune Jigak Dishne Kaz, Tekto Tam, Kazagatego Magdonji, Chief Darlene Cummigan from Northwest Angle 33 First Nation, Treaty 3 area. I come from where the treaty was signed, so I'm here to support the bill, or not the bill, the Resolution 34. But anyway, I just wanted to offer my support, and I know that National Chief Bill Gard was at the Jays game, and it was actually his first time ever being at a Blue Jays game, and I was very honored that he came to be with us that day, but we were there for 2 days for the 2 games. So, you know, in the words of the late Elder Elmer Cushane, the words that he spoke in that video really touched my heart. And when he said, "It's for the kids," you know, we have to work for the kids, and that really touched me. And I think that we have to work for the kids, their health and their mental well-being, and we need to support them. But in doing so, we need funding to continue this program, and if we can get some advocacy for some funding for this league, this Indigenous Rookie League, that would be so awesome. And miigwech.
Thank you very much for that. As you'll note, our speakers have all been the original movers and seconders of these resolutions. Microphone 2 on the omnibus resolution 33, 34, 35, and 36.
Proxy Chief LaRon Northwest, Samson Cree Nation. Just want to say hi to everybody watching online.
Resolution 3 to 5, we just wanted to make a friendly amendment on number 3, therefore, call on Canada and the provinces, because in Alberta, you know, we're working with Alberta Gaming and Liquor Commission. Well, they're now called Alberta Gaming and Liquor Cannabis now, but we're at the mercy of them for any of the gaming that we have with our bingo halls and our casinos. So we're wondering if that could be an amendment that could be considered. Thanks.
Yeah, and what I would suggest is in that one, where we would suggest that be added, mover and seconders, call on Canada to amend the Criminal Code of Canada and the provinces to repeal any legislative prohibitions to First Nations. So, mover and seconder, is that, that's good? Thank you very much. And with that, then, let us call the question on the omnibus resolution 33, 34, 35, 36. Oh, Grand Chief Norton. Good catch.
Just a brief comment on two things. One is we recently received a donation from Toronto Blue Jays for $80,000 to build a ballpark for our kids. The other thing is I'm hearing more and more on the resolution regarding gaming. As you know, we've been in gaming for 20 years without any kind of relationship or anything with the province or the federal government. So this is a unique opportunity for those of you who are dissatisfied, or for those of you who want to get into gaming. Let's get together. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you very much. Chief Spahan, microphone 2.
Hanlan Squest, Lee Spahan Cook, Bivin Sletku in the Gatlam Nation, British Columbia. I just wanted to talk on support for the First Nations Guardian. We have 8 bands within my nation that went after funding for the Guardian program. It was funding for $2.6 million. There was up to 7 projects, and it was over 3 years. And we were denied the funding. And there was total lack of communication between the government and us, because they weren't getting back to us, and there was some short time frames. So we need better communication, and we need to have more control over the Guardians. So, Cookstam, thank you.
Thank you very much. Then let us call the question. Any objections to the omnibus resolution 33, 34, 35, 36? Seeing none, any abstentions? Seeing none, then with your permission, we declare this final omnibus resolution adopted by unanimous consensus, and as I believe that completes all the on-time resolutions that were presented to the Assembly. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent work. We are at 4:20 p.m. The designated time for the closing remarks and protocol was 4 o'clock. In order for us to move to the late resolutions, and there are about 25 or so, we have organized them into two larger bundles and one standalone resolution. We would need the permission of the Assembly. Otherwise, they will be referred to the executive, who will review each one and proceed and do the necessary work or action that needs to be taken. Wendell Metallic, you are permission to go ahead or permission to adjourn? Okay. Is there any objection to extending the time for 45 minutes to complete the late resolutions? Hearing none, we will carry on. Co-chairs, late resolutions? Who's got which bundle? Are you ready?
There's a right, I have the numbers for you. There's a right, social, academic, environment, fish bundle.
So we're not
and
ready?
a support one. No, I can hand a support bundle if you want to start.
We got
with
one
that.
ready?
Yeah.
Do you want to try it?
Sure. You can take that. So this is the support. It's the late resolution support.
So we have the late resolution support bundle. It is late resolutions 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, and 23. So turn your attention to the support bundles. support resolutions that are being packaged. So resolution number 1. So for this bundle to be read in, you need a mover and a seconder for these support bundles. Is there a mover who's willing to move this omnibus? Chief Lewis, thank you. So moved. Seconder? Chief Miracle, thank you. So late resolution number 1. Cannabis. Support of cannabis as part of global indigenous culture. Therefore be it resolved, 1. Support the development of a global indigenous platform to establish a wider dialogue that brings together indigenous expertise for indigenous peoples to organize for the political, economic, social, and cultural enhancement and for the purpose of bringing an end to ongoing oppression and discrimination wherever it occurs. 2. Support in the development of a legal framework that incorporates a holistic review of indigenous cannabis rights and that can serve as a resource to indigenous communities anywhere by offering key insight and advisement to cannabis processes. 3. Support American tribes in expressing concern that discriminatory historic injustices have prevented indigenous people from their right to develop in accordance with their own needs and interests. Late draft resolution number 4. Support an inquest into the death of Devin Freeman. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly support a formal request to the Coroner's Office by Georgina Island First Nation and Devin Freeman's family to undertake an inquest into the death of Devin Freeman. 5. Support the Canadian Safety and Security Program Project Charter. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1. Direct the National Chief and the Assembly of First Nations Executive Committee to call on the Canadian Safety and Security Program and Indigenous Services Canada to work in partnership with the AFN and those First Nations identified within this project as affected by wildfire and evacuated to provide permanent, reliable, and appropriate funding and resources to ensure coordinated response to wildfire situations affecting First Nations. 2. Call upon the CSSP and ISK to work with the AFN and those First Nations identified within the Fire Risk and Evacuation Capabilities Project in Isolated Communities Project to develop a consultation and accommodation process consistent with obtaining their free, prior, and informed consent. 3. Direct the AFN to support the CSSP in the creation and implementation of the project charter for the fire risk and evacuation capabilities in isolated communities, the project charter. 4. Call upon ISK as primary proponent and stakeholder for the CSSP project charter to provide funding support for all First Nations involved in the development of this project. 6. Support for Fort Albany First Nation Treatment Detox Center / Mental Health Facility. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1. To fully support Fort Albany First Nation's request to construct a local treatment detox center / mental health facility. 2. Call on Canada to provide funding to construct and develop a local treatment detox center and mental health facility in Fort Albany First Nation. 3. Direct the Assembly of First Nations to advocate for the federal government to identify emergency funding that would enable Fort Albany First Nation to respond to their declared state of emergency. 8. Fraser River Salmon State of Emergency. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1. Call on the Assembly of First Nations to support the Fraser Salmon Management Council to call upon the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs, British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, First Nations Summit, First Nations Health Council, First Nations Fisheries Council, and the First Nations Energy and Mining Council to work together collaboratively regarding the Fraser River Salmon State of Emergency. 2, call on the AFN to support the FCMC and BC First Nations organizations to demand that BC and Canada governments immediately A, work in participation with the Canoe Creek Band, High Bar Band, Eskedimick, is the E silent? Skedem, and all other concerned BC First Nations. Expedite a plan to remove the partial obstruction on the Fraser River to allow Fraser salmon to safely migrate to their spawning grounds. C, stop all recreational and commercial fisheries of Fraser River salmon, including catch and release fisheries, until the obstruction is cleared and that any fishery openings only be considered after conservation and First Nations priorities are met. 9, request letter of support to Gambler First Nations in their efforts to improve health and well-being of their nation. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly request the National Chief continue to advocate on behalf of First Nations for the recognition of self-determination rights of the self-determination rights of First Nations. 2, request that the Assembly of First Nations provide a letter of support to Gambler First Nation in their efforts to improve the health and well-being of their nation through their partnership with the Republic of Cuba. 10, supporting an increased role for First Nations in the Government of Canada's procurement process for removing unexploded ordnance on First Nations lands. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly call on the Government of Canada to ensure the procurement process for removing unexploded ordnance, contaminants on First Nations lands, recognize and affirm First Nations' rights to exercise their jurisdiction and control over their lands and territories, including where UXO contaminants need to be cleared from First Nations lands and territories. 2, call on the Government of Canada to implement a policy for procurement that ensures equitable treatment for First Nations. 3, call on the Government of Canada to ensure it works directly with First Nations impacted by UXO contaminants to develop new tools, policies, and procedures that will ensure First Nations are not excluded through conflict of interest policies in the procurement process. Number 13, human right to clean drinking water. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly call upon the federal government to immediately to remove bureaucratic barriers and systematic failures in guidelines and policies which lead to the denial of basic human right to clean drinking water to the residents of Attawapiskat First Nation and all other First Nations who are experiencing similar problems. (14) Support for First Nation self-determination right to govern the cultivation, processing, and retail of cannabis. Therefore, be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly assert and exercise complete jurisdiction over cannabis, assert that each First Nation has jurisdiction to govern all cannabis operations in our own territories, including but not limited to the regulation of the growth, processing, and sale of cannabis, and in all of its derivatives. 3, assert that each First Nation's regulatory systems must be recognized within our territories and urge the provincial and federal governments to eliminate barriers and to cease interference that would impede nation-to-nation trade and commerce. 4, immediately request the following. A, that the federal government acknowledge through the issuance of a ministerial order First Nations jurisdiction over all aspects of cannabis cultivation, processing, and retail operations within their territories. B, the removal of the role previously delegated to the provinces and territories under the Cannabis Act regarding the retail licensing of cannabis within First Nations territories. And C, that the Government of Canada work with First Nations in the spirit of reconciliation to establish a framework for participation that respects First Nations autonomy and sovereignty. 15, support for the development of an implementation plan, funding strategy, and governance strategy for the Wood Buffalo National Park Action Plan. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs and Assembly call on Canada to take immediate action to restore the ecological and cultural health of Wood Buffalo National Park, including A, developing all necessary agreements to manage the Peace and Athabasca rivers for the restoration of the health of the PAD, including to enable a strategic flow release on the Peace River. B, establishing robust long-term funding for the restoration of Peace, Athabasca, and Slave Deltas and the implementation of the action plan in the 2020 federal budget. C, fully supporting First Nations to be partners in developing an implementation plan for the action plan. D, providing adequate funding directly to individual First Nations for their full, direct, and unfettered participation in governance and implementation activities arising from the action plan. 2, support the listing of Wood Buffalo National Park on the list of World Heritage Sites in danger if Canada does not show real progress in establishing a co-governance process with Indigenous peoples in Wood Buffalo National Park and restoring the health of Wood Buffalo National Park by December 1st, 2020. Number 15, support the development of an implementation plan funding strategy. That is the same one. That is also the same one. Number 23.
Did you read this? This is the right version that's stapled together. 23.
Number 23, support for Earth Strike and Fridays for Future movements and the general strike on September 27, 2019. Therefore, be it resolved, support the international Earth Strike movement and recognize its benefits to the fight against climate inaction. 2, support the September 27, 2019 general strike and recognize its purpose, value, and importance as an international initiative and mobilization in the fight against climate inaction. 3, support the Fridays for Future movement and recognize its importance as a voice for youth concern on climate emergency to express their utter dissatisfaction with the international community's lack of sufficient action. So, support resolutions 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 23 have been written very well and read into the record. So, would the mover or seconder like to speak to this omnibus package of support resolutions? Question, seeing Mr. Proxy Layman is coming to mic number 2. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you again. I was asked by Mixu Cree Nation to make an amendment to 15. So there would be a new D, and that's in the whereas clauses. And the wording would be as such, and the Resolutions Committee already has it. In the number of treaties, there was a request for the protection of the buffalo, And there was assurances by the representatives of the Crown that they would in fact make provisions for the buffalo. So that's the addition we wanted to make to that one. And kind of put me in a difficult situation here. I was asked to support on that one, but just want to be on record that I cannot support resolution number 1 and number 14 for the reasons I gave previously regarding treaty. It shouldn't always be about money. It should be about our rights and also the legacy that we're going to leave our future generations. Thank you.
So thank you. So the new D would read, in the numbered treaties, there was a request for the protection of the buffalo, and there was assurances by the representatives of the Crown that they would in fact make provisions for the buffalo. Thank you. Got that changed. Microphone number 1, please.
Nick Turtle, Whitefish River. I had spoken earlier about the spiritual advice we were given about cannabis, so I can't speak in favor of items 1 and 14. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you very much, Chief. Seeing no other comments, hearing question, I will now ask if anybody is not in support of the bundle. Two. Thank you. Any abstentions from the omnibus package of support resolutions? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, 1. Thank you very much. The omnibus support resolutions are hereby carried. Thank you.
Bonjour. Alors, on continue. Nous allons au projet de résolution de dernière minute, numéro 20, intitulé « Renforcer et soutenir le Conseil des femmes de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations ». Ce projet de résolution de dernière minute, numéro 20, a été proposé par chef Adrienne Jérôme, mais elle m'a dit qu'elle avait quitté et qu'elle avait donné que c'était grand chef Verna Paulson qui devait proposer, mais je crois que Grand Chief Verna Paulson is not in the room now. Are you? So, okay, so Chief Robinson will move this resolution, this draft resolution. Is there, and I can see that Chief Denise Stonefish is the mover, and I think I saw you. Yeah, okay. So we have our mover and seconder. On a nos proposeurs et coproposeurs. Donc, nous allons, si vous le voulez bien, aller directement à la portion « Il est résolu que » du projet de résolution de dernière minute numéro 20. Pardon. Donc, pour ces motifs, les chefs en assemblée demandent à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations de prioriser l'obtention d'un financement approprié, notamment par des subventions gouvernementales et des dons privés, pour que le Conseil des femmes de l'APN dispose des ressources nécessaires et soit au premier plan de la défense des droits des femmes des Premières Nations dans tous les domaines. 2. Demande à l'APN de trouver des fonds et des ressources appropriées, notamment du personnel dévoué, pour que le Conseil des femmes de l'APN entreprenne des activités de défense des droits et des intérêts en vue de la mise en œuvre des appels à la justice, du rapport final de l'enquête nationale et de l'élaboration et de la mise en œuvre du plan d'action national dirigé par les Premières Nations. Donc, ce projet de résolution de dernière minute numéro 20 a été appuyé, a été proposé d'abord et a été appuyé ensuite, a été lu et inscrit au registre des projets de résolution. Je vais donc maintenant demander aux proposeurs et coproposeurs s'ils ont des commentaires ou explications à donner. D'abord, mover and seconder, do you have any explanation you would like to make at this moment? No. Is there a need for discussion on draft late resolution number 20? Sorry. I think you're ready for the question, so I will call the question. Question time. The question is on the adoption of the draft late resolution number 20. Is there any opposition in the room, in the assembly? No, none. I can see none. Is there any abstentions? None. Seeing none, with your permission, I announce that the draft late resolution is passed by unanimous consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have another bundle of late draft resolutions. So the bundle consists of resolution number 2, 3, 7, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 25, 27. So again, this is another omnibus package of similar resolutions. Again, they are numbered 2, 3, 7, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 25, 27. Can I get a mover for this omnibus package of late draft resolutions? Moved. Chief Francis and Chief Hardy seconds. Chief Hardy's over here. Okay, thank you. So moved by Chief Francis, seconded by Chief Hardy. Okay. Resolution number 2. The protection of First Nations intellectual property rights and traditional knowledge, cultural expressions, and genetic resources. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs and Assembly direct the Assembly of First Nations to advocate both domestically and internationally for changes to the intellectual property regime, which includes adequate legal protections for traditional knowledge, cultural expressions, genetic resources, and accommodates First Nations interests and ownership over their intellectual property rights. Direct the AFN to engage with Canada on strategies to improve legal protections for First Nations intellectual property rights, which incorporates a First Nations approach and respects First Nations customary laws. 3. Direct the AFN to develop legal options on the protection and intellectual property rights for consideration of First Nations and to develop materials that outline what First Nations intellectual property rights are under the current intellectual property regime. Resolution number 3, Assembly of First Nations participation in court action regarding the constitutionality of Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs and Assembly 1 direct the Assembly of First Nations to continue to advocate for a national response to the issue of climate change, which respects First Nations inherent rights, treaties, title, and jurisdiction, including the inherent right of self-determination in the area of carbon pricing. 2. Direct the AFN to intervene in the Government of Saskatchewan's and Ontario's appeal on the constitutionality of Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, now before the Supreme Court of Canada. 3. Direct the AFN to intervene in the Government of Manitoba's application for judicial review to the Federal Court challenging the constitutionality of GGPPA, as well as the Government of Alberta's reference to Alberta Court of Appeal challenging the constitutionality of GGPPA. 4. Direct the AFN to encourage the federal government to work with First Nations directly to develop policies and regulations under the GGPPA, which respects First Nations inherent rights, treaties, title, and jurisdiction, and recognizes First Nations inherent responsibilities to their traditional territories, including ensuring that there is equality in the allocation of revenues flowing from carbon pricing, and that due consideration is given for First Nations jurisdiction over the area of carbon pricing in their traditional territories. 7, enhanced funding for First Nations socioeconomic development through the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Association and Aboriginal financial institutions. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1 direct the Assembly of First Nations to work in partnership with the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Association to advocate that the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada and federal government, 1, allocate 5% non-discretionary of the total Indigenous Services Canada budget to Indigenous economic development, and source 5% of total government procurement for products and services from Indigenous businesses and service providers. 2, support regular communication with NACCA and First Nations economic institutions to advance joint First Nations economic development goals and advocacy. Resolution number 11, National Advisory Committee on Child and Family Services National Data Outcomes and Indicators Working Group. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct the Assembly of First Nations to establish a subcommittee for Data Outcomes and Indicators Working Group in order to develop a data-informed approach to understanding the number of First Nations children in care so that First Nations can properly address the issue of First Nations children in care and further understand if circumstances are changing. 2, call on Canada to fully support and fund the Subcommittee for Data Outcomes and Indicators Working Group to include such activities as literature reviews, environmental scans, as well as test new and innovative approaches to data collection. Resolution number 12, extension of interim funding model for First Nations early learning and childcare. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1 call on the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development to immediately and properly fund the Assembly of First Nations to support the National Expert Working Group on First Nations early learning and childcare, including the development of a new funding model for First Nations ELCC to be sourced separately from service delivery partnerships, governance funding, and governance funding. 2, direct the AFN, NEWG, and funding model sub-working group to immediately commence work to develop a new funding model, pending receipt of funding to support this work. 3, support the extension of interim funding model until March 31st, 2021, to allow adequate time for the AFN, NEWG, and funding model sub-working group, including the development of a new funding model that is more responsive to the First Nations ELCC realities and needs. Resolution 16, recognition of the Marshall Decision. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly call on the Assembly of First Nations to recognize and affirm the 20th anniversary of the Marshall Decision by the Supreme Court of Canada. 2, call on the AFN to recognize and affirm nation-to-nation relationship, the Wolastoqey, Mi'kmaq, and Passamaquoddy with the Crown on unceded traditional territory, lands, and waters of these First Nations. Call on the AFN to continue its advocacy with the federal government to uphold, honor all treaty relationships with First Nations in Canada. Appointment, Resolution 17, appointment of Governor General. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly call on the Prime Minister of Canada to recommend to the Queen that a First Nation citizen be appointed as the next Governor General of Canada in the spirit of reconciliation. 2, call on the Prime Minister of Canada to work directly with First Nation citizens to select qualified candidates and provide a jointly agreed upon recommendation to the Queen regarding the next Governor General of Canada. 18, support for Native Hawaiians' efforts to protect Mana Moanaka. Moanakia. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct the Assembly of First Nations to call on the Government of Canada to withdraw their financial and political support for building the 30-meter telescope on Mauna, a sacred site of the Native Hawaiians on Hawaii's Big Island. Direct the AFN to call upon these universities individually to withdraw their support of the construction of the TMT in their efforts to reconcile with First Nations people. These universities include Athabasca University, Bishop's University, Brandon University, McGill University, McMaster University, Queen's University, St. Mary's University, Trent University, University of Alberta, University of British Columbia, University of Calgary, Université de Laval, University of Manitoba, University de Montreal, University of Toronto, University of Victoria, University of Waterloo, University of Western Ontario, and York University. 3, direct the AFN to publicly express their support to the Native Hawaiian people, for example, through media releases and open letters to the Prime Minister and universities supporting this project. 4, direct the AFN to communicate our support to Native Hawaiians and to write directly to Governor David Ige of Hawaii to express our solidarity with the Native Hawaiians in their efforts to protect Mauna Kea and to ensure their rights to their land are respected. Resolution 19, development and implementation of a national action plan on violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1, call on the federal government to ensure that all engagement on a national action plan be carried out using the Families First approach. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations to seek out appropriate funding and resources for the Women's Council to A, attend and participate in all round meetings in every region, B, co-coordinate its own engagement with First Nations on a national action plan. 3, direct the AFN to develop its own First Nations-led national action plan with input from the regions and First Nation survivors and families, and advocate for all governments to adopt it. 4, call upon the federal government to ensure AFN Women's Council participates in the selection process for any representative appointment to implement the National Inquiry's final report's calls for justice, including the development and implementation of a national action plan. Resolution 21, establishing support and industry platform for the First Nations food security, sovereignty, and economic development. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations to advocate for the development of funding and other industry support programs for First Nations to maintain and reestablish their food security and sovereignty, and promote food-focused research to better understand the intersection of First Nations food security, sovereignty, and sustainability. 2, seek the guidance of Chiefs Committee on Economic Development to establish a First Nations food security and sovereignty working group to draft a framework to develop position papers outlining First Nations positions and develop and advocate for First Nations specific communication tools and workshops to raise awareness. 3, direct the AFN to investigate advocacy opportunities regarding food security and sovereignty according to United Nations mechanisms relating to rights of Indigenous people, including the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, the UN Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 25, to fully implement the First Nations priority right to food, social, and ceremonial fisheries. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct the AFN to call upon the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to immediately cease placing unlawful restrictions on food, social, and ceremonial fisheries of the Mi'kmaq, and to cease charging community members for exercising their right to fish for food, social, and ceremonial purposes. 2, direct the AFN to call upon Canada and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to fully implement the First Nations priority right to food, social, and ceremonial fisheries of the Mi'kmaq. Number 27, to provide Mi'kmaq and Wolastoq First Nations access to Atlantic snow crab fishery. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct the AFN to call upon Canada and Fisheries and Oceans Canada to immediately grant all Mi'kmaq and Wolastoq First Nations access to the snow crab fisheries in the Atlantic region in a manner consistent with the Marshall Decision that recognized their treaty right to a moderate livelihood. Microphone number 2, please.
Chief Judy Wilson, Nisga'a, Secwepemc Nation. I just wanted to speak to 19 just to ensure that the AFN led process on the for the Women's Council on the National Inquiry calls for justice, that maybe a new, therefore it be resolved that it doesn't impact on nation-led or women-led or regional-led processes that they have set up. So it shouldn't overtake it. I think that was the point in the other resolution we had. So if we could add it as a 5 to ensure that it's respective, because I'm thinking some might feed into it or complement it, but there's some might be independent of it, right?
Thank you.
And I think also in respecting to the climate change one, to some of the nations, I know in our nation we have a lot of real strong advocates in and around food security, and that they've been doing a lot of research in hunting that too. So just respecting, I guess, the regional and local initiatives on food security and climate change.
Thank you, Chief. I'll just ask you to repeat your proposed amendment to number 19, a new 5.
So the new 5 would be that the AFN First Nations-led action plan just is respective of the local, regional, or nation-led initiatives in regard to their planning, because I just have to be respective that it's not going to overtake it. And I think that was what we were trying to do with the regional resolution that we passed yesterday in regard to National Inquiry calls for justice.
Thank you very much. I looked at a mover. We have a friendly amendment that's proposed. You're good. Seconder, you're good. Thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Tansi Oniginu Sinclair from the Opaskwayak Cree Nation for late draft resolution number 7 on the therefore be it resolved number 1.1.1. We spoke to this earlier, so it's in line with the other resolution that was made. Allocate 5% non-discretionary. Change that number so it's in line with the other to 95% non-discretionary. Thank you.
We got those changes. Thank you. Mover, you're good. Seconder, you're good. Thank you. Microphone number 1, please.
Shining Turtle, Whitefish River. Resolution number 19, friendly amendment to include the, on item 3, after First Nation survivors, the new National Coalition for grassroots families, if I can have that included, please. Thank you.
On number 3?
Yep, item 3, right after First Nation survivors, before the and families, right in there would be sweet. Thank you.
Can you just repeat the
It's
phrase?
the National Coalition for Grassroots Families. Thank you.
And families and advocate for all governments to adopt it. Thank you. I looked at a mover. You're good. Seconder, you're good. Thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Philip Chief, Proxy, Onion Lake Cree Nation. 2 items. First item on resolution number 12, friendly amendment on the therefore be it resolved to add also in support of First Nations who are in treaty-based funding arrangement discussions.
Where are you proposing that? In a new
or even within number 3?
Okay, so number 3, how would you like to?
So to support First Nations who are, or also to support First Nations who are in treaty-based funding arrangement discussions.
So, and to support First Nations who are in treaty-based funding discussions. Thank you. Mover, seconder, good. Thank you. Those
the other item
amendments are good. Your second piece?
Second piece is on resolution 11. So Onion Lake Cree Nation stands to object to this late draft resolution due to the fact that we are going through some reviews at the nation level. So just making a note of that.
Okay, thank you. That is noted. Back to microphone number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cheryl Kazmar Akam, proxy. Speaking to resolution number 12. A little bit concerned about therefore be it resolved number 3. I know that there's work that is currently underway in terms of confirming or solidifying a funding model. However, the timeline that has been stated here for March 31st, 2021 is too far into the future. We need to do something. We need to confirm a funding model sooner rather than later. I know that the AFN has already been directed to work on developing this model in partnership, of course, with the experts. And from our experts in British Columbia, they feel that the pace is going too slow and that leaving it to 2021 is going to be too long. It penalizes some First Nations in receiving the adequate amount of funding that they should be entitled to under this model. So I don't know, is anybody prepared to even speak to that issue from the AFN level? Because this work is happening under that umbrella.
Dan Wilson can speak to it. John's there. Okay, so on that piece, we have Jonathan Thompson.
Thank you. So absolutely, Chief, we'd like to move this issue along. One of the challenges we've had is that once we got past the first stage of getting that money out the door and developing that initial model, we've had some trouble getting support from ESDC to even fund the National Expert Working Group. So we can put a shorter timeline in there, but our challenges are also with the Department of ESDC and getting that work supported. If we can do it sooner, we absolutely will. Part of that resolution also speaks to pushing on them. So what we're saying is that in the interim, so that there is no delay in funding going out the next year, continue with the interim model, but absolutely I would agree with your point that if we can get it done sooner, we could absolutely would do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you okay with that, Chief? Thank you. Thank you. Having a few modifications, friendly amendments that were accepted by the mover and seconder of this omnibus package of late resolutions, numbers 2, 3, 7, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 25, and 27 being read into the record. I will now move to a vote to adopt the resolutions as amended. I will ask if there is anybody in opposition of this bundle other than what was noted by Onion Lake. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Onion Lake, we have your opposition noted on that particular resolution, so thank you very much. Having seen no abstentions, I declare this omnibus package of resolutions carried. Thank you.
Chiefs, I'll ask you to turn to late draft resolution 28, the final late draft resolution. Executive Committee representation on Prince Edward Island, moved by Chief Roderick Gould Jr. from Abuquet and Chief Darlene Bernard from Lennox Island First Nation, the two chiefs being present in the Assembly. Where are they? Oh, that left. Thank you very much. 'Tis late. Essentially what you have there, the two chiefs, well, first of all, on E, whereas E, just a factual clarification or an adjustment. So it is Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, and Quebec and Labrador are the only chiefs in the country do not have individual provincial representation on the Assembly of First Nations Executive Committee. The two First Nations in PEI are seeking respectful representation at the AFN Executive Committee. They acknowledge that there is a renewal process going on, but do not wish to defer this matter for that process. And on the therefore be it resolved, if we could put it on the screen. As written, they were advised that they would have been out of order, ruled out of order because just because of the charter issues around giving notice. And so they have agreed to modify this slightly, essentially to change the order of the whereases. So I'll read them. Number 2 is now number 1. So therefore be it resolved that the chiefs in Assembly direct the Assembly of First Nations to work with the Prince Edward Island chiefs to prepare an amendment to Article 17 of the Assembly of First Nations Charter for the next annual or special meeting of the First Nations in Assembly to change the composition of the Executive Committee to allow for a Prince Edward Island Regional Chief. And number 1 now becomes number 2, and we make a slight edit there to delete the words "recognize this resolution as the required" and insert the words "direct the AFN to give written notice in accordance with Article 27 of the Charter of the Assembly of First Nations to amend the Charter." I'll look to the mover and seconder if you wish to speak to the resolution. Good, good. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution as amended? Oh, he is coming forward, sorry. Chief Gould, microphone 1.
Well, just very briefly, the resolution put forward the letter of intent that we were going to follow up with and perform our due diligence on our behalf. What we're asking for in this resolution is you to perform your due diligence. I've recently been re-elected to the Abuquet First Nation, and I'm proud of that. I used to be the chief of the Abuquet First Nation 16 years ago, and I've been in this place before. 16 years ago, we've tabled this idea at the executive level and the regional level that Prince Edward Island is different. Prince Edward Island is a provincial, territorial place. It's Mi'kmaq land, unceded land, and we wanted representation there. So 16 years have passed by, and here I am again today. I'm not here to challenge the AFN. I'm here to work with the AFN, and I want you guys on my team. I have challenges in my small little province, as small as it is. I have to deal with the Premier, and I'm at the table with the Premier. I'm looking for lateral support for my First Nation communities across the country. Our issues are the same. We're only small, but our rights-based issues are the exact same in PEI as they are in British Columbia. We share the same rights initiatives, we share the same concerns, and every case sets precedence for every other First Nation in the region. I understand that, and I respect that. in this resolution and this idea, what we're asking for is to be given some consideration. I'm not asking for up-down vote. I'm asking for moral support in this, and this is why. That's a piece of paper. But what we're doing as the First Nations unity is this. I'm asking for moral support for my brothers and my sisters in the West. On the East Coast, I know we're small. We're challenging this charter on constitutional grounds. I know where this charter came from. It's the foundation for Canada, where it started from, and it was based on that idea. Where we are today with respect to that and the flags that sit before you and the chiefs that stand before you as an executive, we feel for the past 16 years, we have not been identified under our provincial territorial right to be recognized and have to say, I'm an elected chief. I follow protocol and procedures, and I own what I own to my people. You own what you own to me as one of the chiefs, as the rest of the chiefs here. So what we've asked for 16 years repeatedly is to be given some consideration to amend, to make an exception, to understand. We've done it. Chief Bernard and myself have done this already. We have the lobbying skills, and I have the capability to do it. We've lobbied for a potential provincial territory organization amendment. We met with the minister, and we were required that. Prince Island didn't have the required number of reserves to meet the requirements. We made the amendment. We lobbied that, Chief Bernard and myself, in the past. What I'm asking for you is moral support. Here's why. We support the charter amendments that are coming down the pipeline. 1 year, 2 year, whatever it takes, we're going to be a part of that process. And we have concerns and issues we share with many other chiefs that I've been speaking to. I want to be the catalyst for change. And here's why. And this is the moral support that I'm looking for from my fellow chiefs. We're not asking for power and control. We're asking for change. If we can change this policy as it stands, as it's been for years and years, on constitutional grounds and based on charter rights, we can support you and other issues in the area. We're challenging on territorial rights and provincial colonial guidelines. We in the future, if we are awarded this consideration, it'll be the catalyst for future chiefs to negotiate their territorial right. Sets their own boundaries, not colonial boundaries that are set up by the province. Acknowledge this where it exists, challenge the charter. We'll be a part of the process to change it in the future. I'm asking my fellow chiefs and the executive to review what we've talked about for like 16 years. And with respect to our regional vice chief, we have engaged in separate conversation over the years. We've put forward discussions as recently as this morning as a resolution. This is where we're at. So what we're doing today is just formally asking for your support and your moral respect to the Mi'kmaq Nation of Prince Edward Island. Valio.
Thank you very much. Is there need for further discussion of late draft resolution 28 as amended? Microphone 1.
Chief Johnson, Serpent River First Nation. I just need clarification because I heard him say PEI charter, and we have an AFN charter, and we're talking about charter renewal, and so he's asking us to do this before we've done that work. And I don't understand what the impacts are going to be because there are some of us in our regions that are quite large. And what is that impact going to be? I'm not disagreeing that PEI needs to be included at some point, but we need to really understand what this all means. So I heard him say PEI charter. So is he talking about the Constitution or is he talking about AFN charter?
Yeah. And the chief notes that he's speaking about the AFN charter. Microphone 1.
Okay, Chief Lisa Robinson, Wolf Lake First Nation, and I too had a similar question to Chief Elaine here as well. It's also come to my information here that a little while ago that Newfoundland had made a similar request in terms of this kind of request, so I'd just like to put that out there in terms of where that's at.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cookby Christian. As I understand, the resolution is giving notice that we go to a vote at our next AGA, correct? Am I correct that we go to a vote on whether we get a regional chief or PEI? I just need to understand the resolution.
Yeah. As I read it, the way we renumbered it is direct the Assembly to prepare a amendment proposing that change, and then to issue the appropriate notice. The resolution seeks that it be done at the next annual meeting or the next SCA. But again, I think it'll be the question of timing and sequence. So yes and maybe.
Maybe. So a clarification then in relation to the actual resources allocated for regional chiefs across the country. The issue of equity, the issue and those kinds of things, are those going to be considered in looking at this as part of the process? Because there has to be something, in terms of, I heard a figure of 300,000, was it? That's allocated to each
350
region? So I think it needs to be clear that those are the things we're going to have to decide on when it comes to a vote at the next AGA. We need to be prepared, get the information in front of us so we can make an informed decision.
Yep. Thank you very much. Back to the mover on microphone 1 and then microphone 2.
If I may respond to that specific question, it has become to my attention the existing budget, what it is and what it is for the regional vice chief in my area. I've been in discussion with members of a team from the executive. I personally and my chief as well will lobby on behalf of the Prince Edward Island. We will, it's what it takes. It's a monetary value. We've dedicated our resources from our province to accommodate that. If it's a monetary issue, we're fine with finding the right place and lobbying for it on that behalf. I just want to be clear on that. A monetary issue, we've already andied up and said we have the resources to go after that money. We've done it in areas and we will do it again.
Okay. Thank you. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Harold. It's Chief Brendan Mitchell of Halibut First Nation in Newfoundland. To the chief that just mentioned Newfoundland and this topic previously, it never came on the floor at this AGA for the FN, but there was a conversation last year with the national chief about this, and the response that we got in writing, which is one that we accepted as a time, was, in fact, it would take a constitutional change to do this. And the other issue, of course, is where would the money come from to establish a regional chief for Newfoundland. So we accepted those things, but I just want to say, if we're going to get involved in reviewing the Constitution, and PEI would be considered as a separate entity in terms of this, I think Newfoundland has to be considered at some point and down the road. My final comment is not to do with this at all, but I want to say thank you to you, Harold, and the moderators here who faced a very challenging 3 days, a lot of changes in resolutions, and you've handled it well, you've maintained your patience, and you maintained your courtesy to all of us. So thank you very much for a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the co-chairs, I'd like to say, Chief, you have more time if you would. Thank you very much for that. That was awesome. All right, is there need for further discussion on late draft resolution 28? If not, question being ordered. Is there opposition to this? Anyone opposed to late draft resolution 28? Seeing none, are there any abstentions to late draft resolution 28? Seeing none, then with your permission, we declare that late draft resolution 28, Executive Committee representation, Prince Edward Island, is approved by consensus. Thank you very much. It is my sad duty to report to you that we have completed all the resolutions. I will now call on the co-chair, Tim Catchaway, to help us begin our closing ceremonies. The floor is closed for comment. Tim.
Thank you very much, Harold. I would like to immediately call up Regional Chief from New Brunswick, Roger Augustine, to come and give closing remarks. Thank you. Regional Chief for New Brunswick and PEI.
I've never been so happy to close a meeting. Thank you very much. I'd like to start off by thanking you as chiefs and councillors and experts and technicians and so on and so forth, elders, for making this event so fantastic. You put us back on the map. You put Fredericton on the map. And everyone I talked to, from the Delta Hotel and other areas of business, the conduct of the professional people that, other than Ken Young, I don't think Ken Young I don't think Kenny Young is going to be allowed back in next assembly. I'd like to move. No, I'll leave that alone, Ken. Last night's dinner, I know that there was a really interesting promotion on the price of lobster last night. Today someone mentioned it. It was a brilliant night. The entertainment was out of this world. Truly enjoyed, to be the regional chief. Now, I also want to acknowledge Chief Polges. Chief Polges worked hard for this assembly. He supported us 100% to get things done. I want to thank the sponsors, that showed up and gave their hard-earned money to make things happen as well. So as a regional chief of New Brunswick and PEI so far, I still love you, Darlene. Everything is going to be all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and it's been a great time with you, and thank you, and we'll see you next year in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief, and on behalf of myself and my co-chairs, I would like to thank the Assembly for being so kind to us throughout the 3 days. We really had our work cut out for us, but everybody was very respectful. I'd like to say hello to my wife and kids who are watching. They are in northern British Columbia right now. See you guys later.
Thank you, Tim. I would like to take this opportunity to say a big and huge thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, National Chief, for giving me this wonderful, amazing experience to serve you all to this week. Thank you. I hope I don't have to call the question. Thank you. So let me introduce or invite the National Chief for the closing remarks. Thank you.
The shortest closing remarks ever. Chiefs, thank you for staying to the end. I'm going to salute and applaud you guys, and it shows commitment. We're trying to get the work done. So to all the chiefs, from me to you, thank you for staying to the end to get the business done. Thank you for doing that. We've already acknowledged the co-chairs. This is Weena's first assembly. Weena and Tim and Harold, thank you so much for doing a great job for our assembly here. We acknowledge the Wolastoq peoples as well for hosting us, and I want to acknowledge the pipes, the drums for sure, everything that's been done. I want to thank Paulette and the staff. I want to give an applaud to the staff, the Resolutions Committee, and everybody else. Thank you so much. We were let in here by the children. Fantastic. The children let us in and our grand entry in. And that reminds us why we're here. We're doing things for children, future generations. The ones now, 7 generations Otini gone in the future. That's why we're here as the AFN. Some comments made. How do we make this assembly better? How do we make our AFN better? How do we make it stronger, more effective, more relevant, responsive, and respectful of the diversity that's here? And let me tell you, when that charter renewal decision came up, our discussion item came up, I'll tell Bonnie, that's one way to make an entrance. She kicked over the table, right? So she's going to table a resolution. She did that in a really meaningful, substantive way. But that charter renewal is so key because that's our source document. And in that charter, it speaks to, as National Chief and the Executive, we got 2 decision-making bodies. 2. You, the Chiefs in Assembly, and you gave direction to make a new Chiefs Committee on Cannabis, so that'll get done. Our executive gave direction because we operate as a team and said, reestablish and reaffirm that Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. That's going to get done. But it's all about respecting the diversity because I could hear the rumblings too amongst the chiefs. I could hear it. I can hear it. Not enough on international treaties. And we have many treaties because that treaty relationship with the Crown is an act of sovereignty and nationhood and self-determination. The Truro Wampum Treaty speaks to that. Treaty of Niagara, 1764. The number treaties, Robinson-Huron treaties, the modern day treaties. The space has got to be big enough in the Assembly of First Nations that unity. It's only by being unified are we going to bring about substantive change and hope for our children and grandchildren. And so I urge that unity to always be there. And we're going to make our AFN more effective. We're going to make our AFN more respectful and responsive and relevant to our people. And that's our job going forward. So to the chiefs that stayed here, much more work to do, no question. I also want to say, there's one thing, and I didn't say anything up here, right? It's your assembly. And so I didn't speak. I don't have a red lanyard. It's the Chiefs Forum. It's the Chiefs Forum. And so we set it up in such a way, because this was the first time we didn't break away into the groups. We kept the chiefs in the assembly. You wanted to make it that way for more dialogue, so we did it that way. If you like that, we'll do it again. We're going to do that in December 3, 4, and 5 in Ottawa. That's our special Chiefs Assembly. That's the next time we get together as the Assembly of First Nations. And when I look at it going forward, in Assembly, December 3, 4, and 5, the only dates to keep in mind, October 21, the election's coming up. And we listened here very intently, the priorities. Climate destruction, climate change, number one, no question. Implementation of the 231 calls to justice, no question. And we need that national action plan from all the parties. They got to show that plan. And then, yeah, moving beyond the Indian Act. The rights and recognition, but you drive that. Chiefs and your people will drive that as nations. And we all want to get beyond the Indian Act. But it'll be on your timetable, your direction, your space. And then that new fiscal. And I lift up that work. I read the resolution. Oh, I was going to say, grant? 10-year grants? Moinsto thing. I don't understand grant. These are transfers between governments. The federal government does not call what they transfer to the provinces for education, healthcare, and social services grants. They call them transfers. And that's where we need to build, between transfers, between governments, between nations and tribes, and that's the work going forward. And yes, it's going to be based on treaty-based funding, total membership on and off, keep up with inflation, but more importantly, percentage of land and resources. It's our land and territory we're sharing with everybody, and we got to incorporate that into that fiscal model. So we got lots of work to do, lots of work going forward. All I can say here, again, that unity of strength, that unity of working together. We have collective rights. We have collective rights. And we heard from the chiefs from PEI. They got the same issues, concerns as all the chiefs in BC. Aboriginal rights and title. We got to make space in our AFN. And we're going to make this better, chiefs. So December 3, 4, and 5, definitely in Ottawa. Next July 7, 8, and 9, Halifax, 2020. Why then? Because they said, why are we going to the East again? North American Indigenous Games. July 12 and 18. So if we can do our Chiefs meeting, stay a little longer to support our youth. So we're thinking that far ahead. So I just wanted to say again to all the team, my colleagues that are up here, all the team, all the people that got together and put this together, we say thank you. And we know the last comment because of this, it really, you can feel that treaty relationship is so sacred to our people. It's a covenant, a sacred covenant. We hang on to that. That covenant will never be broken. Treaty will always trump policy. Treaty will always trump policy. And we need to get back to that nation-to-nation relationship with the Crown. It's the Crown. And maintaining that integrity of the Crown, the honor of the Crown is so key. So, friends and relatives, chiefs, I wanted to say that much, just to thank the co-chairs, my colleagues on the executive, the chiefs that stayed, the Wolastoq Nation, the drummers, the spirit of that drum is so powerful. Thank you for what you do, because that's going to keep unity amongst our nations and tribes. So with that, chiefs, thank you so much. Let's close this circle. Safe travels to your home fires. You have love, kindness, and respect, and good health and happiness to you and your families the next few months till we see each other again. Ego se, que nas continual.
Just as I prepare to call the elder and finishing his prayer, we will then look to Muskrat Singers to finish. I just want to acknowledge that I'm a firm believer in the power of the strength of our diversity in collective action, which we demonstrate here. As a young man, I was very fortunate to be in Penticton when the NIB transitioned to the Assembly of First Nations. And in what I like to call the modern era, I was asked by the National Chief in December of 2009 to chair the Special Chiefs Assembly, and I've had the great privilege of chairing every AGA and SCA to this one, which completes a 10-year cycle, and I want to thank you all for that privilege. With that, let us welcome Elder Chuck Hume from the AFN Yukon, who sits on our AFN Elders Council, for the closing prayer. Following the closing prayer, we'll look to Muskrat Singers. They will do the retiring of the colors, and when that is done, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Elder?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm from the Yukon Territory, and I thank the people here for allowing me to say the prayer. I'll say the prayer in my language. Kunishish takandakau. Dajau dungarat ina. Shoko than cook an taj equa. Da theo shuk ana da shu shokuch ena. Dajau shu. Da shia. Hua. Da sua. Hua. Dasia shogothan kukanta shu daku kutsan kunthat gatsara jalna shokuch ena in ku kutsan nanodal shokuch ena dajau itla kunishish takanda kau shokuch ena kunishish. Thank you.
Singers.